The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to the June the 27th, 2024 edition of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Here is what happened on this day in history. In 1542, Jean Rodriguez Cabrillo set sail from the Mexican port of Navidad on the first European voyage to explore the west coast of North America for the Spanish Empire. In 1743, War of Austrian Succession, Battle of Dettingen in Bavaria, King George II of Britain personally leads troops into battle, the last time a British monarch commanded troops in the field. In 1950, North Korean troops reach Seoul. UN asks members to aid South Korea. Harry Truman orders U.S. Air Force and Navy into Korean conflict. In 1954, first atomic power station opens, Obninsk, near Moscow in Russia. In 1949, Captain Video and his Video Rangers debut on Dumont TV network, television's first sci-fi series. In 1994, Aerosmith becomes first major band to let fans download a full new track free from the internet. In 1890, Canadian boxer George Dixon becomes first black world champion when he tops English bandama weight. Wait. You really butchered that, Matt. Yeah, I know. You should just move on. Yeah. Champion Edward Nuke Wallace in 18 rounds in London, England. In 1999, Tony Hawk is the first skateboarder to land a 900, a 2.5 revolution aerial spin at the X Games in San Francisco, California. What do you know? One of these sports events I actually remember. And I actually know why it was such a big deal. Something I understand. Yeah, I've gotten a look at you, Matt. You don't look like you know anything about sports. In fact, you probably don't know anything about getting up out of your chair. Ow! Alright, let's get on with the shows. Hey, Matt, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
Yes, that's right, folks. B for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Ennis, L for Lou Costello. Yes, they spell camel. Your taste will tell you about Camel's rich, full flavor. Your throat will welcome Camel's cool mildness. So draw up a chair for tonight's show starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Did you go hunting with your Uncle Artie Stebbins last Saturday?
What'd you say?
I say, did you go hunting with your Uncle Artie Stebbins last Saturday?
Yeah, and a terrible thing happened. A great big bear sneaked up behind us, grabbed Uncle Artie's gun out of his hands and stuck it in his back.
What did Uncle Artie do?
What could he do? He married the bear's daughter.
Never mind that. Did you see any big game?
I saw a giraffe, but I didn't shoot him. He had a sore throat.
Well, there's nothing worse than a giraffe with a sore throat.
Oh, yes, there is.
What?
A centipede with corns.
You dummy. I didn't think you ever went hunting in your life, and I don't believe you did. I'll bet you haven't even got a hunting license.
I have, too. Here it is.
Wait a minute. This is no hunting license. This is a picture of Hetty Lamar.
You hunt what you like, and I'll hunt what I like.
You, hunter. Boy, that's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, my brother and I, we used to hunt alligators.
Alligators?
Yeah, one time an alligator was just about to attack my brother-in-law. I fired off both barrels of my trusty rifle.
Did you kill the alligator?
See this wallet?
Genuine alligator?
No, genuine brother-in-law.
Nonsense. Come here, look at this. You see this picture? Now, I trapped all these rabbits last winter. Now, how many would you say there are?
876.
That's exactly right. Oh, wait a minute. How did you guess it?
Oh, I just count the legs and divide by 4.
Costello, have you ever been in Africa on safari?
No, but I've been in New York on safari.
A safari in New York?
Yeah, the Staten Island safari. And also the Hoboken safari.
Oh, now, come on. That's ridiculous.
There's lots of safaris around there.
Hey, listen to me, though. You should have been with me on my elephant hunt. Oh, there I was, surrounded by elephants. One big bull elephant started towards me. I said to myself, I'm trapped. Abbott, you're trapped. Should I run or stand here and shoot the bull?
You've been doing all right up to now.
All right. Well, I shot. The elephant fell and broke a tusk.
Broke a what?
A tusk.
Tusk to you two and a couple of poo-poos.
Oh, no. A tusk is valuable. We use 50,000 elephants a year just to make billiard balls.
My, how do they train those big, clumsy beasts to do such delicate work?
I can see you know nothing about elephants.
I once hunted elephants in India with an old acquaintance of mine. And an elephant sat on them. Someday I got to go back there.
Why?
To scrape up an old acquaintance. Hey, Abbott, did you ever shoot a zebra?
Yes, I did.
Could I have that zebra skin?
Oh, what do you want with a zebra skin?
My Aunt Minnie is in Alcatraz, and she needs a new fur coat.
No, that's silly, Costello. However, I have a stuffed rhinoceros you can have. Of course, you know what a rhinoceros is, don't you?
Oh, sure. That's a hippopotamus with a red-eater cap.
No.
Now, come on out there. I know you're breathing.
All right. Costello, this is the last week of the big game hunting season. Now, tomorrow I'm going hunting in the high Sierras, and I'd like you to come along with me.
Oh, gee, thanks, Abbott. Say, you've done a lot of hunting. What do they call those little flies that buzz around the animals?
Gnats.
I asked you a civil question. What do they call those little flies?
Gnats.
And that's to you, too, brother.
No, you don't. Gnats are the flies that annoy the animals. Of course, some of them have ticks.
Why don't they take the ticks and give those flies a good thrashing?
I didn't say sticks, I said ticks. For instance, there's deer sticks.
The deer ticks?
Certainly deer ticks.
Who wound them up?
Oh, nobody wound them up.
And what makes him tick? Somebody must have slipped a groon in his groove.
Costello, when I say, listen to me, please. When I say deer ticks, I don't mean the deer ticks. I mean deer ticks.
Abbott, let me smell your breath.
Oh, come on, please, talk sense. The deer has ticks, and the ticks bother the deer.
They used to bother me when I went to school.
Ticks bothered you in school?
Yeah. Arithmetics, mathematics. And one time a tick got me in trouble with the teacher.
Oh, now, wait a minute. How could a tick get you in trouble with the teacher?
I ticked my tongue out at the teacher, and she trounced the tweet of my trousers with a twap. Now.
Look, Lou, I'm talking about animal ticks. Hundreds of animals in the woods have ticks.
That must be a pretty sound when hundreds of animals get together and they all start ticking at once.
No, listen, Costello, listen to me. Deer have ticks. Elks have ticks. And one time my father shot a moose with ticks. Now, do you know what I'm talking about?
Sure, your father's moose ticks.
No. Costello, you're getting more stupid every day. I don't know what to do with you. I don't know what to say to you. I've tried to improve your mind, but I just can't seem to get anywhere.
Why don't you face it, Abbott? You're a failure.
And here for Camel Cigarettes, are Skinny Ennis and the boys with For Sentimental Reasons. Skinny on the vocal.
I love you for sentimental reasons. I hope you do believe me. I'll give you my heart. I love you, and you alone were meant for me. Please give your loving heart to me, and say we'll never part. I think of you every morning, dream of you every night. Darling, I'm never lonely whenever you're inside. I love you for sentimental reasons. I hope you do believe me. I've given you my heart. Love you for sentimental reasons. I hope you do believe me. I've given you my heart.
The pages of American history are illumined by the names of doctors who worked unceasingly to overcome disease and to make life happier and more secure for humanity. The makers of Camels are pardonably proud of the standing of this cigarette among doctors. A nationwide survey of doctors' cigarette preferences was recently made. 3 leading independent research organizations asked this question of 113,597 doctors in every field of medicine. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel. Yes?
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Well, here I am, Abbott, and I'm all ready to go hunting with you up in the mountains.
Oh, that's fine, Costello. How is your hunting equipment?
I got the best, Abbott. Look, Cornell Wilde's old address book.
Costello, hunting is a serious sport. Now, suppose you came face to face with a big Bruin. What would you do?
Ask him for a ticket to the Rose Bowl game.
Oh. You know, Marilyn Maxwell and Skinny Ennis are going to meet us at the hunting lodge, and I hope you brought something along.
I did. I brought a quart of bourbon in case somebody gets the chills. What are you bringing, Abbott?
The chills. Costello, did you bring a gun?
Oh, yes, here it is. This is my sawed-off shotgun.
Wait a minute. Where is the handle?
How do you like that? I sawed off the wrong end.
Well, come on, Costello. Marilyn and Skinny are waiting for us at the hunting lodge in the mountains. Let's go.
Hiya, fat, flabby, and flat-headed.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Don't insult Costello, Skinny. Don't be a pill.
Skinny ain't no pill. He's too long and narrow.
Well, thank you, Costello.
You're a capsule. You're a funny-looking hunter, Skinny. Do you know anything about guns?
I know guns inside and out. But, man, when I was a kid with the circus, they used to shoot me out of an air rifle. What do you know about hunting, Costello?
Have you seen that big bear rug in my living room?
Sure.
Well, I shot that bear myself. What a battle. It was either me or the bear.
Well, I'm glad it was the bear. You'd make an awful lumpy rug.
Hey, look, Costello. Here comes Marilyn Maxwell.
Hi, boys. And hello, Louis, honey, my chubby little chuckling chipmunk.
Oh, Marilyn, my sugar-coated sharpshooter. Plug me with a buckshot of your kisses.
Oh. Louis, honey, how do you like my hunting outfit? Saks Fifth Avenue.
Get a load of mine. Army surplus.
Oh, Louis, it's going to be fun hunting with you. What's your favorite wild game?
Post office.
Louis, post office isn't a wild game.
It is the way I play it.
Ah, Louis, my little snowman, come melt in my arms.
Gee, Marilyn, when I'm close to you like this, I just can't seem to break away.
Well, why not?
My nose is caught in the trigger of your shotgun.
Well, Louis, if you'll excuse me, I'll go up to the hunting lodge and freshen up. As they say in Spanish, mañana o ya noches to you.
And your mama's own nice shirt to you, too.
Hey, Costello. Look up on that mountaintop. Now, there's a mother stork and two little storks.
Yeah, Abbott. Can I ask you a question?
Well, certainly.
When the mama stork talks things over with the little storks, who does she say brings the babies?
Help!
Beg pardon, stranger. Is there a skinny hombre in your party?
Yes, there is. Why?
Well, you better go over there and get him. A gopher just dragged him down into its hole.
Who are you, stranger?
I'm the game warden.
Yeah? What's your game, Warden?
You want to know my game, partner? I'll tell you. It's parcheesi. But being up here in the wild country so much, I trained 3 little skunks to play bridge with me.
Is it a steep game?
No, we only play for 1/10 of a cent.
Warden, we're after some big game. Have you seen any hereabouts?
Hereabouts? Hereabouts? Abbott, I thought we came up here to shoot deer. I wouldn't shoot a poor little hereabouts for anything in the world. Anybody that will shoot a little hereabouts and make a widow out of a sheabouts ought to be ashamed of themselves.
Oh, shut up, you idiot. How about it, Warden? Is there any big game around here?
Well, there's a ferocious mountain lion that has been terrorizing the countryside. He's been killing the farmers' chickens, and he's even been stealing eggs.
At the price eggs are now, I don't blame him.
That's a reward of $1,000 to the man that gets that mountain lion. One of you boys ought to trap him.
Which one of us would you suggest?
Why don't you try, Tubby? You got the biggest trap.
Oh, no, don't beat us anymore, please! Please don't beat us anymore!
Hey, who are those guys?
That's the Nebraska football team. Now, remember, if you shoot that lion, I'll give you $1,000 for a skin. I need it to make stockings.
What kind of stockings can you make out of lion skin?
Nylon stockings. So long, Lordhead.
Hey, you hear that, fellows? The line's just north of us.
Which way south?
Come here, you coward. If you're afraid, you're not afraid to take a chance. You understand?
Yeah.
I'll take this cane. You see it?
Yeah.
A lion won't bite you if you're carrying a cane.
Yeah, but how fast do I have to be carrying the cane? I ain't mucking around with no lines, Abbott. The last time I saw a lion was in the Adirondack Mountains.
What happened?
I snapped at the line, then the line snapped at me, and then something whizzed past.
What was it?
Kansas City.
Quiet. I hear something. Listen.
I love you. Ouch.
I love you. Ouch!
I love you. Ouch.
I love you. Ouch!
Costello, what was that?
2 porcupines necking.
Camel Cigarettes bring you the lovely Marilyn Maxwell from MGM, producers of their Academy Award contender, The Yearling. Accompanied by the 4 hits, Marilyn sings Blue Skies.
Blue sky smiling at me, nothing but blue skies do I see. Bluebirds singing a song, nothing but bluebirds all day long. I never saw the sun shining so bright, never saw things going so right. Noticing the days hurrying by, when you're in love, my how they fly. Blue days, all of them gone, nothing but blue skies from now on. Never saw the sun shining so bright, never saw things going so right. Noticing the days hurrying by, fade away, blue skies.
Mop, mop, mop.
Blue days, all of them gone. Nothing but blue skies from now on.
Nothing but blue skies from now on.
When you take your first puff from a Camel cigarette, there's a delighted response from your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat, the proving ground for any cigarette. Your taste and your throat tell you you've made a wise selection. See how choice tobaccos, superbly blended and properly aged, give Camels a rich, mellow flavor that's extra delightful to your taste. See if Camel's own cool mildness isn't exactly what you've always wanted to suit your throat. Yes, millions say Camel suit my T-zone to a T. You know, a nationwide survey of doctors' cigarette preferences was recently made. 3 leading independent research organizations asked this question of 113,597 doctors. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel. Yes?
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
All right, Costello. All right, now take it easy, kid. I'm right in back of you. Don't worry about me. Here's the mouth of the cave. Now, go in there. That's a pal for you. I let you go in and get the lion, don't I?
You want me to go in and get the line?
Certainly, I'm your friend.
Why don't you go in and get the line?
Oh, what do you mean? You want me to go in? I have a family.
Oh, what I got?
Never mind what you've got. You go ahead and get that lion.
Okay.
Hey, what's the matter? You scared? Look at you. Your knees are knocking.
I always knock before I enter a cave.
Take it easy. Buck up, Costello. And remember, make the lion believe you're not afraid of him.
I couldn't be that deceitful.
You've got to think of those poor people who've lost their cattle and their chickens and their eggs on account of that lion. How can you face them, Costello? Think of it. How can you face them when they may be starving?
How can I face that lion? He may be starving, too.
Oh, there you are, Louis, honey. Oh, I'm so proud of you. I know you're going in that cave and kill that lion just for me.
I am?
Yes. And Louis, honey, I'd do anything for you. Why, I'd climb the highest mountain. I'd swim the deepest river.
How do you like that? Here I am facing death, and this dame is going to go out climbing and swimming. Okay, I'll go in. But if that lion runs out, don't nobody shoot at him.
Why not?
I may be inside of him. Gee, it's certainly dark in this lion's cave.
Why don't you light a match?
Who said that?
It's me, the lion.
What do you know? A talking lion. I gotta tell Abbott, Skinny, and Merlin about this.
Oh, no, you must never tell anyone. I'm a hermit, and I just hate people. I wear this lion skin to scare them away. I live in this cave all alone.
How did you find this cave with all the housing shortage?
I subleased it from a bear that went on the road with the skating act.
You must get lonesome here all alone. Why don't you get a roommate?
I had a roommate and milk. And then the meat shortage came along.
You mean that...
See this tooth hanging on this watch chain?
Yeah?
Well, it ain't mine.
Look, Mr. Hermit, my girl is outside. I promised her I'd bring out the lion. Give me that lion skin and I'll take it out there and everybody will think you're dead and nobody will bother you anymore.
Here, take the skin. Oh, goody, goody. Now I can be a real hermit. And then I won't be bothered by Lucille Ball, Betty Grable, or Marilyn Maxwell.
Gee, do they call you?
No, that's what bothers me.
Hey, look. Here comes Costello out of the cave.
Oh, my hero. Look, he has the lion skin.
Who is the greatest hunter of them all? Bring 'em back alive, Costello.
When there is danger, who's the one they call? Bring 'em back alive, Costello.
Once I found a baby leopard. With milk I filled his tummy. And then in some Egyptian tomb I helped him find his mummy.
He taught Tarzan everything he knows. When in danger, he's not yellow.
who looks dapper in his hunting clothes. No one but my handsome fellow.
One day I caught a tiger, I wasn't even trying, and in the movie house I caught a Metro Goldwyn lion.
Brave Jeff and Dee, a threat to Clyde Beatty, the greatest hunter of them all.
Costello.
Yeah?
You've hunted a lot of big game. Tell me, did you ever hunt bear?
I can't, Abbott. The bushes tickle me. Once I saw a mink, though. I saw a mink playing in the woods. I picked him up and I said to him, though you'll be a coatful on a Turner, left, mink, left. Though you'll be a lovely hat for Myrna, left, mink, left. At Ciro's, you'll have the best table. Think of those cold nights with Betty Shapiro. When you're on display at Bullock's Wilshire, giggle, mink, giggle. All your cares will vanish if your tail will wiggle, mink. Oh, wiggle, mink. And don't be depressed. Keep your skin up. When you see Frank Buck, just laugh.
Louis, honey, my brave adventurer. Someday you must take me hunting with you.
I will, Marilyn, my love. And you can ride on my Papa Jackass.
A Papa Jackass? Well, how do you know he's married?
All jackasses are married.
Oh, my hero. Let's celebrate tonight. We'll go to the smartest restaurant for dinner, see the best show in town, and then visit all the swanky nightclubs. And then I'll kiss you goodnight, and after you've gone and left me crying, after you've gone, there's no denying how lonesome I'll be. There's no one I'll see
until she finds another sucker like me.
Who knows these jungles better than a book? Bring 'em back alive, Costello.
Who'll charm a snake with one hypnotic look? Bring 'em back alive, Costello.
I caught a baby penguin. He looks so awful cute. I haven't got the penguin, but I'm wearing his pursuit.
Who makes the wildest hammerless so tame? No one else but you, Costello.
He makes the others hang their heads in shame. He's so groovy, he's so mellow.
I captured famous animals from every living herd. I even caught a Detroit tiger sliding in the third.
Brave yes, indeed, the threat to Clyde Beatty, the greatest hunter of them all. The greatest hunter of them all.
Oh, boy. What a tough battle. But I won. Hey, Abbott, there is the lion's skin.
Wait a minute, Costello. There's something phony about this. Turn that skin over. I thought so. There's a label on that lion's skin, Costello. Come on, read it.
Eastern Columbia, Broadway at night.
Abbot and Costello will be back in just a moment for Camel cigarettes.
During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Atlanta, Georgia, U.S. Army Valley Forge General Hospital, Phoenixville, Pennsylvania, U.S. Naval Hospital, Newport, Rhode Island, U.S. Marine Hospital, Staten Island, New York, and Veterans Hospital, San Fernando, California.
Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, a rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are still stationed, and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And here are Abbot and Costello with a final word.
By the way, Costello, the December 10th issue of Look magazine has printed the pictures of your big barbecue party for the kids.
Yes. Did you see it, Abbott?
I did. I saw your picture, your wife's picture, your kids' pictures, and my picture. But I didn't see my wife Betty's picture. And I know they took Betty's picture. Now, where's my wife's picture? Why wasn't it in there?
Well, the fellow that took your wife's picture couldn't develop it.
Why not?
He was afraid to go into the dark room with it alone.
Oh, good night, folks.
More pipe smoke Prince Albert than any other smoking tobacco, and that's a perfect guide to your choice of a Christmas gift for any pipe smoker. Prince Albert naturally. Prince Albert's rich, full-bodied flavor and cool mildness spell Christmas joy because they spell lasting smoking joy. Crimp cut to burn cool and even, specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. That's Prince Albert. Give the big pound package of Prince Albert with its special Christmas wrapping to all the pipe smokers on your list. Be sure to hear Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry Saturday night. Red Foley, the new singing sensation, sings American folk songs in a way that'll make your heart beat faster. Remember, Saturday night on NBC, Grand Ole Opry with Red Foley, the Duke of Paducah, and Minnie Pearl.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, try Camels in your T-zone. See if they don't suit your taste, your throat to a T. And remember, too, that giving a carton of Camels is a specially warm-hearted way to say Merry Christmas to all smokers on your gift list.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
This is Jim Doyle in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camels. Thursday night is another all-star night on NBC. Stay tuned for the Eddie Cantor Show, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Science couldn't explain it, but there it was, alive in the deep, deep waters of the Amazon. A throwback to a creature that had existed 100 million years ago, immensely strong and destructive. A woman's beauty, the bait that brought it out of its lair. See underwater thrills never photographed before. See titanic underwater battles never dreamed of before in this most terrifying of the science fiction adventures.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
A jolly good day to you, Miss Clooney.
And a jolly good day to you, Mr. Crosby.
Shall I flip the coin?
Let her flip. I'll take heads.
Here we go. Aha, heads it is.
I get to sing first, huh?
You're the lucky one. Help yourself to a hunk of Mike, dear girl.
Thank you very much, buddy.
I want to clap my hands
for my good fortune.
I want to clap my hands
For my good fortune.
I want to clap my hands for my good fortune. I want to tap my feet
For
shout. For my good fortune. Stand up and give a shout. For my good fortune. I'm gonna give a shout and tap my feet. For my good fortune. Shout for my good fortune. Stand up and give a shout for my good fortune. I'm gonna give a shout and tap my feet for my good fortune.
Today, friends, let's salute Captain Celeste Hayden.
Captain Celeste Hayden?
Yes, sir. She's the only woman physical therapist ever to serve the United States Olympic team.
An important physical therapist, no doubt.
No doubt. Matter of fact, Captain Celeste Hayden is the woman who thought of the exercise break.
Exercise break? Is that like a coffee break?
In a way. An exercise break during working hours.
Well, an exercise break in offices, factories, and stores, huh?
That's it, exactly.
Everybody outside. Everybody out in the yard. 1, 2, 3.
No.
Bend.
Wait a minute. Time. Back. This break is inside. You stay right at your desk. You keep seated, in fact.
Oh, now you're talking. That's my kind of exercise, being in the seated position. How about a workout lying down?
Dreamer.
You get plenty of exercise sitting down. Really, you can.
You don't have to sell me.
Of course, Captain Hayden's exercises are designed mostly for ladies in offices. Stenographers, secretaries, girls who are desk-bound.
And they can improve their posture and their physical condition right at their desks?
Mm-hmm. That's what they can. They exercise the shoulders, legs, neck, fingers, hands, feet. Oh, everything.
How about some music from the seated yogi position?
Slide a chair under me, will you?
Make mine a contour job, will you?
Oh, give me something to remember you by. When you are far away from me, dear.
Some little something meaning love cannot die. No matter where you chance to be.
Though I'll pray for you night and day for you, it will see me through like a charm till you're returning. So give me something to remember you by. When you are far away from me. Night and day for you, it will see me through like a charm till you're returning. So give me something to remember you by. When you are far away from me.
Shall we continue now with the setting up exercises for sitting down?
Yeah, let's do that. Now, you stay right there in your chair, Rosie. You two can. We'll try some of them.
Okay, I'm ready.
First now is the leg exercise. You lift one leg at a time until the shoe tip is level with the chair seat. Mind you, keep the knee joint locked.
I've got it.
Me too.
Hold it. Don't let it go. Now, hold that for 4 to 5 seconds.
Uh-huh.
What's the matter, Ken?
I must have very heavy feet.
Steady. Now, lower slowly.
Mm-hmm.
Now try the other leg and repeat 5 times.
The other leg?
Mm-hmm. You can drop out, Ken.
Oh, no, I'll make it.
Hey, this is fun.
Yeah.
Now here's the shoulder exercise. It's called the shrug.
Now we're getting someplace. The shrug, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What can we do these days but shrug?
Say, we got problems, but we got to get in there and shrug. Anyway, here's the shrug. You keep your hands at your side. You keep your shoulders elevated at the peak of the shrug for 3 or 4 seconds. Lower slowly into a natural position and repeat that 4 or 5 times.
Now I know what a Balinese dancer goes through.
Okay, everybody to the showers. Time to level with the music.
Oh, hey, wait a minute. What about the exercises?
We'll continue them tomorrow. We'll pick them up.
Oh, gee, I hope it won't be too stiff.
When somebody loves you, it's no good unless she loves you all the way. Happy to be near you when you need someone to cheer you all the way. Taller than the tallest tree is, that's how it's gotta feel. Deeper than the deep blue sea is, that's how deep it goes if it's real. When somebody needs you, it's no good unless she needs you all the way. Through the good or lean years, and for all those in-between years, come what may, who knows where the road will lead us? Only a fool would say. But if you let me love you, it's for sure I'm gonna love you all the way. All the way. Deeper than the deep blue sea is, that's how deep it goes. But if you let me love you, it's for sure I'm gonna love you all the way. All the way.
Say, neighbors, how are you feeling today? Hope you're fine. But you know, lots of folks this time of year suffer from colds. So if you're feeling down in the dumps from those miseries and you want really fast relief, listen.
Here's Giselle McKenzie, one of America's most popular TV and movie stars.
If a nasty cold bothers you, think what it does to me. I don't feel like singing with my nose stopped up, head feeling like a balloon from sinus congestion. To feel better fast, I take the newest medicine, new improved 4-way cold tablets. Today's 4-way contains a decongestant to drain sinus passages while it relieves cold distress.
Clinical tests prove 4-way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet. In minutes, 4-way speeds pain-relieving medicine all through your body. In the same time, there was no trace with other brands. Only 4-way starts so fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. And 4-way drains sinus congestion to restore free breathing.
4-way's marvelous. Makes me feel fine in no time.
To relieve cold miseries while you drain sinus congestion, get new 4-way. Fastest acting of all the leading cold and sinus tablets. New improved formula, same familiar package, only 39 cents.
stylish, Buddy and Group. Stylish indeed.
How about taking over now, Miss Clooney?
You think I should?
Oh, but definitely.
Stay near to me, we're meant to be always together. Me loving you, you loving me, always together. Right from the start, you have my heart. Keep it forever. Please promise me we'll never part. I couldn't live without you for more than a moment. I need my arms about you with your lips on mine. Stay near to me, we're meant to be always together. Please promise me we'll never part. To be always together. Please promise me we'll never part. Please promise me we'll never part.
Rosie, what window covering gives ideal instant light and air control, provides perfect privacy, yet costs so little?
Venetian blinds, of course, Bing.
Just a minute here, you folks. I'm representing Ken Carpenter, see? He's getting paid to tell these folks that now they can get custom-made Eastern roll-ahead Venetian blinds at lower prices than you'd pay for ordinary window coverings. So, why don't you guys let him, huh?
I just never realized.
That's the trouble, see? You just don't know how anxious he is to say the roll-ahead blinds by Eastern Products Corporation of Baltimore, world's largest manufacturer of Venetian blinds, have an especially designed roller mechanism. They're stronger, keep tapes in line better, work more smoothly, more quietly.
Shucks, we'd be more than happy
to let him say the roll-ahead Venetians are custom-made by local franchise manufacturers in a wide range of smartest decorator colors, that they're sold in fine department and drapery stores, where you'll also see famous Eastern Star horizontal and vertical custom blinds.
Exactly. All right, Ken. Okay, now you can stop with the Edward G. Robinson imitation. You've made your point.
Hey, you knew all along? Oh, well. Well, folks, for the name of your nearest Eastern custom-made Venetian blinds dealer, call this station.
So rare, you're like the fragrance of blossoms fair, sweet as a breath of air, fresh with the morning dew. So rare, you're like the sparkle of old champagne, orchids in cellophane couldn't compare to you. You are perfection, you're my idea of angels singing the Ave Maria. For you're an angel, I breathe and live you with every beat of the heart that I give you. So rare, this is a heaven on earth we share, caring the way we care. Ours is a love so rare. that something, that certain manner, thrills me just like the Star-Spangled Banner. You stage a love scene so sweetly tender, and in that love scene I gladly surrender. So rare to have a future like yours to share. Sweetheart, the way we care, we'll live a life so rare, so rare.
Goodbye for today. Remember, we'll be right back here tomorrow.
Try to give us a listen, will you?
Certainly been nice being with you, and we'll see you tomorrow then.
Thousands of young people in other lands, particularly in the new countries of Africa and Asia, want to correspond with Americans, to make friends and learn about our way of life. If you're over 15 and want to help further international goodwill, send a self-addressed stamped envelope with your name, age, and interests to Letters Abroad, 45 East 65th Street, New York 21, New York. That's 45 East 65th Street, New York 21. And they'll put you in touch with correspondents.
From the very first, my presence at Willow Miles was that of an unwelcome guest in a household that resented my right to be there. Dark and secretive. A heavy blanket of depressing doubt seemed to hang over the place and added to the sense of cold suspicion that filled my days with distrust, my nights with terror. Here was a house of fear, ruled by a man who dominated everyone with a strange power and compelling fascination. In spite of myself, I was drawn by his fatal charm. Closer and closer to the man I knew was my enemy.
I'd like to probe behind that sphinx-like exterior, to find out what really goes on behind those eyes. Those very lovely eyes.
Those are dangerous accusations. That money's in trust.
That won't stop Mark. I know him for what he is, and he'll twist you around his finger like he does everybody else.
You really are a remarkable woman. You fling the most amazing accusations at me without proof of any kind. Or do you think you have some kind of proof?
Maybe.
Don't try my patience too far. What do you know?
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Lever Brothers, makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the screen star's own beauty soap, spray, and other fine products, bring you the Bob Hope Show. It's the Bob Hope Show with Doris Day, Jack Kirkwood, Irene Ryan, yours truly, High Aberback, Les Brown and his band of renown, our special guest, Bing Crosby. And here he is, the mascot of the Cleveland Indians, the great white nose, Bob Hope!
Thank you very much. Thank you, Indians. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob back in Hollywood on the first day of Spring Hope, telling you all that at long last, spring is here, the romantic season we all hold dear, when a young man's fancy turns to what Alvin Barkley's been thinking about all year. Yes, sir, it's great to be back in Los Angeles. Mayor Barn was at the airport to greet me. He gave me the airwick to the city. Paramount had a bunch of big shots waiting for my plane, but they all missed. When I arrived back, I heard 3 bands playing and saw 15 giant searchlights. I said, in my honor, a guy said, no, they just opened a salami counter in the Rexall drugstore. I've been playing in vaudeville the last 3 weeks, and the audiences were wonderful. I won't say how they received me, but after the first show, I took out insurance with Prudential. After the second show, Prudential took out insurance with Metropolitan. But I don't mind traveling. I've done a lot of flying. I don't think there's a seat on United Airlines I haven't been under. When we took off from New York, the stewardess belted me into my seat. I still don't know what it was that I said to her. But it was a great trip. That sort of sneaks up on you, doesn't it? Then you hate yourself for staying there. We had a wonderful trip. Les Brown's boys really love to fly. You should have seen him arriving at the airport and climbing to 15,000 feet. And Les calling him back to wait for the plane. You know, when you... Thank you. I think I'll work this way for a while. You know, when you travel with a band, you find out what a great union the musicians have. Instead of an airline hostess, we had Petrillo in a tight skirt. Les Brown is looking for a new tuba player. The old one was used to traveling by bus and got out to stretch his legs over Syracuse. And we almost lost Eddie, the sax player, over Ohio. A flying saucer went by, and he leaned out of the window and tried to drink out of it. It was so smoky inside the plane, an eagle flew along for 300 miles looking in a window. He thought it was television. He wanted an introduction to Frankie Lane's Wild Goose. But it was a real great trip, and the band treated me like I was one of them. They even let me play a game with them on the plane, blind man's bluff with the door open. You know, the Cleveland Indians are here in the audience tonight to see the show, and we certainly want to welcome them. It's nice to see you, boys. You know, the boys are in town for spring training. That means no drinking, no smoking, and no girls. Look at their condition. Digger Odell's been following them with a basket for 3 days. The Indians are a wealthy team, you know. They don't lay off during the winter. They run around the country yelling, Pontiac, fine car. But the boys look good to me. These boys have taken off so much weight in spring training. Yesterday, Boudreaux slid into third, and his uniform was just rounding second. But I love baseball. Where else could you find 18 men running around in the diamond except in Ali Khan's house? I think they'll have a big season. And this year I had a plan where Cleveland couldn't lose a single ball game. But Happy Chandler said I couldn't take a gun into the bleachers. Thank you very much.
You know, Hi, I think dress-up parties are so much fun.
Well, Doris, a man always thinks formal dress is too much trouble, but then it is nice to see the ladies looking their prettiest.
You should have been at the party I went to the other night. So many lovely gowns. Most of them off the shoulder.
Well, as an interested bystander, Doris, I'm for that.
Women are dressing up more now for dinner, theater, and dancing. So a girl should be extra grateful for the beauty care that keeps arms and shoulders looking soft and smooth.
By that, you mean the soap-lovely screen stars like yourself depend on.
Of course. I'm thinking of that new bath-size Lux toilet soap. A Lux soap beauty bath always helps you look and feel your best for a gala evening. The rich, creamy lather leaves skin beautifully fresh. Perfume, too, with a delicate fragrance.
Well, that new bath-size cake pleases lovely women everywhere. It makes a wonderfully relaxing, refreshing bath. No wonder it's such a hit in Hollywood.
It makes you sure of all-over Lux loveliness, that's why. Leaves arms and shoulders feeling smooth as velvet. There's nothing like a Lux soap bath for a quick beauty pickup.
Busy women will welcome that tip from you, Doris. Just let me add that the new bath-size Lux toilet soap is being featured at your store now. So if you haven't already tried this new, longer-lasting bath cake, put it on your shopping list. Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap.
Dearie, do you remember when we stayed up all night to get Pittsburgh on a crystal set?
Keystone movies, Coogan and Chaplin made you laugh and then cry.
Test my memory, my dearie. Do you recall when Gilda Gray did the shimmy shake?
And that was the start of the Frisco quake.
Dearie, life was cheery in the good old days gone by.
Do you remember?
If you remember,
well, dearie, you're much older than I.
Oh, well, Pa, this is our 50th wedding anniversary. How are you feeling?
Oh, I don't know, Ma. I can't kick.
Well, why not?
At my age, my legs liable to fall off.
Well, you ain't as pert as you were back around 1910.
You're right, Ma. Back in them days, I was a high flyer.
Eh?
I said I was a high flyer.
Yeah. But about 5 years ago, one of your motors conked out.
Oh, don't forget, I've been bucking a headwind.
Oh, golly Moses, Pa. I never thought I'd wind up marrying you.
Yeah, it sure was a long time ago. Dearie, do you remember when most gents owned the Paris spats, wing collars and derby hats? Well, I'm all set for meeting a cutie. One of them ought to come by this corner any minute. I think I'll take off my chicken inspector badge and put on that new one. It says, squeeze me, kid, I'm a lemon. No, maybe I better wear the other one. It's jazzier. It says, they call me Kid Pepper. You can't shake me. Better than fitting you for stuff. Here comes a little cutie now. Hi there, chicken. Where'd you get those goo eyes?
Well, aren't you the fresh one? But where have you been all my life?
Where have I been? I'm like the fat lady who took off her girdle. I've been all over the place.
Yeah. You're too much of a dandy for me. Skip the gutter, kid.
Wait a minute. Come back, dag nabbit. I sure wish I knew what was wrong with me and the girls. What I need is somebody to talk to who could give me some advice.
Excuse me, boy. My name's Beatrice Fairfax.
What do you want?
I noticed that chickens give you the go-by, and I'm going to help you. I'm selling a perfume here that really gets the dames.
Is it powerful?
Powerful. You've heard of one called Conflict, and then there's one named Surrender, another one called I Give In.
Yes.
This one's called Hello, Operator, Get the Police.
Will it attract women to me?
Like a bear's attracted to honey. I use it myself.
Well, did you get lots of girls?
No, but I met a beautiful grizzly. Put that in your pocket, boy. That'll be $1. You got any more money?
Yep.
Then here's something else you'll need. It's a book called What Every Young Man Should Know.
What Every Young Man Should Know?
Yeah, that'll be $1.50. And here's another book you ought to have. It's called What Every Young Girl Should Know.
Well, why do I need that?
If you're going to ask the questions, you ought to know the answers.
Well, hiya, Dory. Here I am again.
Say, you're dressed pretty snappy. What's that hanging down from your straw hat?
A string, so I won't lose it. And I got another string running down my sleeves to my mittens, and another string running down my pant legs to my shoes.
Gee, it must make you feel like a jumping jack.
Yeah, yesterday I tipped my hat to a lady and shinnied up a telephone pole.
Well, Robert, you might as well come in.
We going to get cuddly tonight, or is your mother home?
She's here, but I don't think she'll bother us.
Doris, who's that just came in the front door?
It's Robert.
Did he bring his bicycle in the front room like he did last time?
No, he didn't bring his bicycle in the front room.
Hurry up, Dory. Give me a kiss before she comes in.
He did, too. I can hear one of the tires leaking. I better come in and see what you're up to.
Oh, Mother.
Well, I want to talk to Robert. Now, see here, young man. You've been sparking with my daughter for 2 years.
Well, what about it?
Well, your prospects aren't any too good. Doris could be going with a banker, and she knows an architect who just built a big, expensive building. What kind of a job is it that you've got? In a bakery draining jelly out of yesterday's donuts.
I also fan the hot bread. And I give loyalty tests of the Russian ride. Yes. Well, look. I don't have much time to spend with Dory, and I just...
Well, don't you fret about me, Robert. I've decided that you're a boy who can be trusted. So tonight I'm going to let you sit on the couch with the lights turned down real low.
Gee, that's swell. Do you mean it honest?
Yes, and if you behave yourself, tomorrow night I'll let Doris stay in the room with you.
When we waltzed to the Susie band, my, wasn't the music grand.
Chowder parties down by the seashore every 4th of July. Robert, this is the last time I'm coming to Coney Island with you. You've just been sitting here on the beach ogling all the girls in bathing suits.
I have not.
You have, too. All afternoon your eyeballs have been going in and out with the tide.
Boy, these 1914 bathing suits are pretty saucy.
Well, men's suits are, too. Look how daring yours is. The sleeves only come down to your elbows. And I can see right through those buttonholes in your leather leggings.
Well, it's pretty handy in the water. The back end opens up into a lobster trap. Talk. Well, you gotta admit you're gonna marry a he-man. How do you like the hair in my chest?
Oh, gee, it's swell.
I would have had more than one, but I ran out of Vigoro.
Oh, gee, it's wonderful being married, Robert, and I'm so happy for our anniversary you gave me this Model T Ford.
Yeah. Wait till I slip into my raccoon coat, my beaver tail with a hat, and we'll take a joyride over to the dance. First, it'll have to be cranked. Didn't work that time. Have to try it again. Well, I guess it needs more cranking.
Now, Robert, don't you get all tired out for the dance.
Now, don't worry about me. Just keep cranking. Sure is some bus, huh? We never did get the flivver started that night, did we? Come here, you little rascal. Give me a kiss.
Oh, now, don't you be kittenish, Pa. It's getting so it isn't any fun to kiss you anymore.
It ain't?
No. The last time the clothespin fell off and your pucker collapsed.
You ain't sorry you married me, Ma, are you?
No, Robert. I've been happy every minute of the time. It's just been one long honeymoon. I was just thinking the other day. Here you are, 78 years old, but you've got the zip and the pep of an 18-year-old boy.
Yes.
You've got the pep of an 18-year-old boy?
Yes, why?
I'm a scout for the Cleveland Indians.
Remember, if you remember, well, dearie, you're much older than I. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest tonight needs no introduction. When you hear his theme song, you'll all know who he is. Theme song, please. Here he is, Bing Crosby.
The night is like a lovely tune. Beware my foolish heart, how white the ever-constant moon. Take care, my foolish heart. There's a line between love and fascination that's hard to see on an evening such as this, for they both give the very same sensation when you're lost in the magic of a kiss. Her lips are much too close to mine. Beware, my foolish heart. But should our eager lips combine, then let the fire start. For this time it isn't fascination or a dream that'll fade and fall apart. It's love, this time it's love, my foolish heart.
That was My Foolish Heart, sung by the sound effects man on the Gary Crosby show.
What's this? I haven't seen you lately, Robert. How come you haven't been out to the house? Hmm?
Oh, I've been on tour. But tell me, how are things over at Boys Town?
Say, now that you mention it, I do recall reading about you at the New York Paramount. They tell me that you cut, mowed, and stacked all the happy green stuff on Broadway.
Oh, don't knock my racket, kid. I have to work for a living. My family doesn't support me.
I must tell you, Hydrogen Head, I read about you breaking all those records. I'll tell him when he comes. All those records you broke at the New York Paramount, you were a smash. You must come back loaded with loot. How much have we got?
I'm empty. After taxes, I didn't even have enough left to pay my bill at the Waldorf Astoria.
You did? Well, what did you do?
I'm going to have to work it off.
You mean?
Yes, you're looking at the head flower girl for Elizabeth Taylor's wedding.
I want to be the page boy. Carry the train.
You must have had a pretty rough time on March 15th yourself, Gramps. Tell me, how'd you feel when you saw your income tax bill?
I felt like President Truman when that boat started rocking. Tell me something, No Flaccid. Where did you...
Flaccid, I'll be back. I want to look that up.
Go away. Come back here. Tell me, where did you assemble all the energy, The energy enough to do those 6 shows a day for 2 weeks, and then you fly around the country doing one-night stands after that.
Well, after all, some of us are not quite as old as some others I could mention, who are much older than some of us, aren't you? You're falling apart, Dad. You're going to pot. Just look at that stomach. What do? Buy him by the carton?
Well, since you've turned the conversation physique-wise, there's something about yours that puzzles me.
What is it?
Are those your hips, or are you carrying a lovely bunch of coconuts? What a production you have.
You're getting ready for the Palladium. Should we stop these Chiron capers? Okay. You know, you're pretty frisky tonight, Dad.
I'm gay tonight.
What happened? Did you stop off at Thrifty's for a double Lydia Pinkham?
Only one to a customer.
2 straws. Anything exciting happened while I was away?
Exciting? Well, my new picture just came out.
I know, I saw it, and there's one thing I'm curious about.
What's that?
Wasn't that an unusual name they gave you, Francis?
Now, see here, Sagmop. Francis is that picture about the talking mule.
Oh, I'm sorry. The ears fooled me. I apologize. I apologize to Francis.
Actually, friend, I haven't been around Paramount too much myself lately. After I finished Riding High, which incidentally has its world premiere April 1st at Front Royal, Virginia.
Take your time. We're not going
Well, right after I finished that picture, Doc Stevens hit me with that shiver here, you know.
He did, really?
Say, incidentally, it was very nice of you to pay me the visit in the hospital. I appreciate it.
We had laughs that day, didn't we?
I'll never forget it if I live to be 100.
Again. But really... I'm glad your operation went okay and they got through your money belt, Dad. I really am. 7 layers, you know. Still has the big bills. Go ahead.
Everything was fine. It was just fine. Of course, I did have a bit of trouble when they first wheeled me into the hospital.
What do you mean?
Well, the nurses saw the name Crosby and automatically they rushed me to the maternity ward.
Well, I'll never forget that afternoon I came to visit you. Pardon me, nurse. My name is Bob Hope.
Oh, yes. Plastic surgery is right down the hall.
What do you mean, too late? Stop pushing me, nurse. Stop pushing. I'm here on a visit. I'd like to see Bing Crosby.
Crosby? What does he look like?
Well, he's got a light complexion, blue eyes.
What color is his hair?
Skin. I'm sure you know him. He's the crooner.
You'll find him in room 17. It's down the hall.
Oh, thanks. Here's Bing's room. I'll go right in.
9,781, 9,782.
Bing, put away your wallet. Playtime is over. You've got a visitor. Boy, did I have a tough time finding you. You had an appendectomy, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, what are you doing here in the tonsil ward?
Well, it's very simple. I had my appendix transcribed for release at a more convenient place.
That's my boy. Put his honeymoon on tape so it wouldn't interfere with the fishing season. Bing, I'd never believe you just had an operation. You look like $1 million.
Who showed you the bill?
Well, you look great, boy. Tell me, what did you do with your appendix?
Well, you know, Everett had his appendix taken out at the same time.
What does that mean?
Well, now you know what you're going to get next Christmas.
You mean...
Yeah, bookend.
With a fringe on?
Yeah. But you brought me a gift, Robert. You shouldn't have brought me this. Why did you
Bing,
do it?
I had to. After all, you're not
and
sick
such
very
a
often.
big package, too.
Wheel it in.
Oh, I can't wait to open this. I'm going to unwrap it right now. You sound like Burl.
You sound like Burl's mother. Wheel it in. Where's it? Bring in my package for him. You're going to unwrap it right now. Do
Yes.
it right in
All
front
right,
of me.
I am.
All right.
Oh, well, just what I needed, a new golf tee.
Well, don't look so disappointed. It's not just an ordinary tee. It's the one they stand Mickey Rooney on during his love scene. Say, you don't look too comfortable, Flap. Can I do anything for you?
Oh, yeah. I wonder if you could help me sit up and crank up the bed, huh?
Oh, sure, then. There you are. Now I'll crank up the bed. Tell me, Bing, how was the operation?
Well, everything went fine until I needed a transfusion. Had a little trouble then because they could only find one guy in town with my type of blood.
Well, who was it?
Frank Sinatra.
Well, how did it work out?
Oh, it was murder. It was awful. When they hooked us up together, Frankie's veins sucked 2 quarts out of mine. I was the patient. He laid down, I got up and went home.
That must be solid acidophilus. Say, Bing, how about it? I've been here 5 minutes and you haven't shown me your operation yet. Come on, kid, unveil.
Now, look out. Look out.
Oh, come on.
Now, look
I
out.
want to see it.
You're wrinkling my nightie.
Oh, come on.
Look out.
Hold still.
Come on.
Let me see there. Wow.
What's the matter?
Argyle stitches.
I didn't want to look like a tramp in my bare midriff bathing suit. But I want to thank you again for coming to see me, Bob. I only wish you'd told me you were going to be here.
Why?
It's simple, Charlie. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake.
Baked a cake?
Baked a cake. Baked a cake. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do? How'd you do? How'd you do? Had you dropped me a letter, I'd have hired a band. The grandest band that I could find in the land.
Had I dropped you a letter, you'd have hired a band.
Les Brown's band.
No kidding.
Just read the welcome mat for you.
The Duke men, huh?
I don't know where you came from, 'cause I don't know where you've been.
Well, that's real nice.
Well, look, young man with a horn, I want to tell you it was nice of you to come to see me. And I want to thank you for that gift that you sent me before my operation.
Oh, it was nothing.
Well, what am I supposed to do with a pink satin bed jacket?
Well, my sister wore it, and she had a baby girl. I thought maybe to bring you the same luck.
If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked the cake. Hired a band. Goodness sake, if I knew you were coming, I'd have baked the cake. How'd you do? How'd you do? How'd you do? How'd you do?
for the memory of this month that's set aside. Thanks to Bing Crosby, the Pittsburgh Pirates Musical Rookie of the Year. The year 1492. As usual, Lord, you batted 1,000% tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a thrilling week flying United Airlines style on the way back home from the New York Paramount. We did shows in Syracuse, Cincinnati, Owensboro, St. Louis, Kansas City, and Denver with that wonderful DC-6. And, brother, what warm-hearted people and what cold-hearted weather. Believe me, I've never seen so much snow. We flew to Kansas City, but it was snowing so hard that our pilot couldn't find it with a Geiger counter. Mr. Ed Kiesig and Claire Jarvis and Sam Moore up there, so we landed in Olathe, Kansas, at the Navy field. And the Navy took care of us. Thanks to you folks in Olathe. Last night we did a show in beautiful Denver, and I really mean beautiful. And all that snow looked like an old-fashioned Christmas card. Tomorrow we'll be in Palm Springs, California for Circus Week, and the weather forecast is clear and sunny, the temperature in the 90s. What a gruesome thought. Thanks again for the privilege of meeting so many of you in person. Good luck to the Cleveland Indians, and good night, ladies and gentlemen.
The Cobra Goddess will avenge herself. One by one, you will die.
From halfway around the world she had come to make friends with 5 unsuspecting young men. And when she walked in the night, death followed, swift and violent. Starring Faith Domergue, Richard Long, Marshall Thompson, Kathleen Hughes, in the eerie and fight-filled story of a Cobra woman whose mission was to kill, to whom love, when it came, was strange and terrifying.
You have to forget about me.
You're being silly.
There are things I have to do. Things I have no control over.
That was the police. Carl is dead.
Oh, no. Paul, what about you and Tom?
Here we are.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to narcotics detail. You receive information that a big buy of heroin is going to be made in your city. You know the location and the man who's going to sell it. Your job, stop him. Thousand.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, April 8th. It was windy in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of narcotics detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Kearney. My name's Friday. on our way to the meet, and it was 9:48 p.m. when we got to the corner of Pico and Clanton, the 617 Club.
Let's sit back there, huh?
Yeah, looks all right.
What time you got, Joe?
9:49, why?
Oh, this watch is giving me trouble.
Yeah?
Guess it's getting old.
You had it clean lately? Maybe that's what it needs.
Yeah, a couple of years ago. Ran real good right after that. It's been lately, like I said.
I think maybe you ought to have it cleaned again. I was reading where they should be cleaned at least once a year. Do you know that?
Oh, this is getting old, Joe. Had it for almost 23 years. Got it when I graduated from high school.
Sure looks like it's still good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, sir?
Coffee for me, Frank.
Yeah, please.
2 coffees, better one.
Oh. I didn't see him when we came in, did you?
No, we're early. Meet's not supposed to be until 10:30.
What's that?
I don't know.
Drink your coffee. Knock it off. Well, first thing you know, you're going to have everybody in the place looking at it.
I don't care. Let him look. I never wanted to do it. I never did.
Yeah, okay, you did it. Now, what can you do about it? Stop falling.
What's going on in the next booth?
I don't know. I can't see.
Easy for you to say you didn't do it.
You gonna stop falling? You bring a lot of attention over here revoking this time.
Can't help it. Everybody I see, it's a cop. A cop who knows all about it.
But cheap booze is done. Every time you get a couple of doses, you start to fall. Knock it off, huh?
Knock it off. Knock it off. If I had to do it over again, it would have been different. I tell you, it would have been different.
What do you think, Joe? Oh, it sounds like you had too much to drink. I hope they get out of here. I don't want anything to louse up our body here.
Come on, let's
Sure, you get big man. You got no worries.
Come on, let's go.
You didn't kill the old lady.
Not so loud.
You didn't kill her.
Because of the high booth walls, we were unable to tell who was doing the talking. As soon as the men got up to leave the place, Frank and I followed them. Frank stopped long enough to call our contact and postpone the narcotics buy. We followed the 2 men from the bar down the street. They walked up to Spring, and then they split up. Frank followed one of them, I tailed the other. He went directly to a hotel on West 6th Street. He stopped and talked with a hotel clerk, and then he took the elevator upstairs. I checked with the clerk, and he told me that the man's name was Sam Allison. The clerk also told me that Allison had been a resident of the hotel off and on for the past 10 years. He went on to say that every so often Allison would pack up and leave, but that he'd always return. He was unable to give me any information as to how Allison made his living or who the other man might be. 12:10 a.m. I called the office. Frank had checked back in. The man he was following had entered an all-night movie, and in the darkness, Frank somehow had lost him. I went back to the office, and we sent a radiogram to Inspector Charlie Sutton up in San Francisco, requesting all information on unsolved murders in the Bay Area in the last few months. We ran the name Sam Allison through R&I, but we got no make on anyone answering his description. 2:15 a.m. We checked out of the office and went home to get some sleep. The following morning, Wednesday, April 9th, 7:58 a.m., I checked back into the office.
That you, Joe?
Yeah.
The message in the book to call operator 18 in San Francisco.
Would you put the call in?
No, I just got in. Figured I'd wait a minute for you to get here.
All right, let's take care of it. The operator 18, San Francisco, please. Joe Friday, Los Angeles Police Department, Michigan 5211. Yeah, that's right. Probably Charlie Sutton, huh?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am? Oh, Charlie? Joe Friday. Yeah. Uh-huh. When? January 15th, huh? Oh, how'd it happen? Uh-huh. Yeah. Can you talk a little louder, Charlie? Any description? Yeah, I see. Mm-hmm. Where? You sent it right down to us, huh? Okay, fine. Yeah. Okay, Charlie. No, we don't know. No. Yeah, thanks again. Right, bye.
Anything?
Yeah, out at Land's End up in San Francisco. Woman was beaten to death. The San Francisco Police Department said that they'd forward all available information on the killing. From what Inspector Charlie Sutton had said, the victim had been robbed and beaten out in the Land's End area. There had been one witness to the murder, and we told the authorities in the Bay City that we would send them stand-up mugs of our suspect, Sam Allison. 9:37 a.m. Frank and I drove over to the hotel on West 6th. We talked to the desk clerk, and then we went upstairs to Allison's room.
This must be at 3:05.
Yeah.
try it again.
Yeah? Who is it?
Police officers, we'd like to talk to you.
Just a minute. Yeah?
You Sam Allison?
Yeah, that's right. What's the bit?
I'd like to talk to you.
What about?
Might be better if we talked inside.
All right, come on in. Well, what's this all about?
Want to get dressed? I'd like to talk to you downtown.
What for? You got nothing on me.
Just like to talk to you. Come on, get dressed.
Oh, wait a minute, sir. Look, you tell me what it's all about first, huh?
You've been up in San Francisco lately?
Why?
Have you?
Yeah, so what?
When?
I don't know. First of the year, I guess. Around there.
You narrow that down a little?
First part of January, I guess.
Where were you last night?
Around.
Where around?
Met a friend, had a couple of drinks, and came home just around.
Who's the friend?
Hey, look, I'm not going to answer any more of your questions until I know what this is all about.
Where are your clothes?
In the closet.
I'll get them.
We're getting real big, aren't we?
You tell us what you want, I'll get them.
That pinstripe. You know, the gray one right in front of you. You know, pinstripe?
That's it?
Yeah. Oh, in that bureau, second drawer, there's some shirts there. Give me one of the blue ones, will you? One with the tab collar and the little round things on it.
That's it?
Yeah.
Here you go.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. Hey, when you guys figure out, let me know what this is all about.
What do you do for a living, Alice?
Oh, this and
All right, what's that mean?
I work with horses.
You a trainer, that is?
No, not exactly.
A tout?
No. Say, in that top drawer, there's a little velvet box. Got a collar bar in there. Would you get it for me, huh?
Here?
Yeah.
This the box?
That's right. The gold one.
Yeah. And what you want?
Yeah, thanks.
Just what do you do with horses?
Well, I got a lot of friends with money. They like to buy horses, so I go out to the track and look them over. If I think it's a good deal, I claim them.
You make much on the deal?
Depends on how the horses work out. If they make money, so do I. If they don't do any good, then it's tough all around. Yeah, I'll get my shoes.
Wait a minute. Which ones do you want?
The black ones. It's the only pair.
Who were you drinking with last night, Allison?
Like I told you, a friend.
What's his name?
Look, I told you I wasn't going to say anything like find out what this is all about.
All right, Allison, I'm going to lay this out for you. We were in a bar last night, place down in Clanton. You there?
Clanton? Oh, you mean the 617 Club?
That's right.
Yeah, I was there. So what?
We were in the booth next to you. Heard you talk about killing a woman in San Francisco.
You're wrong about that.
Yeah, sure we are. Let's go downtown.
No, I mean it. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, sure, I was in the bar last night, but I don't know anything about killing an old broad up north.
Who said she was old?
Well, you just did.
No, he didn't. Said a woman had been killed. He didn't say anything about her age.
From the way you said it, I figured she was old.
No, that won't work, Allison.
Look, you got no reason to think that I did that. No, you got no reason to think that.
You admit you were up north about the time it happened. You were in a bar last night talking about it. Now, you seem to know quite a bit about the whole thing for somebody who wasn't involved.
Well, maybe I just heard about it, you know.
Where'd you hear about it?
Oh, around. Well, I don't know where, but I heard about it. Maybe that's what happened. But you guys know it wasn't me. You know that, don't you?
Who were you with last night?
He the one that did it? Is that it?
I don't know. I don't know if he did it or not. I don't know anything about it. All I know is I wasn't mixed up in it. And I didn't have anything to do with it.
Who's Jack Kenton?
Kenton? I don't know any Kenton.
Well, he knows you according to this postcard in your drawer over here.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Sam, I'll be in town Monday night. Meet you at your hotel. It's signed Jack. This is a return address here, San Diego. Now, who is he?
Oh, yeah, Kenton. I forgot for a minute.
Well, maybe you forgot that he was with you in that bar last night, too, huh?
Well, what happens to me if I do remember? You going to find out?
I don't think so.
Was he the man you were with last night?
I don't want him to find out. I got big trouble if he does.
Is that right?
Yeah, he's the guy, but don't tell him I said so, will you? You won't tell him, huh? No, Jack would come after me if he knew. He's really off his rocker.
He is, huh?
Yeah, and he'd kill me if he knew. You guys are going to have trouble taking him, you know that, huh?
We are, huh?
Yeah, he's fallen a couple of times before, done big time up at Q. Told me 100 times before, at least 100 times.
Yeah, what's that?
He killed the first cop that came after him.
11:17 a.m. Frank and I took Sam Allison down to the city hall. He was fingerprinted and mug shots were taken. A pair of stand-up mugs were sent to San Francisco immediately. We contacted the San Diego Police Department and asked them to put a stake out on the address that was on the postcard we found in Allison's room. In the event this Jack Kenton returned, they were to pick him up and call us. While we talked to them, they ran the name through their files and found that he had a minor record in San Diego dating back some 15 years. A check of our file showed that he'd served time in San Quentin for armed robbery and ADW while trying to commit a robbery. We got out a local and an APB on him. We talked to Allison. He told us that as far as he knew, Kenton was planning to return to San Diego on the preceding night. He couldn't give us any information as to where Kenton had stayed while he was in Los Angeles. 2 p.m. We got a call from San Diego that they'd picked up Jack Kenton. 2:30 p.m. Frank and I checked out a trip car and left for San Diego. We checked in with Lieutenant Mort Gear when we got there, and he told us that Kenton had been seen returning to his home right after we'd contacted them. We drove out to his place and searched it, but we found nothing to tie him in with the murder in San Francisco. 8:30 p.m. We left San Diego and returned to Los Angeles. On the return trip, Kenton was sullen and refused to answer any questions. We took him to the city hall. 1:15 a.m.
Oh, lousy deal. You guys are trying to tie a bum rap on me, and you know it.
Do we?
Sure.
You ever do any big time, Kenton?
No.
Ever been in jail, huh?
No.
That's not what our record says.
Well, maybe a couple of tickets for traffic stuff.
Book says you served time at Q. How about that?
A couple of years, yeah.
Don't you figure that as big time?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Then why didn't you tell us about it?
Forgot.
You been in San Francisco lately?
No.
You sure?
I'm sure.
We got a rumble that you were up there around the first of the year.
That right?
Yeah.
Well, you tell your pigeon that he's not eating a fruitcake if he says I was up in Frisco.
A couple other people who say you're up there, too.
Yeah, who?
A couple of people.
Well, they're offering that, too, if they say that.
The officers say so, too.
How do they figure that?
They got an ident on your picture.
I was never picked up in Frisco. They got no picture of me.
We got a few.
So I done time out L.A.
Yeah, you did. When we get a mug, we ship a copy up north. They do the same.
That right?
That's right.
So maybe I'll be big about all this. Admit I was in Frisco around the first of the year. What's that proof?
What'd you do while you were up there?
Moved around. Went up for vacation.
What do you do for a living?
A little of everything.
What's that include?
Like I said, a little of everything.
What'd you tell the parole board?
I tell them I'm a contractor.
What do you build?
Whatever needs building. I'm versatile.
You're pretty smart, too, aren't you?
Look, I know my rights. I know that you know that I'm an ex-con. You know it as well as I do. But there ain't no PV tab on my card. I don't go around the corner without telling the board. You got nothing on me for that.
They know you went to San Francisco?
Yeah, like I said, it was for a vacation.
Where'd you live up there?
Well, hotel down on Geary.
How long were you there?
Maybe 3 weeks, month. Got a cigarette?
Yeah. Here.
Thanks. Thanks. What's this all about, anyway? What's the pitch with was I in Frisco?
You remember where you were last night?
Yeah, I was up here. I came up to see your friend.
Who's the friend?
I don't remember.
Where'd you see this friend?
Bar. Had a couple of drinks, and I went to a movie.
What bar?
I don't remember. Someplace downtown.
Over on Clanton, maybe?
Yeah, it could be. Like I said, I don't remember.
We figure it was the 617 Club on Clanton.
You know more than I do.
You were there with Sam Allison, isn't that right?
Allison? Don't think I know anybody by that name.
He says he knows you.
Allison? No, I don't think I know anybody.
All right, now let's come off it, Kenton. We know you were there. We were in the booth right next to you. We heard you talk about killing the woman in San Francisco. We heard every word you said.
Well, you must have been listening to somebody else. You got the wrong pitch all the way around. I wasn't there last night. I don't know any Sam Allison. I didn't kill anyone in San Francisco or any place else.
Bartender down there says he knows you. Says you were in the place last night. We saw you there ourselves.
You know, you guys ought to lay off that cheap booze. It's beginning to hit your eyes.
We got another witness that says you were there. He's willing to swear to it.
All right, so maybe I was. What's that proof?
Why'd you lie about it?
I didn't lie. I just forgot.
Maybe you forgot about San Francisco, too. Is that it?
No, I didn't forget about it.
You said you spent your time up north in the bar. Which bar?
Cookies.
Where's that?
On Kearney.
You got any way to prove you were there? Just Cookies?
Sure. Talk to Cookie himself. He'll tell you.
What's his last name?
I don't know.
You spend all this time with him, you don't know his last name.
Cookie, just plain Cookie. That's all you need to know to get a drink.
He ever done any time?
Not Cookie. He'll do almost anything to make a buck as long as he doesn't have to work for it. But he's never fallen that I know about. He's too busy watering the booze he sells.
You ever get down there Fisherman's Wharf up there?
Nope. Never left downtown.
And you couldn't have been down there on January 12th, now could you?
How do I know where I was on the 12th? I said I wasn't near the wharf. That means on the 12th, 13th, 14th, as far as you want to go. I don't know how else to say it. I wasn't down on Fisherman's Wharf. That where this woman got it?
Might have been, yeah. Doesn't make any difference, though. You didn't leave downtown, did you?
No, never left downtown. Geary Street for the hotel, Kearney Street for Cookies, that's all.
How about Land's End? Ever get out there?
Maybe if I write it out, maybe then you'll get what I'm trying to say. I was always downtown. I never left it. I didn't go to Land's End. I didn't go to Fisherman's Wharf. I didn't go to the tea gardens in the park. I never left downtown.
You're sure about that?
I've told you every way I know how. That's all I can do.
Yeah, well, there's something that doesn't jive here, Kenton. What's that? We got a call from San Francisco. They got a girl up there who was out on Land's End on January 15th. She says that she'll identify you as the man who killed the woman that night. She says she's positive.
Oh, that's why all this bit about was I someplace on January 12th, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Playing it real cozy, aren't you? Well, it won't work, cop. Thanks, but no thanks. I'm having none of it. Now, you guys go and try to figure some other way. You got nothing on me, nothing, and you know it. Now, if you're tired of playing games, either give me my walk-in papers or book me. I'm tired. I want to go to sleep.
The girl will be here in the morning, Kenton.
That's swell. I got to get my sleep then. I want to look real nice for her.
All right. Let's go.
You know, cop, that's one nice thing about the laws in this state.
Yeah?
I don't have to do a thing. Just sit and watch. You got to prove it. Any way you slice it, you got to do the work. I don't have to do a thing.
Yeah, that's right, Kenton. There's only one little difference.
Yeah?
We make you, and you got to do the time. Stand-up mugs made of him and sent to San Francisco. Kenton was booked at the main jail on suspicion of murder. 5:26 a.m. Frank and I checked out of the office and we went home. The next day at 1:30 p.m., we met with Captain Lorman of Homicide Division and talked over the developments with him. Together, we worked out a plan that we thought might work in getting Allison to admit to the murder. 4:15 p.m., we had Kenton brought from his cell in the main jail to the interrogation room at the City Hall. We talked to him for 2 hours. He'd admit nothing.
Well, where's your witness? About time she got here, isn't it?
She'll be here.
We should get this thing over with. I'm getting a little sick of playing ring around the rosy with you boys. Maybe you haven't got anything else to do, but I have.
All right, what's so important, Kenton?
Got a heavy date down San Diego tonight. This is Friday, isn't it?
That's right.
Real doll. Been trying to date with her for a couple of weeks. Finally made it. You guys think I'll be out of here by 6?
Depends on what the witness says.
How about a cigarette, huh?
Yeah. Here you are.
I got a match. Cops find anything in my house?
What do you mean?
When they went through it. Look, I've been through this before. I know the bit as well as you guys do. Fellow falls once, does some time. You cops never leave him alone.
You drink much, Kenton?
Hmm?
You drink much?
Yeah, I have a highball once in a while. What's the matter? Something wrong with that? You guys going to give me a lecture on the evils of alcohol?
No, just trying to figure out what kind of a guy you are when you're loaded.
Well, I'm a doll. Living doll. Put on lampshades, tell funny stories. Life of the party, that's me.
You ever have a crying jag when you've been drinking?
Nope.
Sure about that?
Yeah.
The way we got it says you get a couple of belts and you start to bawl. Now, how about that?
Whoever told you that's lying?
Seems pretty sure about it, this fellow.
You seem to have a lot of information from this fellow of yours. Who is the guy?
Friend of ours.
Yeah? He sure isn't a friend of mine. Got an idea who it is. Sounds a lot like my friend Sam.
That's so.
Yeah, old Sam, the working man's friend.
Rumble we got says you were with him the night before last, is that right?
Oh, yeah. This is the night you guys were in the next booth and heard all the stuff about me killing the old broad. What's this bit about a rumble? You know it and I do. You picked up Sam. He talked his mouth out to save his own skin. You guys are about as coy as a bulldozer. Why don't you come off it? You're not working with an amateur. I've been around for a long time. I know the angles. You guys got nothing on me. You got nothing because I'm clean. Just want to be big men. Got nothing else to do, so you decided to kill a little time by leaning on somebody. I happen to be around. I got a record, so I fit your program real pretty. Well, get off my back. I've had it. Now, either book me on suspicion and I'll sue you for every last dime you got, or let me go. I got a date I want to keep.
That's a nice try, Kenton. It won't work.
What do you mean?
All right, I'll lay out a few things for you. A woman was killed in San Francisco on January 15th. You were in town that day. You got a record for robbery and assault. Woman was robbed and then killed. You got blind one night and you talked all about it. You had a real crying jag, and you got worried. You talked about how everybody you saw looked like a cop. They all looked like they knew what you'd done, and they were moving to nail you for it. You got a real bad case of the bull horror. We got a friend of yours who says you could have been the guy. We got an identification from a girl who says you killed that old woman. She's on her way down here now. As soon as she sees you and makes it positive, you had it, mister. Now, that's where you sit.
You talk real convincing. Makes it sound like you really got something on.
We have, Kenton, and you know it. Let's check and see if that girl's here.
Yeah, well. Got a cigarette?
Yeah, here. Now, what's the matter, Kenton? You figure maybe we aren't giving you a snow job?
No, I know where I stand. I'm just getting a little worried that maybe this girl might make a mistake. Could happen, you know. It's happened before.
Yeah, right.
Sure, lots of times. You know, if somebody watches a thing like this, they aren't sure what they're really seeing. Some college back east proved it.
That's so.
He had a deal with one of the students pretending he was going to knock off the teacher. After he'd done it, all the kids gave a different story of what happened. It happens all the time.
Yeah. Well, if you didn't do it, then you got nothing to worry about, have you?
No, I suppose not. She says she saw the guy.
Yeah, that's right.
Came all the way down here to look at me, huh?
Yeah.
You figure she's here yet?
Should be. The plane landed an hour ago.
Mm-hmm. You say she identified my picture? She said I was the guy?
I didn't hear it. She just came in there.
That's him. That's the man. He killed her. I saw it. I'd never forget him. That's the man.
She's crazy. She's wrong. You know that, don't you? She's wrong.
Let him touch me. The man's a murderer. He killed the old woman. I saw him. Beat him to death. I saw him do it.
All right, lady. Okay,
Yeah.
fine.
All right, Miss Carter. You want to step outside?
Oh, yes, please. I want to get away from him. I don't ever want to have to look at him again.
How about it? I didn't see her. I didn't know anybody was around. I didn't mean to kill the old woman. I didn't. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, sure.
She wouldn't give me her purse. I followed her from downtown all the way out on the streetcar. Got out and followed her. Right by Sutro's, by the Cliff House. And I tried to take the money. She wouldn't give it to me. It's only about $30. Why didn't she give it to me? $30, it wasn't worth it to her. For $30. It'd been all right if that girl hadn't seen. I looked, tried to make sure nobody saw her. I didn't see her. I did.
You want to stay with him, Frank, while I get the stenographer?
Yeah, Joe, go ahead.
Okay.
Did it work, Sergeant?
Yeah, it worked fine.
Funny, I was scared stiff when I went in. Wasn't sure I could carry it off.
No, it worked fine. He copped out, admitted everything.
Well, if there's nothing else, I'll go on back to work.
Thanks, Della. Look, will you tell Cunningham and I'll give him a ring, will you?
Yeah. Say, Sergeant,
Yeah.
thanks for letting me help. You know, filing taxes and R&I gets a little dull now and then.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent. On August 17th, trial was held in Department 89, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. Jack Gerald Kenton was tried and found guilty of murder in the first degree. He is now serving a life sentence in the State Penitentiary, San Quentin, California. Sentence in the State Penitentiary, San Quentin, California. Sentence in the State Penitentiary, San Quentin, California. Sentence in the State Penitentiary.
Of you, Oliver.
I was very much in love with you, Carlotta. You were the most entrancing creature in the world.
I'm the one who ought to be in bed.
Oh, darling, it's so awful not to be with you every minute.
All right. If you think I've been lying to you all the time, you're going to get the truth now.
It's the first chance I ever got with decent society people to see my name in the paper with somebody that ain't mixed in your dirty politics. And if I miss it, you're gonna pay for it with everything you got.
Oh, Wayne, darling.
I want to sit next to Oliver. Oliver, where's Oliver?
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Bristol Myers, the makers of Sal Hepatica, famous laxative, and Minute Rub, modern chest rub, brings you Duffy's.
Hello, Duffy's, where do you late meet to eat? Archie, the manager's baking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Peter Lorre and Mrs. Corbett Wells in a talking bird. Huh? Mrs. Wells talking bird. Now, don't get excited, Duffy. It ain't Orson. Now, this bird you can shut up once in a while. Yeah. Well, you ought to see the bird, Duffy. It's wonderful. He talks, he whistles, he even sings. Huh? Well, you ought to see him. He's practically human. Huh? 4F. Yeah, he's got flat feet. Well, they call him a minor bird. He comes from the Malay Peninsula. Yeah, where the Malarians come from. Yeah. Yeah, Mrs. Wells found him in the jungle, you know, when he was just a little puppy. Huh? Well, what do you call a small bird? A gosling. Duffy, you kill me. A gosling is a Norwegian trader. Why, certainly. I'll call you back, Duffy. So long.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Duffy's. Come in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, Miss Duffy, Johnny Johnston, Paul Weston and his orchestra, our special guests tonight, Peter Lorre and Mrs. Corbett Wells Minor Bird, Raffles, and Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Harry, don't forget the announcement about the book, Duffy's First Reader.
Oh, yes, I'll make it now.
Yeah, orchestra, frame prep, please. Thank you. Go ahead, Harry.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, ever since Duffy's has been on the air, people have been asking why Archie hasn't written a book. Well, finally, it's happened. It has been written by the great genius.
Harry, please. Folks, he means it has been wrote. Monzel, watch your diction.
Yes, excuse me. Yeah, Archie has really wrote a unique book. It is called Duffy's First Reader, and there are chapters on mathematics, etiquette, history, and grammar.
Not to mention me autobiography.
That's right. And Duffy's First Reader is profusely illustrated.
And Harry, tell him it's got pictures, too.
Yes, pictures not only of Archie, but of the famous personalities who have visited Duffy's in the past. 48 pages of pictures and laughs. And all it will cost you, ladies and gentlemen, is the cost of postage and handling. In round numbers, 10 cents. That's all. Simply send your dime, no stamps, please, to Duffy's First Reader, Post Office Box 67, New York City, New York.
Hey, Mr. Archie, now, this talking bird, what do they call it?
They call it a minor bird.
Why do they call it a minor bird?
Well, Eddie, that is difficult for me to explain to one unfamiliar with the natural habitudes of botanology.
Oh, you don't know, huh?
Look, Eddie, I never talked on a subject of which I am ignorant.
Not that quiet, nobody could be. Tell me, why do they call it a minor bird?
Because it's a bird that ain't 21 years old.
What do they call the bird after it becomes 21?
Nothing. They die at 20. Would you like any more information, Eddie?
Yeah, keep it flying. Where'd you get all this stuff?
Well, don't forget, Eddie, that for a long time I was associated with the Explorers Club.
As a busboy.
Maid of the water, they call me. Naturally, working in an Explorers Club, it makes one practically an explorer oneself.
Well, I was a waiter at the Stork Club for 2 years. I ain't never had a baby. Well, what did this bird look like?
What does it look like? It looks like sort of one of them molted falcons. Only darker.
More of a chocolate malted falcon.
Yeah.
Say, Archie.
Oh, yeah, Miss Duffy.
Who did you say was coming down here tonight?
Peter Lorre and a talking bird.
A fine choice they give me.
What's wrong with Lorre? After all, he has all the requirements you demand. He's a man.
He's too short. I never go out with small men. It ain't sportsmanlike.
Well, he's short, but he's tricky. Anyway, what's wrong with short guys? Your own father is shorter than your mother, ain't he?
Well, they were the same height when they were married.
Yeah, well, I guess all that banging on the head has dwarfed him a bit. Look, Miss Duffy, can't you think of anything but men?
Sure I can. But why should I punish myself?
Say, Archie.
Yeah, Harry.
Mrs. Carveth Wells is here with a bird.
Oh, well, good evening, Mrs. Wells. We are indeed grafted by your humble presence here tonight.
Thank you, Archie.
Speaking of jungles, you know I'm an old-time hunter myself.
You are?
Yeah, many's the time I hunted elephants, lions, tigers, hyenas. Yeah. Eddie over there used to be me safari. Priceless, Eddie. Many's the time he has trekked me out of the jungle.
Which jungle?
What was the name of that one again, Eddie?
I'm sorry, this is the one you got to trek yourself out of.
Well, anyways, as I was saying...
Archie, can't we hear the bird talk for a change?
Say, that is a very good idea. How about it, Mrs. Wells?
All right, I'll take Raffles out of his cage.
Rather hear a bird talk than me.
Is that the bird doing that?
Raffles, whistle your favorite tune. Whistle your favorite tune. Whistle your favorite tune. Whistle. Whistle your favorite tune.
Better throw him a grape.
Whistle your favorite tune. Whistle. Now whistle My Country 'Tis of Thee, Raffles. Whistle My Country 'Tis of Thee. Whistle. My Country 'Tis of Thee. Whistle. Now, Raffles, you're going to whistle. You're going to whistle Hail, Hail, the gang's all here. Hail, Hail. Whistle Hail, Hail. Whistle really the song you like best. Whistle your favorite tune. Now, whistle your favorite tune. Yes. Now, what did Raffles, you're going to whistle your favorite tune again? All right. When you saw Duffy's picture, did you laugh? Raffles, what do you say to this pretty girl?
Hello, darling. Likewise, I'm sure.
When you saw Duffy's picture, did you laugh? Did you laugh? Now, Raffles,
that's a very bright bird.
Whistle your favorite tune. Whistle your favorite tune. Whistle your favorite tune. Well, that's fine, Raffles, but you're going to say hello, Jojo? Going to say hello, Jojo?
Say hello, Jojo.
Hello, Jojo.
Now, Raffles, change your voice.
Jojo.
Now, Raffles.
Hello, Jojo.
I know that you have a tune you like best of all. How about whistling the tune that you like best of all? Whistle, whistle, whistle. Whistle, Star Spangled.
Excuse me. Hello? Hello, Duffy. Yeah, the bird's here. Well, don't worry, Duffy, don't worry. I'm watching him. Yeah, besides... Anyhow, I got me hat on. Huh? What? No, Duffy, you're wrong. No, Duffy, it was not. Nah. I thought it was Gabriel Heater. Well, gee, Mrs. Wells, that was wonderful. Ain't there nothing this feathered quiz kid can't do?
Well, Raffles can't give you advice.
He can't, huh? Well, touche. We got a bird that can. Give, Bunzel.
Gladly, Archie. Ladies and gentlemen, one of these days you may wake up in the morning with that dull, headachy feeling that comes from the need of a laxative. And if it's a crowded day, or if you have special plans, you may be inclined to put off taking that laxative till bedtime, even though it means you'll continue to feel under the weather. Well, now that's not necessary. Simply take Sal Hepatica right away, for then Sal Hepatica brings gentle, speedy relief, in fact, usually within an hour. So you can see you don't have to wait till night to take the laxative needed in the morning, and don't have to go through the whole day feeling out of sorts. And this famous saline has an additional advantage.
Sparkling Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So tonight, or first thing tomorrow, get Sal Hepatica from your druggist. Remembering this, caution, use only as directed. Then any time you need a laxative, whether morning, noon, or night, see if you don't feel better faster when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
Hello, Archie. Oh, hello, Johnson. Look, Johnny, I've been meaning to apologize to you. You know, I've been a little rough on you the last couple of weeks, and I want you to know that I really think you're a great singer.
Oh, okay, Bud. Now, look, about this bird. It happens that, I'm the singer around here, and I don't like to see a bird cutting in on my racket.
Look, Johnson, it may be news to you, but them birds was in a singing racket long before you was.
Well, I want you to know that I'm not taking second billing to a crow.
Johnson, what is your song tonight?
Sunday, Monday, or always.
Sunday, Monday, or always. I notice you left out payday. Johnson, sing. You were very wise leaving out that payday.
Won't you tell me when we will meet again? Sunday, Monday, or always? If you're satisfied, I'll be at your side. Sunday, Monday, or always? No need to tell me now what makes the world go round. When at the sight of you, my heart begins to pound and pound. And what am I to do? Can't I be with you Sunday, Monday, or always? Won't you tell me when we will meet again? Sunday, Monday, or always? If you're satisfied, I'll be at your side. Sunday, Monday, or always? No need to tell me now what makes the world go round. When at the sight of you, my heart begins to pound and pound. And what am I to do? Can I be with you Sunday, one day or always.
That was very good. You know, we shouldn't really walk on you like we do.
Oh, that's all right, Arch. I'm like a rug, you know. I'm better after a good beating.
Why do I try to get friendly with this guy?
Hello, Archie.
Well, Finnegan, you're late. You missed the talking bird.
So what? We had chicken for dinner.
But you should have been here, Finnegan. This bird really talked words, you know?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Tell me briefly, what did he say?
Well, he said lots of things like take a bit, hello, Jojo, Rebecca, hello, Jojo.
Sounds like a moron to me. Where does this boy come from, Arch?
Well, he's the offspring of Mrs. Carveth Wells, the explorer.
Oh, I know quite a number of offspring explorers.
Finnegan, stop lying. What explorers do you know?
Oh, Dr. Presume.
Dr. Presume?
Yeah, Dr. Livingston, I presume.
Finnegan. The man's name was Stanley, I presume.
Miss Darcy?
What's the matter, Eddie?
Ooh, look here. The man has been sitting over in that corner. You know who he is?
Who?
Mr. Peter Laurie.
Oh, Mr. Laurie, it's a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you make the rest of the gang here look less gruesome.
Please, Archie, I don't want you to think of me as a horrible person.
Well, all right, I'll try not to then.
No, please think of me as a sweet, lovable man who makes certain people faint. Sort of non-musical Frank Sinatra.
Sort of a Frankenstein-atra.
Yeah,
but you don't scare me, you know. I work for a guy who makes you look like little orphan Annie.
Who is that?
Guy named Duffy. He's half ape.
What is the other half?
What?
What is the other half?
Ape. You should see him. He stands 5'6", sitting down on his stocking feet and has a neck that starts at his waist. Yeah, the guy's all shoulders. In fact, when he buys a suit, he only buys the coat.
Well, what does he do with the pants?
His wife wears them.
Oh, he sounds like a monstrosity.
Yeah, swell fella. Yeah, and he loves your pictures, you know. He's always so happy at the finish when you finally get the ghoul.
Oh, Archie, I'm very tired of that sort of picture.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, you know, I've been offered a radio program where I can be something different, entirely different. A children's hour.
Yeah, it sounds like a natural for you. Yeah. Good evening, kiddies. This is your Uncle Jack, the Ripper.
I'm serious, Archie. I've always loved little children, and I'm going to write this program for them myself. Oh, it's lovely. The first story, you know, is about a little boy and girl.
Little boy and girl, huh?
Yes, a little boy and girl, and they are late for dinner because on their way home from school, they have fallen into a concrete mixer.
Oh, the joys of childhood. Where is their parents?
Well, their parents would have been there, but they were strolling down a country lane and got their heads cut off by a windmill.
This will certainly get the kiddies to take their milk.
I think so, too, yes. You see, so the police tried to find their uncle, but Uncle is busy in the backyard having a barbecue. And what do you think is Uncle barbecuing, huh?
Auntie.
Oh, you read the story.
Well, it sounds pretty good, Peter. Maybe you can get some plasma company to sponsor it. But I like it.
Archie, do you mind introducing me?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Laurie. This is Miss Duffy, the daughter of the establishment.
You know, Mr. Laurie, you're even less repulsive in person as you are on the screen.
Thank you. I've never seen you on a screen, so I can't return a compliment.
Thank you. Can I ask you a personal question?
Yes, what is it?
Do girls go out with you?
Oh, once in a while.
How do they explain you to their folks?
They usually say, Mama, see what I'll marry if you don't let me go out with Joe?
Well, Mr. Laurie, don't feel too bad. Remember, any girl who would go out with you isn't worth having anyhow.
Look, Miss Duffy, I don't want to break up this courtship, but why don't you show Mr. Laurie around the joint? Entertain him.
Maybe I'll sing to him.
That kind of horror even he couldn't stand. Listen, take him over and show him the bird. Leave them amaze each other.
Okay, come on, Mr. Laurie.
Hey, Mr. Archie?
Yeah, Eddie.
Crime on the premises.
Crime? What happened?
Somebody has stole a sandwich.
Perish forbid. From where?
From the free hors d'oeuvres counter.
But I just put up a sign. Free hors d'oeuvres. Do not touch. What a rat. Swiping a sandwich marked free hors d'oeuvres. Even a cop wouldn't do that.
What's the matter, Archie?
Well, Funzel, we got to conduct an investigation. You know, CX, a cross-examination.
Oh. Well, I'll be very happy to tell you all I know.
About the sandwiches?
No, about Minute Rub.
Listen, Funzel, will you please tell me how Minute Rub fits in here?
Well, in the first place, Minute Rub is one of the two fine products that make it possible for our listeners to hear Duffy's. And in the second place, if any of those listeners are suffering from aggravating cold symptoms, their noses are stuffed up and that they have that aching feeling in their muscles, Minute Rub fits in perfectly. Simply do this, ladies and gentlemen. Get yourself some Minute Rub, modern chest rub, right away, and massage it briskly on your back and chest. That's all you do. Then even before you finish, you'll feel a gratifying sensation of warmth as Minute Rub gets to work. Begins to soothe the discomfort and tightness caused by your cold.
And Minute Rub at the same time gives off active menthol vapors that help relieve that congested feeling in your nose and throat.
Nationally famous Minute Rub is greaseless and it's stainless, too. Seems to disappear as you rub it on. So get after those annoying cold symptoms with this modern chest rub that takes only a minute to use. Only a minute to start bringing welcome relief. Minute Rub.
Mr. Laurie. That brings us up to date in the case of the missing salami.
Yes?
We gotta find the crook now. Are you willing to take the case?
Frankly, Archie, it doesn't quite intrigue me.
Well, why not?
Well, you see, in the movies, the scene is usually more gruesome. You know, bodies on the floor and...
Bodies on the floor. Finnegan. Finnegan, lay down.
Oh, that's too gruesome.
Too gruesome, huh? You better lay face down, Finnegan. Now, leave us start the cross-examination and grill some of these rats. And, Mr. Laurie, out of courtesy to you as our guest, I think you're the first rat we should grill.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, Laurie, now come clean. Where was you on the night of tonight?
Well, I came down here to Duffy's.
For what reason?
Well, I was out of my mind.
Out of your mind, huh?
The logical man to eat the sandwich.
Eddie, please, this is a criminal investigation.
It sure is. It sure is.
Now, my dear Mr. Lowry, can you explain the location of your whereabouts during the misdemeanor of the sandwich?
Well, when the sandwich was stolen, I was sitting on that chair next to the free hors d'oeuvre counter listening to the bird sing songs.
Sitting next to the counter listening to the bird, huh?
Yeah. But as you see, when I sit in this chair, I cannot possibly reach up to the sandwiches.
Well, that eliminates you. Next witness.
Me?
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just call me Mr. D.A. Take the stand, please, for the third degree.
Oh, let me do this, Archie, please. Miss Duffy, where were you born?
223 and a half 3rd Avenue, 6 blocks from the Navy Yard.
He just asked you for your birthplace, not your hobby.
Now, Miss Duffy, were you ever convicted of a crime?
Oh, just once, a minor traffic violation.
And what was the violation?
Necking on an intersection.
Is that illegal?
Yeah, we weren't in a car.
Corpus delicti, huh? Proceed, prosecution.
The prosecution rests and needs it.
Well, if we only had some clues. Eddie.
Yeah.
Eddie, take the stand. Say oyes 3 times.
Oyes.
Okay, the court is now in season. Eddie, do you recall the exact day that the salami sandwich was made up?
I think it was Labor Day. Yeah. Must have been Labor Day because the previous Easter, everybody said, these sandwiches must be left over from Christmas.
What year was that?
Well, I remember Roosevelt had just been elected.
Yes?
And everybody said, Teddy's going to make a wonderful president.
Well, thank you, Eddie. Next witness, Clifton Finnegan. Now, tell me, Finnegan, did you steal the sandwich?
Doc, I got a lullaby.
You mean an alibi?
No, a lullaby. I was asleep in the chair.
Well, that dismembers you, Finnegan. Laurie, I'm stumped.
Well, there's only one thing left to do. Cherchez la femme.
Huh?
Cherchez la femme. Find a woman.
No, Laurie, leave us get the case solved first. Never can tell about these little guys.
Hey, Archie, I have an idea. What about that lady, you know, the bird that whistles the Star-Spangled Banner?
The Star-Spangled Banner? Europa. The case is solved.
Who done it, Arch?
Just a second. Mr. Laurie, your alibi was that you were sitting down and so couldn't reach the sandwich.
Yes?
Mr. Laurie, are you or are you ain't a patriotic citizen?
I am.
When the bird whistled the Star-Spangled Banner, what did you do?
What,
I'll tell you, you stood up and stole the sandwich. Peter Laurie, you're guilty. Justice has trumped. The case of the stolen salami is solved.
Well, it's time to leave Duffy's for the evening, but let's all meet here again next week when our guest will be Ida Lupino. And remember to obtain your copy of Duffy's First Reader. Address your requests to Duffy's First Reader, Post Office Box 67, New York City. Send $1 to cover cost of handling. No stamps will be accepted. That's Post Office Box 67, New York City. In the meantime, if you have a cold...
Remember Minute Rub.
If you need a laxative...
Remember Sal Hepatica.
And if you have a half hour next Tuesday evening at this same time, remember...
Duffy's where the elite meat to eat. Archie speaking. Hello, Duffy. Yeah, that's right. Next week, Ida Lupino. I'm going to ask you to help me get Duffy's First Reader scenarioized for the movies. Well, Duffy, by the way, have you sent away for the book? Well, why don't you? It's only a dime. Well, send in a dime to Duffy's First Reader, Post Office Box 67, New York City. Huh? You'd rather wait till it comes out in a cheaper edition. Okay, good night, Duffy.
program came to you from Hollywood. This is the Blue Network.
Do you really believe in the perfect murder?
Yes, absolutely. On paper, that is. But I doubt if I could carry it out.
Oh?
Why not? Well, because in stories, things usually turn out the way the author wants them to, and in real life, they don't.
You're trying to blackmail me into murdering your wife?
A few minutes' work, that's all it is. £1,000 in cash. Goodbye, dear.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Denis Day.
In your eyes and the spell of your smile.
Denis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Luster Cream Shampoo. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Denis Day Show with Bea Benaderet, Dink Trout, George Dooning in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Denis Day. Here's Denis to sing Hair of Gold, Eyes of Blue.
I came down from Butte, Montana for a little change of scene and a hay where I met a pretty queen. Oh, hair of gold, eyes of blue, lips like cherry wine. The prettiest gal I ever knew, and I'm gonna make her mine. Oh, I planned to leave on Monday, but she held me kinda tight. So I held the ground and hung around, and I left on Friday night. Oh, hair of gold, eyes of blue, lips like cherry wine. The prettiest gal I ever knew, and I'm gonna make her mine. I was kind of blue and lonely, so I took my horse and pack. And on Sunday morn was up and gone, heading south and riding back. Oh, hair of gold, eyes of blue, lips like cherry wine. The prettiest gal I ever knew, and I'm gonna make her mine. Hair of gold, eyes of blue, lips like cherry wine. The prettiest gal I ever knew, and I'm gonna make her mine.
Ladies, what's your complexion problem?
My skin's so dingy.
Mine's oily.
My skin's dull, coarse-looking.
For a lovelier complexion, you must stop improper cleansing. Instead, use Palmolive soap the way doctors advise. Leading skin specialists have now proved the Palmolive plan, using nothing but Palmolive soap, can bring fresher, brighter complexions. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care. Now, here's what these doctors advise.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap. Massaging for 1 minute with Palmolive soft, lovely lather. This cleansing massage brings your skin Palmolive soap's full beautifying effect. Rinse. Do this 3 times a day for 14 days.
It's that simple. But remember, 36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advise this way for 1,285 women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, normal, young, older. And prove this plan using Palmolive alone, nothing else, really works for 2 out of 3. So for a lovelier complexion, forget all other beauty care. Instead, do as these doctors advise. Use Palmolive for a fresher, brighter complexion.
For loveliness all over, use big, thrifty bath-size Palmolive in your tub or shower.
Our young hero, Dennis Day, is a lad who learned in his early boyhood to smile in the face of adversity. And judging from the life he's led, he's been smiling constantly ever since. But even he doesn't seem able to muster up a smile tonight. For you see, his girlfriend Mildred has gone to visit her grandmother for a week, and our young hero is taking her absence mighty hard. We find him now pouring out his woes into the most sympathetic little ear in the Anderson household.
Gee, I don't know what to do with myself. Seems like she's been gone 2 months instead of 2 days.
Now, buck up, my boy. We're going to have some fun tonight. I'm taking you to our club smoker.
Oh, thanks a lot, Mr. Anderson, but I don't smoke.
You might when you see Tassels Latour, the red-headed ball of fire.
Huh?
She's a bubble dancer.
A bubble dancer?
Sure. You know, girl who dances with a bubble.
Can't you get a feller?
Of course she can. But there's some men who'd rather watch her dance with a bubble.
Gee, well, I guess it takes all kinds to make a world.
Yeah. Not that Tassels is going to do her bubble dance at our club dinner, of course. We just hired her to sing a few songs because she's the only professional entertainer we could get.
Oh.
But she's something to look at. Oh, my quivering soul and body.
Oh, gosh, how does Mrs. Anderson feel about letting you go to a club smoking when there's a woman like that present?
Oh, it makes no difference, Poopsie. She wouldn't let me go whether Tassels was there or not.
But I thought you just invited me.
Well, sure. You see, you're part of my alibi.
I am?
Yes. I told Poopsie that you and I were going over to John Campbell's tonight to see the pictures he took on his fishing trip.
Yeah?
And John handed his wife the same story, that he was coming over here.
Boy, you got quite a head on those little shoulders.
Ah, sure.
You're absolutely safe as long as Poopsie doesn't get together with Mrs. Campbell.
Yes, and that's hardly likely. Gosh, I hate to lie to Poopsie, but, well, gee, a fella's got to enjoy himself once in a while. My home's the happiest in the whole world, but occasionally I do get a little,
Stir crazy?
Certainly not. You don't imagine I think of my home as a prison, do you? Why, that thought has never entered... Yes, Warden. Yes, Poopsie.
What's the Campbell's phone number?
The Campbell's number? Why, what do you want that for, passion girl?
Well, since you and Denis are going over there tonight, I thought I'd ask Mrs. Campbell to come over here.
Oh, no, that's... well, they haven't got a phone, Poopsie. Have they, Denis?
No, the telephone company took it out, Mrs. Anderson.
Took it out? What for?
Unnecessary jiggling.
What?
Oh, it's the truth, Mrs. Anderson. I happened to call up Mr. Campbell about an hour after their phone was removed, and he told me all about it. He said that...
Denis.
Oh, yeah, I see the hole in it now.
There's one just like it in your head. Now, step aside. Operator, I want Mrs. J.H. Campbell on Wilton Boulevard, please.
Oh, I'm dead.
What did you say?
He said she's dead.
Who's
dead?
Oh, Mrs. Campbell, they're holding the wake tonight for men only.
Are you crazy? I passed her on the street this afternoon.
Did she wave?
No.
See?
Denis, stay, will you? Oh, hello. Is Mrs. Campbell in? Mrs. Clara Anderson. Oh, she'll be back in an hour. No, don't bother. I'll call her then. Goodbye. So Mrs. Campbell is dead, is she?
Oh, I made a mistake. I make them now and then.
Well, you'll never top the one your mother and father made.
Well, at least you got a little reprieve, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, but what good is it? In an hour, she'll talk to Mrs. Campbell, and then... Oh, I remember once before she caught me in a lie. She bowled me out for 2 days solid.
It must have been awful.
Yeah, of course, I was only able to hear her the second day.
Gee, what are we going to do?
Denis, I have it.
Well, enjoy it. You haven't much time left.
I mean, I have an idea. Listen,
Yeah.
if we could get some woman to call up Poopsie and say that she's Mrs. Campbell,
Yeah.
all our troubles would be over. We'd have her tell Poopsie that she was busy.
Yeah, then neither of them would ever know the truth.
And I know just who we can get to do it, too. That spinster around the corner who has such a crush on you, Miss Baker. Will you ask her, Denis?
Gosh, I'm scared to go near that woman.
Why? You can handle her.
She always handles me, and I'm ticklish.
Nonsense. She's old enough to be your mother.
Sure, and she looks like my father, but that doesn't stop her. Oh, well, I'll do it for you, Mr. Anderson.
Yeah. Oh, why, Denis Day. Oh, you darling little bundle of oomph, you. What brings you here all of a sudden, and who cares?
Hello, Miss Baker.
Don't stand out there in the cold, dark street, dear boy. Come into my warm, dark living room. Sit down, you gorgeous thing, here on the couch beside me.
Well, okay, but you sit down first.
No, you first.
Oh, no. Last time I sat down first, and quick as a flash, you were under me, and I was sitting on your lap.
Yes, I know. And let's see if I've lost any speed, huh?
Oh, no. Gee whiz, you get me so embarrassed.
Oh, you goose, you. And tell me, does that little girlfriend of yours, Mildred Anderson, know you're here?
Oh, no, ma'am. She's out of town.
Aha! When the cat's away, the mouse will play. Well, I want you to think of me as something any little mouse would just adore.
I always have.
Oh, thank you. Now, what seems to be on your mind? I guess I've made mine pretty obvious.
Well, Mr. Anderson and I are in trouble, Miss Baker. You see, we told Mrs. Anderson we were going over to the Campbells tonight, but actually we were going to the Club Smoker.
Why, you dog.
Well, anyway, we just want you to call Mrs. Anderson and say you're Mrs. Campbell, and then tell her you can't be with her tonight. Would you?
Well, if I do this for you, what will you do for me?
I knew you were going to ask me that question. I want you to know I'm totally unprepared for it.
Would you take me out on a date some night?
It's a deal.
Oh, you dream doll, you. Oh, I'm going to live.
Yeah. Now, you're sure you know what to do?
Yes. I call Mrs. Anderson, say I'm Mrs. Campbell, and that my husband...
Oh, Miss Baker, what's the matter?
Just saying I had one made me all goose pimply.
Please, we have to hurry.
Well, all right. Oh, my goodness, see what you do to me. The blood is just racing through every inch of my body.
Oh, it's probably just trying to get the trip over with. Here's the phone, Miss Baker. Go to work.
We'll continue our day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing I'm Sorry, But I'm Glad.
I'm sorry, but I'm glad you're lonesome. 'Cause if you weren't, you really wouldn't care. I'm so glad you haven't any peace of mind or another heart to share. I'm sorry, but I'm glad you're crying, all because your dream fell through. But if it makes you feel a little better, I'm crying and I'm lonesome too. I'm sorry, but I'm glad you're crying, all because your dream fell through. But if it makes you feel a little better, I'm crying and I'm lonesome too.
Well, Mr. Anderson's story to his wife that he was visiting Mr. Campbell's house tonight seems to have been a highly successful fabrication, thanks to a phone call from Dennis's friend, Miss Baker. We find him now with Denis and Mr. Campbell at the Club Smoker, which seems to be in full swing.
So the farmer looks at this fella and he says, "No, by cracky, not till the price of corn goes up."
Oh, that's a killer, Campbell. Oh, that's the best I've heard all night. Dennis, didn't you like that story?
Oh, sure. Wait till I figure it out. Will you hear laughing?
You had to bring him, I suppose, Anderson.
Well, he's a good boy. Besides, it makes my wife less suspicious.
Yeah, we sure fooled him with that story of being at each other's house, didn't we?
We sure did. Hey, you know, sometimes I think women are pretty stupid.
Oh, sure. No question about it. Men are much smarter than women on the average.
Not till the price of corn goes up.
Of course, now and then you run across a case that drives the average way down.
Yeah. Say, look who's coming over to our table.
Wow, Tassel's Latour. Must have heard me whistling at her while she was singing, huh?
Hello, fellas. Having a good time?
You bet, Miss Latour.
I'll say.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Your singing was just wonderful.
You wouldn't kid a young girl, would you?
Oh, no, ma'am. Or you either.
Pay no attention to him, Miss Latour. He isn't hep like us.
Yeah. Hey, you're J.H. Campbell the banker, aren't you?
That's me. Nobody draws interest like I do.
Thought I had you spotted. Mind if I sit down?
Park it right on my lap, lady. I love my wife, but oh, you kid.
Gee, how smooth can you get?
There we are, baby. Comfy.
Perfect. Okay, Dave, snap it.
Right, hold it. A perfect shot. Thank you.
Hey, did that fella...
Oh, sure thing, Cuddles. My press agent needed a shot of me sitting on the town's most prominent lap. Well, publicity, huh?
Publicity? Why, you...
Oh, see you tomorrow morning on the front page, J.H. So long.
Oh, no. No.
Hey, that's a good one on you, Campbell. All she wanted on your lap was a picture.
Oh, yeah? Have you forgotten you were sitting right next to me? What'll your wife say when she sees it?
Oh, my sacred Aunt Sally's polka dot antimacassar. What are we going to do?
My wife will leave me.
Mine will leave me lying there. Dennis, think of something, for heaven's sake.
Yeah, anything.
Well, we told Mrs. Anderson we were going to look at pictures of Mr. Campbell's fishing trip. Let's tell her that this was just one of the pictures he took on the trip.
On a fishing trip? How do we explain Tassel's Latour?
Live bait?
I'm afraid not. Wait a minute. By George, I think I've got it. That photographer is a newspaper man, right?
Well?
And a newspaper man can't resist a story, right?
Well, what of it?
Well, in 5 minutes, there's going to be the biggest fight and riot in history right across the street in Clancy's Tavern.
Oh, boy, can we see it?
See it? You're going to be in it.
Huh?
Don't you get it? We go over and pick a fight with a couple of guys. John stays here, and in 5 minutes, he starts yelling, "Riot! Murder! Big fight across the street!"
Yeah?
Sure. The photographer runs over to take pictures, and we grab his camera and smash it into an unrecognizable pulp.
By that time, we'll be kind of hard to identify ourselves.
It's our only chance, don't you see, Dave?
Sure. Come on, Dennis. Now remember, John, 5 minutes.
Boy, all the trouble I'm getting into over this thing. I might just as well be in the same position as you fellas.
Don't be silly, Dennis. Tomorrow you will be single, but our trouble never stops. Pretty quiet in here tonight. You see anybody we could pick a fight with?
Hey, how about those two over there?
Where?
In the corner, see? One of them's putting on her lipstick.
Now, don't be silly. This has to be a real struggle.
Yeah, I guess they do outweigh us.
Hey, look. Those two big Marines over there. Now, that's more like it. Huh? They look like murderers. Are we in luck?
Yeah, some days everything goes just right.
They're perfect. And, if one fights, they'll both fight. Men in uniform always stick together.
Yeah, but couldn't we wait for a couple of Western Union boys?
Oh, no. This is it, then. Now, go ahead. I'll be right behind you.
Gosh, I don't know how fights start. I've always been single. Well, here goes. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Oh, yeah? You and who else? Huh? Just try it, that's all.
Oh, mister.
Come outside and call me that.
Well, what are you talking about anyway?
Put your hands in front of your face and keep them there, pal. I'm going to hit you right in the stomach.
Hey, what is it?
Come on, fight.
I don't want to fight.
I thought so. Marines. Seagoing bellhop. That. What a crummy branch of the service.
Yeah, you said it. I've been trying to transfer to the Navy for years.
Huh?
Sure, the Army and the Navy got it all over us Marines.
Oh, yeah? Well, I think the Marines are the best outfit in the world, and I'll lick anybody who says they aren't.
Well, now you mention it, I have met some pretty nice ones.
Keep off my side, will you?
Look, it's getting kind of late, Sonny. I'm due back at the base. See ya, huh?
Hey, wait, please. Couldn't you throw a chair at us or slug us with a bottle or something? Couldn't you, huh? Huh?
Look, kid, take a tip. Hereafter, lay off the torpedo juice. It'll shrink your brain. Even yours. So long, Buster.
Gee, I'm sorry, Mr. Anderson.
Well, it wasn't your fault, Dennis. Well, it's all over now.
Yeah, looks like that picture will be in the paper tomorrow, all right.
Yes, and when Poopsie sees
There's
it...
the fight, just like I told you. What a mess. Guns, knives, nice furniture, blood. Look, it's murder?
Yeah, yours and mine, first thing in the morning. Good morning, Dennis.
Good morning, Mr. Anderson. Well, has she seen it yet?
No, but she'll be down any minute. And then our marriage will be over forever. And it was such a beautiful relationship, Dennis. We were Tristram and Isolde, Romeo and Juliet all over again.
Yeah, when you weren't Lewis and Walcott.
Oh, we had our little differences, but we always patched them up until this. This is the end.
If we could only keep her from seeing the paper...
It's no use. She'll ask for it first thing. She always does.
Yeah, but maybe we could tell her that...
Shh. I hear her coming.
Good morning, Herbert. Dennis.
Good morning, Mrs. Anderson.
Good morning, my dear kind wife, who is merciful and sweet and kind and smiles no matter what happens.
What's this nonsense now? Have you the morning paper, Herbert?
Oh, there is no morning paper this morning, Mrs. Anderson.
No morning paper? Why not?
A big paper shortage sprang up last night.
What could cause such a sudden paper shortage?
Too many people rubbing instead of blotting.
Very funny. Now, let's have the paper.
You wouldn't want to see it, dear.
Yeah, the news is awful.
Oh, there was a big flood down south, a terrible flood.
Florida is now located off Boston.
You just couldn't stand the news, Poopsie. Hurricane kills millions on West Coast. Fire destroys Canada. Earthquake levels the whole Far East.
Little Abner floods dog patch with schmooze.
Now, you can stop this silliness right now. I want that paper.
But, Poopsie...
It's no use, Mr. Anderson. We've lied enough. It's time now to tell the truth.
What?
Mrs. Anderson, lies and trickery and deceit are foreign to my nature when I see they won't work. Your husband wasn't at the Campbells last night. He was at the Club Smoker.
The Club Smoker?
Yes, the picture in the paper tells all.
In the paper? Give it to me.
Now, dear...
The only picture here is of someone named Dave Collins, Tassel Latour's press agent.
Huh?
It says his taxi was in an accident late last night, and all his camera equipment and pictures were destroyed.
What? You mean if this fool hadn't opened his mouth, you never would have known? Oh, no.
Herbert Anderson.
You'll have to wait your turn. Dennis J.
Oh, wait. No, Mr. Anderson, please. This isn't like you. Wait, you're not your daughter or your wife, you know. You I can lick. Wait, stand back. Help, don't do that.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing In the Still of the Night. But first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, you can see this come true, revealed by a luster cream shampoo. You'll see your hair lovelier, your wave or curls softer, more glamorous, easy to do quickly. Even in hardest water, luster cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, easier to manage, brilliant with sheen. Don't wait. Tonight, use Luster Cream Shampoo. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty, magical cream. Discover why it's by far the top favorite cream shampoo. Get the big jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, you can be a...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
From the musical score of Rosalie, here now is Denis to sing Cole Porter's In the Still of the Night.
In the still of the night, as I gaze from my window at the moon in its flight, my thoughts all stray to you. In the still of the night, while the world is in slumber, oh, the times without number, darling, when I say to you, you love me as I love you.
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, Your Beauty Hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Dentists know what cleans teeth best, and over 4,000 dentists say Colgate tooth powder with a 2-minute routine gets teeth sparkling and super clean. So, to remove dull film and get your teeth shining clean, just brush teeth 2 minutes morning and night with Colgate tooth powder. Brush inside, outside, and biting surfaces. Always brush away from the gums. See how quickly this gets teeth naturally bright. It removes dull film that improper brushing misses. And Colgate tooth powder also sweetens your breath. Try it. Buy Colgate tooth powder today. This is Vern Smith reminding you that Dennis Day returns again next week, same time, same station. Join us then, won't you? Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Major Reisman, you are ordered by Allied Command to select 12 general prisoners, convicted by courts-martial and sentenced to be executed or serve lengthy prison terms for murder, rape, robbery, and other crimes of violence. And you will deliver them secretly behind enemy lines in France to undertake a mission of sabotage that could change the course of the war. The 12 men will be known as the Dirty Dozen.
Lee Marvin as Major John Reisman.
There's a little of Major Reisman in every man, says Marvin. Tough and unyielding, yet compassionate. I think it's the best role I've ever been asked to play.
You've all volunteered for a mission which gives you just 3 ways to go. Either you can foul up in training and be shipped back here for immediate execution of sentence, or you can foul up in combat, in which case I will personally blow your brains out, or you can do as you're told, in which case you might just get by.
Now you hold it right there. This war was not started for your private gratification, and you can be damn sure that this army isn't being run for your personal convenience either.
Ernest Borgnine as General Warden.
I'm tired of seeing generals portrayed as desk-bound pen pushers, says Borgnine. So I've played Warden as a rough professional soldier.
Robert Ryan as Colonel Everett Dasher Breed.
There were officers like Breed, says Ryan, who could never suffer the rules broken or even bend a little.
Major Reisman's compliments, sir.
Tell him what it's for.
You prefer to be captured or destroyed?
Jimmy Brown as Napoleon Jefferson.
Jefferson is any man fighting for recognition against the odds, says Brown. I think I understand him pretty well.
The hell is this?
John Cassavetes as Victor Franco.
Says Cassavetes. Franco is a petty hoodlum forced to heroism by circumstances beyond his control.
We go on that mission, we all get killed. That's what they want. That's what they want.
Trini Lopez as Jimenez.
He's crawling with hate.
Charles Bronson as Vladislaw.
The last guy in the world you'd expect to be a hero.
Telly Savalas as Archer Maggot.
Maggot is a maniac, says Savalas. His religious fanaticism can never be moderated or quelled. It is a constant danger.
Clint Walker as Samson Posey.
An Indian with war paint smeared on his soul.
Push him!
Train them. Excite them. Arm them.
And turn them loose on the Nazi High Command.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber McGee and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax, Johnson's Car New, and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Several times before, a few of the special protective finishes that the makers of Johnson's Wax have developed and are making for implements of war. I don't believe I included one very important group of these finishes, paints, enamels, and lacquers. When you think of a ship or a tank, you normally think of heavy steel plates. When you think of a large shell, you think of a steel casing. But to get these implements into the war in proper condition and to fight the battle against rust and corrosion requires millions of gallons of protective paints, enamels, and lacquers. Johnson's paint finishes are helping to protect the surfaces of ships, tanks, shells, mortars, hand grenades, life rafts. The list is very long. The finishes are made to meet the rigid specifications of the Army, Navy, Marine Corps, and Maritime Commission. When the war is over, these paints and enamels will be back doing peacetime protective service. In the meantime, any manufacturer having a finishing problem for any piece of war equipment is invited to write S.C. Johnson & Son, Racine, Wisconsin. Ladies and gentlemen, we present a man who is a born leader with his chin. A man who knows nothing of fear, who knows nothing of caution, who knows nothing, period. But here, on his way to learn something from a numerologist, we find Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Hey, here's the numerologist's place right here, Molly. Must be up over this barber shop.
Ratty-looking place, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it always amazes me, dearie, that all these people who set themselves up as prophets never look like they made any.
Well, why look into the future just to see yourself starving to death? That'd be silly. Come on, it's time for my appointment.
Are you sure this man is a numerologist, Magee?
Sure, why?
Well, he ought to be an astrologist.
Huh?
40 more steps and he'd be within 10 feet of the moon.
I'll bet this is going to be a turning point in my life, Molly.
Oh, dear, you've had so many turning points already, you'll go down in history as Whirling Fibber Magee.
How do you do? I am Professor Cypher. Please to come in.
Now, look, Bud, my name is...
Please, do not annoy me with trifles which I already know.
You know?
Certainly. You are Fibber Magee and wish to consult me because your life is out of harmony with the numerical vibrations of the universe.
Well, my gosh, you hear that, Molly? He knew who I was and why I came.
Well, you made the appointment in your own name, didn't you? Then why should you come to see a numerologist? To get your tires recapped? I'm not particularly bowled over, dearie.
Perhaps when the lady sees the result of this interview, she will change her attitude toward the ancient science of the Egyptians.
I bet you will at that, Prof.
The only Egyptians I ever saw were mummies. If this undertaking is anywhere near as good as theirs, I'll buy it.
Please to sit down. Thank you. You may smoke if you wish, madame.
Thank you, I don't smoke. The cheaper vices don't appeal to me, sir.
Well, let's get at it, Prof, old sock. What have I got to do to vibrate 8 to the bar?
Mr. Magee, in every living person's life force, there is an immutable, unchangeable, unalterable pitch, a vibration.
That's what I've been telling him, Professor. All he has to do is get in there and pitch.
For each person, his fortune depends upon how closely he is attuned to his vibration. If he is in harmony, good luck and health, wealth and happiness will flow about him. I will advise you to change your name.
Huh? Change my name?
That's ridiculous. Why? He changed mine, and what good came of it?
Change my name to what, Prof?
Now, let me see. Where is my chart? Ah, yes. I would say perhaps 5 letters in the first name one middle initial, and 5 letters in the surname. That would be 11. A prime number with no common divisor, but 1.
That's the stuff. We want no common ordinary divisors in our name, do we, Denis?
Well, what name would you suggest, Bud?
Well, for the first name, how about Homer? A fine old name in the classic tradition.
Homer, huh?
Yeah.
Homer. Sounds like a pigeon.
Doesn't seem quite right to call him Homer when he never gets to first base.
Yes, Homer will do splendidly for the first name. Now a middle initial. Say K. That's the 11th letter of the alphabet. And how about Frink for the last name? Homer K. Frink. Splendid.
Homer K. Frink. Hey, that ain't bad. Sounds kind of distinguished. Well, come on, Mrs. Frink.
Don't call me Mrs. Frink. You can be Homer Frink if you want to, but don't include me, dearie.
Oh, well, you'll come to it when you see how successful I'm going to be. How much I owe you, Pop?
$10, Mr. Frink.
$10?
He's been called a lot of $10 names in his day, Professor, but none like Homer Frink.
Madam, this is probably the greatest investment he has ever made. A mere $10 to lay the foundation of a fortune. For believe me, when he goes out into the world as Homer Frink, with his vibration attuned to his rightful destiny, he'll regard the paltry sum of $10 as pitifully inadequate.
Well, I'll bet I will at that. Well, here you are, Prof.
Thank you.
Good day, Professor.
Good day, madame.
Ah, boy, oh boy, oh boy. Homer Frink. Homer K. Frink. In tune with the universe at last. Lady Lux, here I come. No more fumbling and stumbling.
Look out, Magee, the stairs. Magee, are you hurt?
No. Of course not. Thanks to Homer Frink. If I'd have still been Fibber Magee, I'd have busted my clavicle. Oh, my God.
Frink. Mrs. Homer K. Frink. No, I won't have it.
What's the matter, Molly? What you muttering about?
Magee, I don't want to be Mrs. Homer Frink.
Well, that's a distinguished name. I know a big newspaper woman in Chicago named Frink, and she's one of the finest...
I don't care. I'm satisfied just to be Mrs. Fibber Magee. And goodness knows why.
You haven't given Homer Frink a chance yet. I guess the professor knew what he was doing when...
Well, hello there, Johnny. Hello, Dyer. Where are you bound for?
Oh, hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
And don't call me Johnny, you hear, old-timer? Call me Homer. Or Mr. Frink.
Okay, Frank.
Not Frank. Frink. It rhymes with... Well, never mind what it rhymes with.
What's the idea, Johnny? I mean Frank.
I got my name changed by a numerologist, old-timer. With my new name, Homer Frink, my numbers are all in harmony.
He vibrates.
He does? Stand still a minute, Johnny, and let's see. See, he does at that. Quivers like a E-string.
It's just excitement over having his numbers in harmony.
Papa was in the numbers racket once, but he couldn't get into harmony with the police.
Well, this is different. This is a scientific thing.
I don't know about that, Homer. I knew a fella changed his name, the result was horrible. It was awful.
Yeah?
For a while, it looked like he'd do all right. Then his luck went bad. Wouldn't be surprised to see him get hung or shot any day now.
Oh, my. What was his name before he changed it?
Schickelgruber. Well, I gotta be running along, kid. Gotta buy my girl Duffy some nuts. She's trimming a hat.
Trimming a hat?
What does she want the nuts for?
To put on the hat, daughter.
Don't be ridiculous, old-timer. What kind of nuts can you trim a hat with?
Forget me. Well, see you later, daughter. So long, Homer.
Forget me nuts. That old muzzleloader not only don't know what it's all about, he don't even suspect. Come on, Molly. I want to see a couple of guys downtown on a business deal. Going to try my luck at Homer Frank.
Oh, McGee, I wish you'd give up this foolishness. I always go along with you up to a point, but this one is too sharp for me.
You just keep stringing along with me, baby, and you'll wear diamonds. You've been a good kid. And one of these days you'll be proud to be Mrs. Homer Frank. How'd you like to own a big castle in Southern California?
Oh, my, that'd be simply Duffy, dearie. I can hardly wait to see the happy peasants trampling out the orange juice.
Well, don't you be surprised if
Oh,
sometimes...
look, McGee, here comes Mrs. Uppington.
Uh-oh. Get a load of that strut. You think she'd get tired of following herself around?
Now, behave yourself. Abigail's a fine woman. Oh, hello, Abigail, darling. How nice to see you.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Miss McGee?
If you don't mind, Mrs. Uppington, please address me as Mr. Frank. Homer K. Frank.
I beg your pardon?
Yes, he's had his name changed by a numerologist, Abigail. Oh. He now vibrates in walk time, but I'm sitting this one out.
I done it for luck, Duffy. Homer K. Frank has got the right number of letters to make me harmonize with the universe. You see, everybody's personality has got what you might call a different wavelength. And the professor says...
Oh, I see. Is yours a permanent or just a finger wave?
Well, either way, it's enough to curl your hair.
Okay. Scoff if you want to. Be right. But one of these days, mark my word...
Do you mean to say, Mr. McGee...
Frank.
Do you mean to say, Mr. Frank, that you believe this preposterous nonsense? Are you that superstitious?
Oh, indeed he is. He never even lets anyone throw a hat on a bed. My cousin Stetson came to visit us from Peoria once and had to sleep standing up for a week.
Okay. Have your fun, girls. Have your fun. But any scientist in the world will tell you that every living thing is regulated by vibrations, by the cosmic rhythm, by the waves.
Oh, really, Mr. McGee? I must tell my sister. She'll be so pleased.
Is she a scientist, Abigail?
No, she's a wave. Goodbye, Mr. Plunk.
Trouble with Uppington is she won't admit anybody knows anything but her. She's narrow-minded.
Well, give her credit, dearie. It's the only place she is narrow. Look at her walking down the street there.
Yeah. If she was taller and better looking, she'd be high, wide, and handsome. Well, let's go, Molly. I want to get these guys.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello there, Molly. How are you, Fibber?
I'm fine, Junior, but I'm not Fibber.
Well, that's... Huh?
I says I'm fine, but I'm not Fibber McGee. Like you evidently mistakenly think I am, evidently.
Yes. You have the dubious pleasure of speaking to Mr. Homer Frank, Mr. Wilcox. No relation to Benjamin Franklin or Franklin D. Roosevelt.
I don't get it.
Well, you see, Junior...
No, please. Let Molly explain it. I'm confused enough.
You were born confused, son.
Well, Mr. Wilcox, he went to a numerologist and got his name changed. He is now in tune with the universe, which isn't so hard right now because the universe is slightly off-key.
I vibrate to the right numbers now, Junior. I got rhythm.
Well, for anybody with as big a brass section as you've got, pal, it's a good thing. But I'm glad everybody doesn't believe in that stuff.
Why, Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, Molly. You shouldn't have ever asked him of that. That's like asking the insurance salesman what he's got in that briefcase.
Well, what I mean is, wouldn't it be silly of us to change the name of, say, Johnson's Car and You, for instance, when it's so well known and liked everywhere as the automobile polish that cleans and polishes in one easy application?
See what I mean?
Why, when a name means as much to car owners as Johnson's Car and You does, why, you'd as soon break a leg as change it.
Mm-hmm. You almost broke an arm reaching for that one, Junior.
But he's right, dearie.
Certainly I'm right. Why, if we changed the name of Car and You, how could motorists know what to ask for when they wanted a product that was so thoroughly time-tested and customer-endorsed? A polish that's so simple and easy to use that a child could do it. That you simply apply, let dry, and wipe off with a soft cloth to get practically a showroom finish on your car. No, sir, we won't change the name of Johnson's Car and You.
Well, look, Junior, I wasn't suggesting it.
It's no use, Fibber. It's no use. The Johnson people would never hear of it, and I don't blame them.
Doggone it, Johnson. I says I was...
No, 1,000 times no. Carnew it is, and Carnew it stays. And Racine is going to be pretty sore when I tell him you wanted to change it, too. Of all the ridiculous, stupid, fantastic ideas, to change the name of Carnew, why, that's silly.
Your cosmic rhythm seems to have missed a couple of beats, dearie.
Shucks.
If Mr. Wilcox tells the scene you want to change the name of Carnew, your luck is really due for a change. And I don't mean good.
Doggone it, I didn't want to change any names. That guy's got 7 silver cups. He's one jumping to conclusions. I didn't mean to...
Gee, look.
Huh? Where?
Right ahead of us, there's a man lying on the sidewalk.
Oh.
Maybe he's ill.
Oh, looks kind of familiar, too. Oh. Hey, that's Wimple.
Wallace Wimple.
Did I hear someone call my... Oh, hello, folks.
Hi, Wimp. What's the idea laying on the sidewalk?
Just self-defense, Mr. Magee.
Oh.
I thought I saw Sweetie Face coming down the street.
Yes, but how would lying flat on the sidewalk help in that case?
Well, she told me she was going to slap me wall-eyed as sure as I was a foot high.
Well, you're safe, Wimp. She ain't anywhere around here.
Thank you, Mr. Magee.
And the name is Frink, Wimp. Homer K. Frink.
Oh, how do you do? Have we met someplace?
Well, Mr. Magee has changed his name, Mr. Wimple. A numerologist told him to, for luck.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Well, I've got to hurry and meet Sweetie Face. She'll be horribly angry if I'm late.
What's the rush, Wimp?
Well, I'm meeting Sweetie Face at the Marines' pistol range.
Oh.
She's going to show them how she shoots a cigarette out of my mouth with a .44 pistol.
Oh, my goodness. Isn't that dangerous, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, no, silly girl. I never inhale.
Tired of walking the streets. Let's go home.
No, well, okay. I'll start out early tomorrow and test out my new name. Let's cross over here.
No, Magee. The red light is on. We have to wait for the green.
Oh, come on. We're not yokels. There's hardly any traffic. Here, take my arm.
All right, and the first truck to come along will take the other.
Hey, where do you think you're going? What's the idea of jaywalking? Don't you know it's against the law to cross on the red light?
Yeah, but gee whiz, officer.
Stop arguing. What's your name?
My name is Molly Magee.
Magee, huh?
Yes.
And a fine old name it is, too, McCushler.
Yes, indeed.
And what's your name?
Who, me? Oh, I'm Homer Frink. Homer K. Frink.
Well, never let me catch either one of you. What did you say your name was?
He said it was Frink. Homer K. Frink.
You don't say. Now, don't go away for a minute. Hey, Hennessy! Yeah? Call the wagon. I got Homer Frink.
Play away.
Hey! You can't take him away in the wagon for crossing against the light.
I should say not.
That's the least of the things this bird is wanted for, lady.
Huh?
Homer K. Frink. Wanted in 7 states for arson, murder, bank robbery, forgery, swindling, parole violation, and bigamy. Keep your hands up there, Frink.
Now look here, officer.
Shut up, you, or I'll take me stick to you. All right, make room there, all of you. This man is dangerous.
He is now.
I am, too. I will be if this big baboon don't stop acting silly. Now, you look here, officer.
Quiet. Here comes the wagon.
Gee.
Don't false move now, Frink.
Now, look, I didn't. Hey, Molly, get a lawyer. Call the mayor. Get me identified.
Don't worry, dearie. I'll straighten it all out. I'll see you later.
Don't leave me. Take your hand.
I got plenty of nothing.
Oh, I got plenty of nothing, and nothing's plenty for me. I got no cars, got no mules, got no misery. Oh, the folks with plenty got a lock on their door. Afraid somebody's going to rob them while they're down and making more. What for? I got no lock on the door. That's the way to be. They can steal the rust from the floor. That's okay with me. All the things that I prize, like the stars in the sky, all agree. I got plenty of nothing, and nothing's plenty for me. Got my gals, got my lord, got heaven the whole day long. Got my gals, got my lord, got my changed since that woman come to live with him. How he changed. He ain't cross with chillin' no more. And ain't you hear how he invests all the time singing in their room? I tell you that dog is Oh, I got my gal, I got my soul, got heaven to hold it long. You complaining? Got my gal, got my Lord, got my soul.
That's ratted for the 49th time I'm telling you I'm not Homer Frank.
Yeah, we know.
And get that spotlight out of my eye.
Leave me talk to him a minute, Chiefy.
Clancy, put down that rubber hose.
Yeah, put that down.
You know them things is ration, Clancy.
You guys are going to be sorry for this. When I get hold of the mayor, I'll...
Shut up, Homer.
Now, what were you saying about that stick-up in Boston, Homer?
I didn't say nothing about a stick-up, and you just...
Maybe you'd like to tell us about that jewelry deal in Florida, that Chicago job he pulled.
That ratted, I tell you, I never... what's the use? All right, you guys. You want to hear about my Chicago job, do you? Well, I'll tell you about it.
Now you're talking sense, Homer. Write this down, Clancy.
Okay, Chief.
All right. So it was in the fur warehouse, see? I come in late at night, see? Must have been around midnight. $500,000 worth of furs in there, not a soul around.
How'd you get in? Through a skylight?
Skylight, he says. What do you think I am, crawling through skylights? I come in the front door.
Oh, had a key made, huh?
Sure, Chief. Homer's no punk. He knows his stuff. Now, let's see. Entered front door.
First thing I done was lock the door behind me, see? Then I took a good look around with me flashlight, see? Make sure there was nobody hiding no place, see?
Don't talk so fast, see? Look around. Nobody hiding. I got it.
All right. So the next thing I do, I ease over to the storage vault. It's locked, but that don't stop me, see?
It don't?
Nah. I got the combination all wrote down. I hauls it out of my pocket, opens up the vault, and strolls casually inside.
What a nerve.
It was nothing. I picked me out a bale of tables over in the corner.
Bale of tables for the safe phone.
Drags a flock of ermine wraps over next to it.
Pile of ermine.
Curls up on it and takes me a nice long snooze.
You what? You lay down on all those furs and went to sleep?
Sure. I had to sleep sometime. I was the only night watchman they had. That was my job in Chicago.
For the... Frank, I got a good notion to poke you right on the cell and throw away the key.
Oh, yeah? Well, I know my rights, and you can't hold me here incognito like this.
You don't mean incognito, Homer. You mean incommunicado.
I never know such a thing, neither. Incommunicado is a fruit that grows in California.
Them's avocados.
I thought avocado was a kind of a run on the piano.
That's obligado.
Len doggone it, what's incognito?
Incognito's when you use a different name.
A different name? I could think of a different name for guys like you every 2 seconds for the next 400 years. And believe me...
Right in here, Doctor. Magee, dearie, are you all right?
Oh, sure, I'm fine. Nothing wrong with me but that a short walk out the front door of this joint won't cure.
Yeah. Well, I brought Dr. Gamble to identify you, dearie.
Oh.
We'll have you out of here in no time.
Yeah.
Hello, Chief. Hello, Magee. Say, you got a mighty high color there, my boy. Been yelling your head off again, have you?
Of course I've been yelling. These flatheads are...
You know this guy, Doc?
Yes, I'm afraid I do, Chief. Magee, I've told you repeatedly about watching your blood pressure, about losing your temper. If you blow up someday like a nickel balloon and pop, don't say I didn't warn you.
How much you going to charge me for that? I didn't ask you to come down here, and if you think you're going to send me a bill for medical advice or that...
Magee.
Oh, I don't pay any attention to him, Mrs. Magee. I've warned him so many times about his blood pressure.
Yeah, at $3 a warrant.
Well, if you can positively identify this bird as Magee, Doc, we'll have to turn him loose.
And about time, too. I'm going to sue every one of your cops for false arrest and malpractice. There's going to be so many stars flying around here, it'll look like a planetarium.
Be quiet, Magee, quiet.
Well...
How are you going to identify him, Doctor?
Well, if he has a birthmark or something.
He wasn't asking you. You bull-necked, cow-faced stir
Magee!
I can identify him all right. Take off your shirt, Magee.
Doggone it, Doc, I hope I never meet you at 14th and Oak Street. I never seen you yet. I didn't have to take off something. What for this time?
Appendicitis scar. I operated on you, remember? Yeah, it won't prove anything, Doc. Too many people got appendicitis scars.
Not like mine. This ham-handed pill roller gave me a scar that if I ever have my face lifted, it'll show over my collar. There, you see?
Okay. If you guarantee this guy isn't Homer Frink, Doc, you can go.
I guarantee it. Come on, Magee.
Mind if I put my shirt back on first? That's just a suggestion, of course.
I don't know why they ever made such a ridiculous mistake in the first place.
He said he was Homer Frink, lady. Look at this circular. Homer Frink is wanted for everything but the shooting of Dan McGrew. How'd you happen to pick that name?
He didn't. The numerologist gave it to him. Professor Cipher.
Professor Cipher?
Yeah, why?
He's my brother-in-law. Huh? I gave him one of these Frink circulars yesterday.
Why, of all the dirt... You mean he deliberately... Magee, where are you going?
I'm going to go back and see that professor. Print up another circular, Chief. Fibber Magee wanted for murder.
A piece of good quality linoleum lasts? I suppose that's a hard question to answer because for one reason it depends upon how much wear it gets. But it depends upon something else even more, the care that's taken of it. If you protect it regularly with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, it will actually last 6 to 10 times longer than if it were unprotected. The tough film of glow coat acts as a shield, guarding the linoleum itself from wear. That same film of Johnson's glow coat gives the linoleum great beauty, keeps the colors looking like new. And, of course, glow coat is self-polishing. It needs no rubbing or buffing, so it takes practically no work. There are still some women who clean their linoleum by the old-fashioned scrubbing method, which is really harmful. Now, if you're one of these, you'll find Johnson's glow coat easier, more economical, and a great help in these days when we all need to make our things wear longer.
I was so worried when you ran out of that police station.
Yeah.
I thought you were really going to get that, Professor Cipher.
Yeah, I would have, too. But it took me 40 minutes to cross 14th Street, and by that time I cooled off.
Why couldn't you cross?
I was seeing red and couldn't tell when the light changed. Yeah. Good night.
Good night, all.
The parts of Wallace Wimple and the old-timer were played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to join us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You got the dough. Get out. Now, wait a minute. You don't know me. I don't know you. You don't like me. I don't like you. But this is strictly a business proposition, and you stand to make at least $25,000. Bulger!
Bulger, here. Put that gun away. Put that gun away. And throw him out.
Now, wait a minute.
Throw him out. Throw him out.
Out. D.S. Agawapo. D.S. Agawapo. D.S. Agawapo.
That's the bathroom.
What do you suppose I thought it was? The Bank of England?
Well, where are you going now?
You'll find out.
Are the stars out tonight?
I don't know if it's cloudy or bright, 'cause I only have eyes for you, dear. The moon may be high, but I can't see a thing in the sky, 'cause I only have eyes for you. Yes, I only have eyes for you.
All right, Jimmy, the show's on and I'm in. All you got to do is get me a personal, private interview with Horace P. Hemingway.
Is that all you need?
Listen, I'll walk out of there with enough money to finance Ben-Hur with solid gold horses. And she loves all the stitches in his flannel breeches, the girl at the ironing board.
What do you go for? Go see a show for? Tell the truth. You go to see those beautiful dames. Here's the
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
The Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody with Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoffa, the Martins, and Al Goodman's orchestra. It's Texaco time.
Say goodbye, that old bird must have known that tonight he and I would be under the moon alone. Maybe I'll find a new love, that's what I should do. But the wise old owl in the old oak tree says,
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that master magician who, with a few magic waves of his tongue, changes an ordinary Wednesday evening into a night of mirth and merriment. Yes, Pagoda, here he is, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you, Jimmy, for that flattering, for a change, introduction.
Well, don't mention it, Fred.
I won't, Jimmy. I promise you. Give me my word, I won't mention it. Say, by the way, what was that irrelevant word, that crept in, that begorra you had in the announcement on the...
Oh, I just threw in a little Irish dialect. I'm trying to get ahead.
Oh, and you feel this begorra will advance you artistically?
Well, he's Certainly, why not? Last week, all Kenny Baker did was say senor. He called it a Spanish dialect, and Prado. He was acting in the sketch.
Yes, Kenny was in the sketch. Of course, any acting he did was purely coincidental.
Well, Kenny made an extra $5, and look at me.
What about you?
Since I started working for you, I've lost 10 pounds.
Well, if you try walking up to the microphone when the commercials come up, instead of racing Larry Elliott over here to get to the mic, you would still be buxom and rosy. What a pair of announcers you guys are. You both sleep through the whole show with happy smiles on your faces, each dreaming the other guy has got laryngitis. Now pick up your begorra and go away. I have never...
Say, Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen.
Yes, Kenny, what's the trouble? Why, what's all excitement?
Well, do you see what I see?
Do I see what?
Look in front of the orchestra at Mr. Goodman.
What's wrong with Goodman?
Mr. Goodman isn't Mr. Goodman. He's a phony.
Now, don't be silly, Kenny. It must be Goodman. No one would stoop so low as to impersonate Goodman. Say, Mr. Goodman.
Somebody is calling Guy Goodman. See what I tell you, F.A.?
Well, I'll be... Who are you, mister?
The name is Fosdick Feinschreiber.
Fosdick Feinschreiber?
But tonight, for one night only, I am I. Goodman. By special request, I am making like an imposter.
Well, where is Mr. Goodman?
Tonight, for one night only, I. Goodman is not disposed. I. Feinschreiber am for Goodman filling in.
Why, it's uncanny. Do you know that you talk just like Goodman?
Why not? In night school, who is Goodman's English teacher?
You?
Who else? Yours truly, Fosdick Feinschreiber.
Well, I tell you, we're a little stuck tonight. Now, do you think you can handle Mr. Goodman's dialogue?
If I can lift it, I can handle it.
Fine. Now, what about the music? Can you lead the band?
Don't worry. This Goodman is explaining.
You know how to start the orchestra, of course.
To Feinschreiber, this is nothing. Goodman is giving me this little stick with full instructions.
Oh, you...
Feinschreiber is slapping the stick on the stand, 1, 2.
All right. I'll try you out. I'll give you the cue.
Feinschreiber is on top toe.
And with our emergency conductor, Fosdick Feinschreiber, poised, we turn to the latest news of the week.
Feinschreiber is making 1, 2.
The Texaco News presents its highlights from the world of news. New York City, New York. Mayor Fiorello H. LaGuardia, reviving his anti-noise campaign, directs police department to rigidly enforce traffic regulation, prohibiting excessive sounding of automobile horns within New York City limits. Texaco News interviews the man in the street to get his reaction to ban on automobile horn blowing. First, a traffic policeman who explains the automobile horn ruling is Officer Pierce Drumgoole. What is the general idea of the law, Officer Drumgoole?
Well, the mayor is trying to denoise the city.
Oh, I see. Is there a law against blowing automobile horns?
Section 48 of the police traffic regulations says...
Section 48 says what?
A driver shall not sound the horn of his vehicle except to warn an animal or a person in danger.
Oh, in other words, if I'm driving along and I see a man in the street...
You can blow your horn once.
And if I'm going along and I see a dog in the street...
You can blow your horn once.
Well, suppose I'm driving along and I see a man with a dog. Now, do I blow my horn twice?
Is the dog walking?
No. No, the man is carrying the dog.
You can blow your horn once.
Well, but a man and the...
Only the man is walking. You blow your horn once.
I see. Well, do you think New York has cut down on the noise any?
It certainly has. It's so quiet down by the Fulton Fish Market, you can hear a fin drop.
You don't say.
The mayor's given Long Island 10 days to get rid of that sound.
Well, tell me, Officer Drumgoole, why is the mayor trying to get New York so quiet?
Well, confidentially, The mayor is expecting word from Washington any day.
Oh.
If there's too much noise, he's afraid he won't hear it.
That explains practically nothing. And thank you, Officer Pierce Drumgoole. A motorist who resents the anti-automobile horn ruling is Lorenz Bumble. You are against this horn edict, Lorenz.
In the final analysis, who is it that pays? It's the motorist.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, a guy buys a car. The car's got to have a license, he pays.
Well?
Then the guy's got to have a license, he pays.
Well,
Then he's got to take out insurance, he pays again.
I know.
If he drives too fast, it's a ticket, he pays.
Yeah.
If he goes too slow, he's congesting traffic. It's another ticket, he pays.
Yes,
If he's standing still, it's a parking lot, he pays. Today he can't even blow his horn, he pays.
Well, you feel that...
It's like I say. In the final analysis, who is it that pays? It's the motorist.
Well, do you drive a car, Lorenz?
No.
You don't?
Not no more, I don't.
Ah, you have given up motoring?
Thanks to my willpower and a certain loan company, today I am a pedestrian.
Congratulations on being on your feet again, and thank you, Lorenz Bumble. A young lady who has reacted to all recent New York City legislation is Miss Bianca Gristle. You are interested in the anti-noise campaign, Bianca?
Only as a source of inspiration.
Oh, I see. Well, what is your work?
I am poetess laureatess to the mayor, personally.
You write poetry?
I write only poems about Mayor LaGuardia.
You do? Well, how do you get your ideas?
I simply buy the morning paper, see what the mayor is up to, sit down and write a poem about it.
Oh, you neat. Well, when did you start your municipal rhyming, Bianca?
I wrote my first poem the day the mayor was elected.
You don't say. What was your poem called?
Greeting to City Hall, or Pardon the Intrusion, I'm the candidate from Fusion.
And you've been writing about the mayor ever since?
A poem a day. I've composed over 2,500 Mayor LaGuardia poems.
Well, what are some of the titles?
I laid a cornerstone I know not where.
Yeah.
A red-hot rivet flew from his hand.
Very good.
My sandhog helmet is a size too big.
Oh, excellent. But tell me, Bianca, what have you done about the mayor's anti-noise campaign?
As usual, I have written a poem.
And how does your poem go?
Hark to the hushing from the Battery to Flushing. Silent and still is Manhattan. Girls and boys have stopped making noise. Jitterbugs have muted their scatting. Ashmen, pianissimo, empty their cans. You can't hear the purr of a kitty. No auto horn honks from downtown to the Bronx. All is calm and tranquil in our city. So hark to the hushing from the Battery to Flushing. We hope the mayor is joking. For minus its sin, its hubbub and din, you can't tell New York from Hoboken.
Thank you, Miss Bianca Grissom. Starting this week, the police department is going to test the sound volume of all horns used on taxicabs and city buses. When decibel limitations are officially imposed, instead of the raucous horns we have been hearing, like this, we will probably have automobiles chasing us off the streets with horns like this. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker with Maestro Feinschreiber at the podium sings for us Frenesy.
Some time ago, I wandered down into old Mexico. While I was there, I felt romance everywhere. Moon was shining bright, and I could feel
laughing voices in the night. Everyone was gay. This was the start of the holiday. It was fiesta down in Mexico, and so I stopped a while to see the show. I knew that Tennessee meant please love me, and I could say Tennessee. A lovely senorita caught my eye. I stood enchanted as she wandered by, and never knowing that it came from me, I gently sighed Tennessee. She stopped and raised her eyes to mine. Her lips just pleaded to be kissed. Her eyes were soft as candle shine. So how was I to resist? And now without a heart to call my own, a greater happiness I've never known, because her kisses are for me alone. Who wouldn't say Tennessee? Who wouldn't say
Kenny.
Quiet. Not so loud, brother. Quiet.
Who's making that noise? I was just complimenting Fosdick and Mr. Baker on their song. Oh, it's you down in the first row there.
Quiet, please. I gotta concentrate.
Concentrate on what?
On my car standing out in the street getting colder every minute. And if I don't keep my routine for starting it running through my mind, I'll never get the crate going.
Oh, you mean you have memorized the method of starting your car?
Yeah, it goes like this. Let me concentrate now.
Uh-huh.
1, 2, 3, put in the key. 4, 5, 6, turn till it clicks. 7, 8, 9, the engine prime. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, press the starter, hope she'll go. Hibbity, bibbity, sibbity, sab. Give it up and take a cab.
Well, say, if your routine always comes out that bad, maybe you ought to stop concentrating altogether, mister. So what do you think about it, Larry Elliott?
Well, Fred, starting your car in wintry weather and driving under all kinds of road conditions does call for concentration. But why not choose a gasoline with flexible, surging power that makes your job behind the wheel easier, requires less concentration despite the weather? Try Sky Chief, Texaco's different premium gasoline. Sky Chief starts your car quickly without irritating delay, puts you in a pleasant driving mood right off. Next, you don't have to put up with that fussing and sputtering that engines often go through before settling into stride. And when you throttle down, there's less chance of stalling, less need for shifting. That means fewer distractions to interfere with keeping your mind on driving and your eye on the road. Yes, Sky Chief's smooth, flexible power helps lighten driving tasks. It's your Texaco dealer's luxury gasoline for those who want the best, yet it costs no more than other premium fuels.
Maestro Feinschreiber's a little busy. He didn't want to turn around and take a bow. You know, some of those orchestra leaders' suits have no fronts on them. You'd think they're bashful, but it's really... But Maestro Feinschreiber and his ragamuffins of rhythm have just played Song of India. And now, oh, hello, Portland.
Hello.
Well. Look, I'm sort of... gosh, my rubber heels have started again. Look now, Portland, I'm so... Doesn't take Kenny long to get it, does it? Look, I'm sort of busy now, Portland. If you could...
Well, I brought these for you.
Yeah? What?
These pamphlets. They're from the motorboat show.
Ah, yes, the motorboat show. The annual regatta with the water siphoned off.
Mama and I thought it was wonderful.
Oh, well, you should have been there last Friday night when the mayor officially opened the show and threw out the first stowaway. That was the night.
Oh, it was exciting today. A man ran out of one exhibit and said a boat was missing.
Really? Mm-hmm. Some shiplifter, I suppose, was in there.
Well, I don't know. They sent for the police.
Well, good. If I see a guy walking around with a hot cat boat, I'll call them up.
Yes, I'm keeping my eye open, too.
Well, tell me, what kind of boats did you see at the show?
Oh, all kinds. Yachts, sailboats, canoes, and those boats with a name like Drinking Soup.
What boat sounds like drinking soup?
Slurps.
Slurps? Oh, you mean sloops. Sloops, not slurps.
Well, doesn't sloop sound like drinking soup?
Oh, no, not to me. Sloop sounds more like a plunger letting go. What other boats did you see?
Those southern sailboats.
Southern?
Those yawls.
Yawls, you mean? Southern sailboats, yawls.
Well, that's what I said.
Really? Your ears are doing your mouth a dirty trick. But tell me, how long did you stay at the motorboat show?
Well, not long. Mama got seasick and we had to come out.
Your mother got seasick at the motorboat show?
Oh, yes. Mama used to get sick every time the showboat came on the radio.
She doesn't like the sea, hey?
Mama can't look at two good humor men together.
Why not?
The whitecaps make her seasick.
The whitecaps on the good humor men. Well, why is your mother so afraid of the sea?
When Mama was a little girl, she lived on a houseboat.
And something happened?
Yes. One day, Mama's father forgot he was on the houseboat, and he went down cellar.
And he couldn't swim?
If he could, he didn't.
Well, no wonder your mother, it wouldn't be worthwhile to fish him out just for that line, would it? Well, no wonder your mother is water shy. But enough about the mater with the water for the pater. Who is our guest tonight?
Do you remember the young man who started the dog walking service?
I certainly do.
Well, he has a new dog service now.
What sort of a service?
You'll have to ask him. Mr. Allen, meet Mr. Nelson Elliskew.
Well, good evening, Mr. Elliskew.
Oh, good evening, Fred.
It's certainly nice to see you again. Do you remember when we last broke English here at our microphone?
Oh, yes, Fred. I was on your program about 3 years ago.
Well, time has indeed been kind to you, Mr. Elliskew. You look a bit more mature, and I might add, exceptionally well.
Oh, thank you.
Do you note any change in me? How do you think I am holding up, Mr. Elliskew? Come, man. Let's face it. Does my head look like something you'd expect to see peeking out of an oxygen tank?
Well, your eyes do look a little baggy.
Well, it's nothing, really. My eyes are just putting on a little weight, that's all. But enough about little old bubble optic me. I'm anxious to hear about this new dog service of yours. Now, first, what is the name of your organization again?
The Canine Country Club.
The Canine Country Club. That's a swanky name, all right. And what was the original purpose of your enterprise?
At first, it started out merely as a dog walking business. But now we're equipped to offer a complete service for dogs.
What are some of the things you do for man's best friend?
Well, we exercise dogs, train them, and give them hospital care when necessary. We also bathe your dog or give it a shampoo and pedicure.
What you are really running is a combination Hound Union League Club and beauty parlor, isn't it? How many clients are you catering to at the moment?
We have about 50 or 60 regulars.
50 or 60. Well, does a dog have to show a certified pedigree to be eligible for your service, or can any old mutt get in?
No, our clientele is not restricted, Fred. We'll take care of any dog.
You don't solicit the two-legged variety of household pet, do you?
How do you mean?
Well, I thought occasionally a Park Avenue family might, hire you to take their playboy son out for an airing. Some of those cafe lizards ought to be walked around in the fresh air occasionally.
I'm afraid we don't go in for that.
Well, it might prove a lucrative sideline for you. I heard of one playboy who hadn't seen daylight for 10 years. And finally, one day last week, he had to get up early in the afternoon to see his draft board. Well, sir, he stepped out into the street and saw that big yellow thing blazing up in the sky and the light all around. He shook his head and said, "What won't those Democrats think of next?" But, I digress, Mr. Elliskew. What is this new dog innovation of yours you have installed?
It's our latest and most popular service, Fred. We call it Doggy Dinners.
Doggy Dinners? You have opened a collie cafeteria? A spaniel snack bar?
No, we prepare meals to order for your dog and deliver them freshly cooked to your door.
Canine cuisine a la carte, eh? Well, say, that's some service. Do all of the animals get exactly the same meal every day?
No. Each animal gets a diet specially prescribed for him.
Oh, you mean Oscar of the Waldorf stops in and checks on the gastronomic idiosyncrasies of each pooch?
No. Our doctor prescribes the kind of food your dog should have.
I see.
We start feeding him according to the doctor's orders. Every 2 weeks we weigh him to make sure he isn't getting too heavy or losing weight.
Is the doggy dinner the same every day in the week?
No. It's a healthy meat and vegetable mixture that's varied regularly. One day we serve lamb, the next day beef, the next day fish, and so forth.
You never prepare a doggy dinner Chinese style, do you? You know, kennel ration chow mein or seat of trousers fuyang?
No, Fred. Our meals are always cooked the same way, except that on Thursdays, when the dogs get garlic in their food.
Oh, I'll bet many a curbstone romance is broken up on Thursday. Well, this has been a mighty enlightening interview, Mr. Elliskew, and your doggy dinners are without doubt the most unique caloric service in the country today.
Thank you, Fred. They seem to be very popular with dog owners here.
Say, have you ever thought of catering for other household pets? You know, putting up meals called fishy feeds, or pussy potluck, tiger tiffin for Frank Buck, or mousy mess for Disney?
No, Fred. We just concentrate on our dog customers.
Well, you might go a step farther and branch out in the dog game.
How do you mean, Fred?
Why, you ought to start a flea service. You could put up a little meal called Flea Feast.
Why, I'm afraid it would be rather difficult to build up a flea business, Fred.
Why, it's very simple, Mr. Elliskew. All you have to do is start from scratch.
Oh, good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, Mr. Nelson Elliskew. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Martins rush over from the Roxy, all made up, where they are, that's a nice coat you have on there, Hugh. You like that coat? You know, yeah, you see.
What can I say?
See, a coat will get a hand. You wouldn't give a coat a sleeve, but you would give a coat a hand. Well, these fancy coats, you know, you don't get moths in a coat like that. Butterflies or better is the worst. But the Martins sing for us before rushing back to the Roxy out of breath. They sing "Skip to My Lou."
Skip, skip, skip to my Lou, skip, skip, skip to my Lou, skip, skip, skip to my Lou. Put on your Sunday, go to meeting, and I'll take you by the hand. If you will be my dancing partner, we will dance to beat the band. So join the promenade and lead the big parade. And if you don't get home at all, your pa will understand. So choose your partner, skip to my Lou. Choose your partner, skip to my Lou. Choose your partner, skip to my Lou. Skip to my Lou, my darling. Flies in the buttermilk shoe, shoe, shoe. Flies in the buttermilk shoe, shoe, shoe. Flies in the buttermilk shoe, shoe, shoe. Skip to Maloo, my darling.
I'll be glad to go with you, Christy, do not tarry. But if I do, it's up to you to let me dance with Harry.
Skip to Maloo.
Johnny.
Skip to Maloo.
Charlie.
Skip to Maloo. Skip to Maloo, my darling. Skip to Maloo. Skip to Maloo. Lock my partner. Skip to Maloo. Lock my partner. Skip to Maloo. Lock my partner. Skip to Maloo, my darling. I'll find another one prettier than you. I'll find another one prettier than you. I'll find another one prettier than you. And go to another party.
We'll fly away to a neighboring state. I don't care what my friends say. We'll dance and sing till broad daylight and won't get home till Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Skip, skip, skip to Maloo. Skip, skip, skip to Maloo. Skip to Maloo.
Give my regards to the doorman at the Roxy, kids.
Ahoy there, me hearty. First mate baker reporting, Captain Allen. Shall I reef the scuppers and furl the binnacle now, sir?
Why, Kenny, where did you pick up that nautical jargon? You sound as salty as a pretzel.
Oh, those are just some words I learned at the motorboat show.
Oh, were you down at the motorboat show, too?
Yeah. And boy, did I have fun climbing over those boats, weighing the anchor, boxing the compass, climbing into the cow's nest.
Well, not cow's nest, Kenny. Crow's nest. They don't have cows on boats.
This was a Jersey boat.
Well, the motorboat show... the motorboat show certainly made an old salt out of you in a hurry. But I guess that shows enough to make a sailor out of any landlubber. Do you agree, Jimmy?
Yes, Fred. Even landlubbers enjoy the sight of a beautiful boat. And there are literally hundreds of them, all of them new and the most advanced models, too, under one roof at the New York Motorboat Show at the Grand Central Palace this week. And here's more news from the waterfront. America's leading boat and engine builders recommend or approve Texaco Marine products. And Texaco users continue to win boat races of national importance year after year. Racing boats, remember, put gasoline and oil to a terrific test, a test second to none. Texaco products are outstanding for performance on the waterways as well as on the highways. And the big Texaco red star with a green T stands for courteous service and high-quality products, whether it looms up through the windshield of a car or over the bow of a boat. So next time, try a Texaco dealer. The Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
That was So Sweet, played by Fosdick Feinschreiber and his Feinschreiberolians. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Allen!
Oh, now look, Portland. You can't keep interrupting by just sneaking around here saying Mr. Allen. Now, if you're coming on the stage and radio, it has to sound important.
How do you mean?
Why, before you make an entrance, there should be a fanfare or a door knock or something. You know, this program isn't out in the street like Vox Pop. We pay rent here. We can use the doors and windows and everything. Now, what is it you want?
I want to come in.
Well, go out and come in properly. Knock on the door like everybody else does in radio.
But I have something important to tell you.
It will sound more important after a good brisk door knock. Now, you just go out and try.
All right.
I'll begin again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, come in.
Mr. Allen?
Where did you come from?
From behind that door.
What happened to Portland?
I'll let her in as soon as I'm finished.
Well, who are you, Tubby?
I am the sound man.
And what is it you want?
For 15 years, I've been knocking on that door and opening that door only to have somebody else come in. Do I ever come in? No. Knock, knock, knock. Open door. Somebody else comes in. Knock, knock, knock. Open door. Somebody else comes in.
So?
For 15 years, I've been on the outside looking in. For 15 years, I wanted to see what it looked like on the other side of my door. For 15 years, I wanted to knock, 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 open the door and come in myself.
And?
Tonight, I couldn't stand it any longer. Tonight, I did it. I did it, and I'm glad to
Everything that is going to happen happens to me. On this program, a wolf at the door would be an improvement. Now, let me see. Where's Portland? Well, it's about time. Enough already. Come in.
I did it again, and I'm glad.
That guy's crazy enough to be head of an advertising agency. Now, Portland, come out here and keep away from that door. Portland.
Here I am, Mr. Allen.
And I'm glad Now, what was it that was so important that we had to get Orson Welles to play a sound man?
I've got some facts for you.
Facts? What facts?
The most powerful lighthouse in the world is at Navesink, New Jersey.
Well, I'm not.
It has 9 million candle power.
Oh, look, if I was a seagull and had a book, I might be interested. But I am not.
The nose of the Statue of Liberty is 4 1/2 feet long.
Portland, who is responsible for bruiting this trivia about in your untutored presence?
Kenny.
Kenny?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how does Kenny suddenly blossom out as a dispenser of factual rubbish?
Well, Kenny's got a new job selling this year's World Almanac.
Still trying to pick up some extra change, eh?
Yes. They put him through a salesmanship course, and Kenny's cleaning up.
Ixnay, Ortland, pay any case.
Hi, kids.
Hello. Hey, hello, Kenny.
Too bad about those people in Passaic.
What happened to them?
They aren't there anymore.
Well, who isn't in Passaic and why?
Since 1930, the population of Passaic dropped 1,618.
Oh, they aren't there anymore.
Isn't he wonderful, Mr. Allen?
Well, what's wonderful?
Didn't you hear about Mr. Hunnenberger of Switzerland?
I'm not interested. You almost didn't either, according to...
Who is Mr. Hunnenberger of Switzerland, Kenny?
Mr. Hunnenberger of Switzerland just happens to be the recognized champion weightlifter in the heavyweight clean and jerk class. That's all.
Now, look, I have a weight on my mind that Mr. Hunnenberger of Switzerland couldn't lift.
Mr. Hunnenberger lifts 115 5/10 kilos, clean and jerk.
Good luck to Mr. Hunnenberger of Switzerland.
Now ask me what a kilo is.
What is a kilo?
Never mind, Portland. Now, look, Kenny, I know you're trying to make a sale. I'll buy one of your almanacs, and we'll get on with the program.
Who's trying to sell an almanac?
Don't play possum. I know that you're selling almanacs, and I also know that you have had a course in salesmanship. Now, I'm just trying to save a little time. Come on, give me an almanac.
I'll take one too, Kenny.
Oh, now look, Porty. There are no two people closer to me than you and F.A., but I can't sell you the almanac right now.
Well, why not, Kenny?
Here's the money. Come on, give us the almanacs and the dealer's closed.
No, you don't. There's no shortcut, F.A. You can't buy an almanac until I get to step 4.
And when do you get to step 4?
After step 3.
That's logical.
Quiet, Portland. Better you shouldn't have said it at all. Now, what is all this, Kenny?
Well, my salesmanship coach said there are 5 steps to selling an almanac.
What 5 steps?
1, make the contact.
Yeah.
2, create interest in the product.
Yeah.
3, beat down the customer's sales resistance. 4, sell him the book. 5, take your fingers out of his buttonhole.
Look, Kenny, we haven't time.
Oh, so you're trying to make me lose a sale, huh?
I'm willing to buy an almanac. I'm just asking you to skip to step 4.
And be untrue to the Wide Awake Sales Corporation and its rituals?
All I want to do is buy an almanac without the steps.
Well, I'm sorry, but you can't buy it that way, and that's final.
Well, then I don't want it.
Now you're talking, brother. That brings me to step 3. I got to beat down your sales resistance.
Oh, no.
Kenny do his stuff, Mr. Allen. He sold one to Mr. Feinschreiber in 4 steps.
Fosdick Feinschreiber?
Uh-huh.
Who is standing in tonight for I. Goodman, bought an almanac?
He sure did. He's standing over there reading it now.
Geez, and here he comes.
The name of Fosdick Feinschreiber is being bandied about.
Brandied, he says. Mr. Feinschreiber, your English is so twisted, you could wear your tongue in a braid.
Do you like the almanac Kenny sold you, Mr. Feinschreiber?
What Feinschreiber is understanding, Feinschreiber is liking. So far, Feinschreiber is understanding nothing.
Well, what's so hard to understand in an almanac?
On this page, take a look. These figures maybe you can understand.
Why, this is perfectly simple, Mr. Feinschreiber. It's a chart. You see, it says here, April 18th, sunrise, 6:40.
Yeah, but what did he pay to place?
Mr. Feinschreiber, 6:40 is not a pari-mutuel price, and this book is not a racing form.
But Kenny said...
Kenny, did you misrepresent your merchandise?
No, Mr. Allen. Mr. Feinschreiber himself said it was a racing form.
I said it was a racing form.
You sure did.
Now, quiet, both of you. Now, just what happened, Kenny?
Well, I showed Mr. Feinschreiber this almanac, and I said, how would you like to buy this?
And what did you say, Mr. Feinschreiber?
I, Feinschreiber, in all sincerity, said, this is a racing form.
There, he said it again.
Now, Kenny, that is a matter of inflection. And before you inflect any more of your salesmanship on us, once and for all, will you sell me an almanac?
I tell you, I can't sell...
I've got an idea, Mr. Allen.
What?
Maybe Mr. Feinschreiber will sell you his almanac.
He can't sell it. He doesn't know the 4 steps.
Never mind that. Well, Mr. Feinschreiber, what do you say? Will you sell me your almanac?
Well, they're pretty scarce, buddy. They've been going like hotcakes.
Oh, brother, something tells me he doesn't need the 4 steps.
What steps? On 14th Street, I, Feinschreiber, sold off a stoop.
Mr. Feinschreiber, before you tear off my lapel, how much will you take for your almanac?
Well, I want to get home early. It's my last copy.
Hey, he's great.
Well, Mr. Feinschreiber?
I will turn my back. This will permit you to steal it for 75 cents.
But right on the cover of the almanac it says, price 60 cents, pay no more.
So who is selling the cover? Feinschreiber is selling the book.
Now listen, Mr. Feinschreiber. Your copy of the almanac has it's slightly used. Now, I don't intend to pay even 60 cents.
Why do you think I started at 75?
I'll give you 50.
I paid 60. My own brother couldn't get it from me for a penny under 60 cents.
Gee, Fosdick, your own brother?
My own brother, not for a penny under 60 cents. Oh, that is for me. Come in.
Hello, Fosdick.
Hello, Joe.
Say, Fosdick, for a penny less than 60 cents, can I get your almanac?
No.
Okay, so long, Fos.
So long, Joe.
And that?
That was my own brother.
This is the end. Before anything else happens, Master Baker, your next song is The Lost Chord. Will you sing it for 25 cents?
F.A., I wouldn't sing it for my own brother for a penny less than 30 cents.
Your own brother?
My own brother, not for a penny less than 30 cents.
Don't open that door. I'll pay.
One day at the organ, I was weary and ill at ease, and my fingers wandered idly over the noisy keys. I know not what I was playing, or what I was dreaming then, but I struck one chord of music like the sound of a great amen, like the sound of a great It linked our perplexed meanings into one perfect peace, and trembled away into silence as if it were loath to cease. I have sought, but I seek it vainly, that one lost chord divine, which came from the soul of the organ, and then put into mine. It may be that death's bright angel will speak in that chord again. It may be that only in heaven I shall hear that grand amen. It may be that death's bright angel will speak in that chord again. It may be that only in heaven I shall hear that grand
Thank you. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start a new day.
A new day? Fred, you can't start a day at night.
Now, don't quibble, James. I meant I want to start a new kind of a day. A day like Mother's Day, Father's Day, and Eat a Prune Day, you know. Out of Closet Day.
Now, what are you going to call this new day of yours, Fred?
Dud Day, Jimmy. A day dedicated to eradicating the duds from your life. Ladies and gentlemen, is your house cluttered up with World's Fair souvenirs, old Christmas cards, seashell collections, discarded snoods, nagging mothers-in-law, and other obsolete and useless impedimenta, the scientific term for duds? Throw out your duds on Dud Day. There's no place in your life for duds.
That's absolutely right, Fred. Just as there's no place in gasoline for duds these wintry days. For in starting your car, you must depend on only a few ounces of chilled gasoline in your carburetor. And that small quantity of gasoline must come through with all of its energy if you're to get time and battery-saving starts. If it's handicapped by duds, slow starts, bucking and stalling, power wastes are almost sure to result. But you don't get duds with Texaco Fire Chief gasoline. They're taken out, all out, by an important step in Texaco refining. You're getting only the lively, useful, quick-action elements in Fire Chief. That's why it gives you fast starts, quick engine warm-up. So next time, try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief. There's not a dud in a tank full.
And now the Texaco Workshop Players. Noting the present popularity of medical novels and doctor photoplays, the Workshop Players bow to the trend. Tonight they present a prophylactic potpourri called The Specialist Quandary, or When a Bootlegger Calls on a Doctor, Which is Seeing Whom About a Case. Music, Fosdick.
In the annals of all medicine, no institution has risen to the homeopathic eminence enjoyed by the great Allen Clinic. For 20 years, medical men the world over have beaten the path Dr. Allen's malady marked, and never once has Dr. Allen failed to diagnose and cure any case that has baffled the greatest minds in medical science. In 1915, at the Far Rockaway surgery, the life of a little boy named Jessup was saved when Dr. Allen looked up from the operating table and said,
"The boy will live, intern."
Remarkable, Dr. Allen. 3 years ago, this boy swallowed a silver dollar.
Here is that silver dollar, intern. And here are 6 pennies I removed from his stomach as well.
But, Doctor, the boy only swallowed a dollar. What are those 6 cents?
The interest for 3 years at 2%.
In 1918 at a South Bend clinic, medical history was made during a Dr. Allen operation. Dr. Allen, proceeding with his uncanny care and skill, had said,
"Scalpel, nurse.
Scalpel.
Clamp.
Clamp.
Ligature."
Ligature.
At this point, the dynamo failed. Every light in the hospital went out. Dr. Allen shouted,
"Lights, lights."
The power's off, Doctor. What shall I do?
Strike a match, nurse. Stick it between the patient's toes.
There you are, Doctor.
Good. I will operate by the light from this hot foot.
In 1933, at the Alaskan Medical Convention, Dr. Allen explained his most amazing operation.
Members of the Alaskan Medical Board, I found this Eskimo boy, this tattered specimen, Ragu, dying on a snowdrift. Shouting for help, Ragu's tongue had been frozen stiff. In an emergency tongue-dectomy, I removed Ragu's tongue and epiglottis. I replaced them with those of a St. Bernard dog who happened to be passing. Today, Ragu stands before you, not only alive and well, but with his St. Bernard throat functioning perfectly. Say hello, Ragu.
Hello.
And now, in 1941, we find Dr. Alexis Allen back in the great Allen Clinic. Little does Dr. Allen suspect that today he will be confronted with the greatest crisis of his medical career. Dr. Allen, reeking of iodoform, chuckles as he enters in sanitary sanctum.
An antiseptic good morning, nurse.
Good morning, Dr. Allen.
Have my clinic reports come down?
They're right here.
What's this? 405 wants a menthol inhaler and a chiropodist.
405's that automobile case.
Oh, yes, the plastic patient. He lost the tip of his nose. I grafted a piece of his big toe on the end of his nostril.
That's why he wants the chiropodist.
Why?
He's got a soft corn on the end of his nose.
Yeah. The last plastic job I did, I grafted a piece of nose onto a toe.
What happened?
Every time the patient's toe sneezed, he had to take off his shoe to say Gesundheit. Who is this?
A patient, probably. I'll see. The doctor will see you, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Allen?
Yes. I'm very busy. Lie down. I'll examine you at once.
Tell me the worst, Doc.
Gad, you are you have a sunken chest, knocked knees, flat feet, hollow cheeks, twitching hands. You are a horrible, hopeless physical specimen.
Thanks, Doc. You're a pal. So long.
Just a minute. You are happy and you're a physical wreck. Why?
I'm on my way to the draft board. So long, Doc.
Let me see. What is my next appointment?
Dr. O'Brien is coming.
Dr. Mountbatten O'Brien? the great allergy specialist?
Yes, Doctor. He's bringing an allergy case for consultation.
Good. If that's Lionel Barrymore again, tell him he can't play with my stethoscope today.
Oh, no, it's Dr. O'Brien and patient waiting.
Good. Show them in.
Yes, Doctor. Dr. Allen will see you, Dr. O'Brien.
Oh, thank you. Dr. Allen?
Yes. Excuse my rubber glove.
Dr. Allen, you've got to help me. My reputation in allergy circles is at stake.
What is the case?
The patient is my own brother. He has been seized with a violent allergy. It has taken the form of hiccuping.
Neck static, eh? An unusual allergy.
My brother is a concert violinist. He's playing at Carnegie Hall this afternoon. One hiccup will ruin his concert.
I will examine the patient, Doctor.
Oh, good. My brother's right outside. I'll call him in. Yasha, come in, Brother Yasha.
Yes. Here I am, brother.
Oh. This is the great Dr. Allen, Yasha.
Excuse my other rubber glove, Yasha.
Help. Hello.
You see, Dr. Allen, some mysterious allergy has induced this chronic condition.
Yes, Oh.
You don't know what you're allergic to, Yasha?
No, every few minutes like that.
And this stomach percussion will jeopardize your violin concert today?
How can I play? I have my violin right here. Listen. Oh, dear. I'll be ruined.
Yes, it's terrible. Now, let me see. What allergy
I've tested Brother Yasha for everything. Pollen, chicken feathers, dill, pickle seeds.
I have it, Doctor.
Huh?
He's allergic to hair.
Hair? Oh.
Yes, your own hair. That big, shaggy mane. We'll have to cut it off. It's your only hope.
Cut my hair off? Oh.
At once. Take these clippers, Dr. O'Brien. Escort Yasha into my operating room next door and get to work.
Yes. Come, Brother Yasha.
Heavens. My head will look like a pale eggplant. Oh.
Poor fellow.
Yes, an allergy is a curse, nurse. Oh, excuse me.
Heavens, have you caught that allergy?
No, it was just a calorie sounding taps over my breakfast, I guess. Who can this be? Come in.
Dr. Allen?
Yes?
You gotta help me, Doc. I overdone it.
You've overdone what?
I overdone saving box tops, Crummo box tops.
Well, what is Crummo?
It's that new breakfast food, Doc. The only breakfast food that contains hydrophephaldol.
Oh, yes, hydrophephaldol. The new concentrated vitamin derivative that gives strength.
Yeah, that's it. I'm all hopped up with that hydrophethal stuff. I'm too strong.
Ridiculous.
I'll show you. I don't know my own strength. Look, I'll just squeeze your desk.
Good heavens, man. My desk is in splinters.
It's that hydrophephaldol. I'm full of it. This morning I scratched me head. Me ear came off. And then hey, excuse me, I got to sneeze.
Dad, you've blown out every window in the clinic. A little late, but you blew them out.
You got to get this hydrophephaldol out of me system, Doc. I'll kill somebody. I'm afraid to tie me necktie. I'll strangle myself.
Well, there's only one way to weaken you in a hurry.
Yeah, what do I got to do?
Read Superman every day for 30 days. Superman will give you an inferiority complex.
Thanks, Doc. So long.
Now, just a minute. Wait a minute. The door is over there.
I know, Doc. I'm taking a shortcut through the wall.
Gad, that's the most unusual case I have ever seen.
Well, Yasha's case is pretty unusual, if you're asking me.
Oh, yes, that reminds me.
It's no use, Dr. Allen. We've failed again.
You cut off Yasha's hair, Dr. O'Brien?
Yes, but it hasn't helped. Come in, Brother Yasha.
Yes, coming, brother. Oh.
Gad, his hiccups are getting worse.
You've got to do something, Dr. Allen.
Dr. Alexis Allen never fails. Yasha?
Yes.
Oh. I'll see about this allergy of yours. Are you allergic to nail polish?
No.
Are you allergic to breadcrumbs?
No.
Are you allergic to...
No.
Are you allergic?
No.
Allergic? I've got it.
What is all this?
The case is solved, Dr. O'Brien. Your brother Yasha has been living with you say?
Yes.
You are an allergy specialist. Yasha has been hearing you use the word allergic morning, noon, and night.
You mean...
Exactly. Yasha has become allergic to the word allergic.
By Zimbalist, he's right. I can't stand the word allergic.
I told you.
Amazing.
And the cure, Dr. Allen.
That word must never be used in Yasha's presence. That will stop his hiccups. Yasha must never even use the word himself.
You hear that, Yasha?
Yes.
Your violent career is saved.
Good.
Do you understand, Yasha?
Absolutely. I'll take an oath. I hereby resolve never to say the word.
Be careful, Yasha.
I bet you thought I was going to say allergic.
And now, just a word from Larry Elliott.
The next few moments are devoted to the entire petroleum industry by the Texas Company. Americans have a special knack for giving things appropriate names, names which become a part of the language. And in that regard, it is interesting to note the name which the American public itself gave the country's gasoline and oil dealers, service stations. The name tells the story, a story known to every motorist who has ever stopped for air in the tires, water for the radiator, or for any of the many courtesies offered today in service stations.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. We're a little late. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Here, give me your hand. So tired I could die. Been in the water for...
How do you do? Now tell me, what are you doing strolling in the water on a day like this?
Practicing to swim the channel.
A channel swimmer?
How are Trig?
Fine, fine.
Hey, she swims pretty good, huh?
Yeah, she's great.
I got out of bed on the right side, on the right side, on the right side. I got out of bed on the right side, and I'm having a wonderful day. My ma asked me, and I told Ma I like men. They don't have to look like Pa, but I like men.
They made a girl and gave her charms.
Ain't nature grand? Ain't nature grand? You'll find it never is too late.
Too late, too late. Ain't nature simply great? Although our hair is turning gray.
Do you understand?
Ain't nature grand? And then they gave me you to love. Ain't nature grand to me?
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Justice? No, sir, but I've been waiting here with Doc. I thought you might want me for something.
No, but there's somebody up the street that wants you.
Wants me?
Yeah, Peter said he came in a barber shop and asked where the marshal's office was. He mentioned your name.
Oh. And you didn't see him, huh?
I didn't talk to him, but I saw him getting back on his horse. He headed for the OK stable.
Oh, I wonder who she is.
Some stranger. I never saw him before.
What do you look like?
Well, he's built kind of like a stork. All legs. Got reddish hair with a white streak running right down the middle.
Oh, built like a stork and looks like a skunk. Looks like a skunk. Well, you sure have some handsome friends, Chester. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
You sure about that white streak in his hair?
Well, he took his hat off to swat a horsefly. I couldn't miss it.
Oh, my goodness.
What's wrong?
It's him. He couldn't be nobody else.
Hey, you look scared, Chester. Is this man after you?
Don't tell him where I'm at, Mr. Dillon. Tell him I went to Wyoming or somewhere. Doc, I'll get my stuff together, and then I'll hide in your office till it gets dark.
Now, wait a minute, Chester. If you're in trouble, I'll help you.
You can't help me. I'll go hole up out on the prairie somewhere till he leaves. I gotta get out of here.
Huh. Well, what do you make of that? Well, you know, he must be in trouble, man. I never saw Chester act that way before.
No. Look, Doc, let's go down and wait for him in your office, huh? Maybe we can get some sense out of him there.
When it gets good and dark, I'll take a rope and lower my stuff out your back window, Doc.
Fine, Jerky. I'm always happy to help out anybody who's on the run.
I ain't running, Doc. I'm just hiding out for a spell.
Look, Chester, what if this man decides to outwait you? You're going to spend the rest of your life wandering around the prairie?
He won't wait long, Mr. Dillon. He hates town.
Well, then maybe he'll come looking for you out there.
Well, that's better than finding me here.
Why?
Magnus just don't belong in a town amongst civilized people. He's too countrified.
Chester, who is Magnus?
Magnus Proudfoot, Mr. Dillon.
Magnus Proudfoot?
My baby brother, doggone him.
Well, what in the world are you running away from your brother for, Chester?
I don't know what he's doing here, that's why. You can't tell what Magnus will do next, Doc. You can't count on him.
What do you mean, Chester?
Mr. Dillon, when Magnus was 10 years old, he took off from home and went and lived off the land all by himself for 2 years. With a rifle and a knife and a horse. And you know something else? I swear he ain't slept in a bed since then.
Well, I don't see anything so wrong with that.
Well, How would you like to have a little brother that wouldn't never come in the house except to feed now and then? And sometimes he wouldn't even show up to do that for months at a time. He claims being around people too much dulls a man's senses. Magnus is crazy, Mr. Dillon. He embarrasses me.
How long has it been since you've seen Magnus?
Well, I left Waco in 62 to join the war. I ain't never been back. The last I heard a couple of years ago, neither did Magnus. How'd he find out where I'm at?
Well,
anyway?
he's not going to shoot you, Chester. He came to visit his big brother. What's wrong with that?
Oh, no. Magnus has got something on his mind. He didn't come here just to say hello, not Magnus. He's got some scheme going. Probably wants me to go live with the Indians or some fool thing like that. I remember one time he tried to get me to go up into the Rocky Mountains with him during the winter. He said if we got cold, we could sleep in caves with beds.
Well, now, that sounds like fun. Now, why didn't you go?
All right, you can laugh all you want to, Doc. It ain't your brother.
No. I'm sorry, Chester, no. But running away won't do any good.
Yeah, Doc's right, Chester. Magnus doesn't sound like the kind of a man who'll give up finding you just because you aren't anywhere around. Now, you might as well stay and see what he wants, huh? You think it over for a while. You'll see that we're right. Chester, he must still be in the stable here with his horse.
He always did like horses better than people.
The door's open. Let's take a look.
Well, I don't see nobody, Mr. Dillon. Let's go, huh?
Now, wait a minute, Chester. Holler for him.
Oh, no.
Go ahead. He might be in the back there where it's dark.
Well,
go ahead.
Magnus. See, he ain't here, Mr.
Now,
Dillon.
wait a minute. Now, look. There he comes.
Yeah.
Chester, you have got sloppy fat.
Oh, Magnus.
Soft living done it.
Magnus, what are you doing in Dodge City?
I have come looking for you.
Why? Why ain't you in Texas where you belong?
How come you don't talk like a Texan no more, Chester?
I've been away too long, but that don't answer my question. What are you doing here?
Why, I have come to help you.
To help me?
Well, I always could take care of myself better than you, Chester. And when I ran in the mall last summer and she told me about you, I got worried. I figured as how you might need me.
Need you for what?
Help you run things here, help you be marshal.
What?
Help me be I ain't no marshal. He's... Oh, I forgot. Magnus, this is Marshal Dillon.
How do you do, Magnus?
But I thought you was the marshal, Chester.
Of course I'm not. What gave you that idea?
Ma? She said you wrote her.
I ain't wrote Ma for over a year, and when I did, I told her I worked for a marshal. I didn't say I was one. Honest and truth, Mr. Dillon, I never said no such thing in no letter.
Well, Ma's getting kind of old. She mixes things up some these days.
She sure does.
Anyways, I'm proud to know you, Marshal Dillon. Tell me, is Chester a good help to you?
Yes, he is. He's a fine help, Magnus.
Good. Well, I come all this way. I reckon I'll stay. I go to work for you, too.
Magnus, you can't just walk up to somebody and say, I'm going to work for you.
Why not?
It ain't polite. Nobody asked you.
Nobody told me not to.
That's why you ain't no more civilized than you was 10 years ago.
Oh, I learned a lot in the Army, Chester. I saw a lot of places, a lot of people.
How long since you slept in bed?
Well, not since I first went off from home, I reckon.
How long since you lived in a town?
You know I don't like towns. I generally ride around them.
How long since you talked to a woman, besides Ma, I mean?
Now, Now, Chester, you know
How
I
long
don't...
since you had a drink?
I don't never drink.
You gambled?
Feller in the Army taught me, but I never used it.
You see, Mr. Dillon, he ain't civilized.
Now, wait a minute, Chester. You're not being quite fair. A man doesn't have to do all those things to be civilized.
I'm just trying to show him how crazy it is for him to say he wants to stay here and all, Mr. Dillon.
You know, I might like it, Chester. I never give it a fair chance. Living like you might be exciting. Yeah, maybe I've been missing something.
You would hate it, Magnus. I'm telling you for your own good. I know you better than you do. You're half wild, that's what you are. You couldn't stand living the way I do.
I never tried it, Chester.
Well, go try it somewhere else. You just get me in trouble here. You always did.
I promise I will not get you in no trouble.
Besides, Marshal Dillon don't need no help. You can't stay here without a job.
Well, I got some money. Let's go some trapping last winter.
You still eat with your fingers, Magnus?
Now, wait a minute, you two. Look, I got an idea. Now, maybe Chester's right, Magnus. Maybe you wouldn't like living in the town.
Of course he wouldn't. He'd be miserable.
But it's like Magnus says, Chester. He never gave it a chance. Now, why don't you let him find out for himself?
If he gets in trouble, I'll be in trouble. Magnus don't know how to live around people, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I live with people in the Army.
That's different.
Well, I'm staying anyway, Chester. There's no use to argue.
Give him a chance, Chester. Show him Dodge. Show him what it's like. And let him make up his own mind about it.
Oh, all right. He won't leave anyway. But you're going to do what I tell you, Magnus. You're going to live exactly the way I do.
That's the deal. I'll do it, Chester.
All right. And we'll start by getting you a room at the Dodge House.
Oh, no. I'll sleep lots better in the stable here with my horse, Chester.
Hey, you see what I mean, Mr. Dillon? Magnus Proudfoot, you follow me. You're going to sleep in a bed tonight if it kills you. Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, hello, Chester. Magnus.
Marshal?
Oh, where did you get to last night, Magnus? I didn't see you around anywhere.
It gets dark. I generally go to sleep, Marshal.
Yeah, sure. Well, how did you like the Dodge House?
Tell the truth now, Magnus.
It's too hot. Not enough air.
That ain't all.
The bed was too soft. But I slept good.
I bet you wasn't in that bed more than 5 minutes, Magnus. You slept on the floor. I know you did. You cheated.
I'll try it again tonight, Chester.
You're going to try more than that tonight. You need me for anything today, Mr. Dillon?
Nothing that I know of, Chester.
Then I think I'll spend the afternoon at the Long Branch playing cards. Gambling, Magnus.
Oh, now, Chester, you don't want to do that. That's evil and wicked. Besides, it's wrong.
Are you going to live like me, or are you ready to give up?
I got to gamble, too, or can I just sit and watch?
Magnus, I'm going to get you wet all over. You're going to gamble.
Well, I'll go see to my horse now.
Okay, but you wait at the stable for me. I'll pick you up there.
I'll wait.
Chester, you're being kind of rough on him, aren't you? Don't you think you should take it a little slower?
If I give him enough time, he might fool himself into thinking he likes town life, Mr. Dillon.
And you don't think Magnus ever really would, huh?
A man like him never changes. Magnus can live off the country like an animal, but he just don't know how to take care of himself around people.
Well, I guess you know what you're doing, Chester, but I was just thinking, if it doesn't work and he wants to stay, I think with his experience and everything that he might be a great help to me.
What? Oh, now, Mr. Dillon, don't tell him that. Please don't. Anyhow, not till I've had a chance to show him what life's like around here. Please.
Well, okay, Chester, I won't. You work on him first and see what happens. I'll wait. think I'll have a beer, Sam?
Oh, Mr. Dillon.
Chester, I thought you were gambling. What are you doing at the bar? Where's Magnus?
We've been gambling all afternoon. Playing blackjack against that new dealer they got here.
Oh, how'd you make out?
Well, you know how it is with me, Mr. Dillon. I never do win a whole lot.
Ah, that means you lost.
But I'll get it back next payday, maybe.
Next payday? No, he really did pay you, didn't he?
Yes, sir. He did.
Oh, what about Magnus?
Here he comes. Ask him.
Hello, Marshal. Ah, that's quite a handful of bills you got there, Magnus.
Well, it's all he has, but I am just as glad. I was getting mighty weary sitting in one place all afternoon.
You mean you broke the dealer?
Well, he claims I did. Anyway, he quit trying.
Well, for a man that doesn't gamble, you seem to be a pretty fair blackjack player, Magnus.
All I know is what that feller taught me in the Army.
Well, he must have been a good teacher.
He is a gambler, Marshal. A crooked gambler, to boot.
What?
That's why he taught me, Chester, to show me what happens when you gamble.
Wait a minute, Magnus. You mean the dealer you were playing against today was crooked?
Well, ain't most of them, Marshal. That's what this feller told me.
Magnus, I just figured something. You couldn't be one unless you were playing crooked, too.
Of course I was playing crooked. That's the only way I know how.
Well, Magnus, suppose he'd have found out there'd have been a shooting.
He's not very good. Not near so good as this feller taught me in the Army.
Oh, my gracious.
Well, what are you going to show him now, Chester?
I don't know.
Hello, Matt. Chester?
Hello, Kitty. Well, you just come in?
Yeah, I heard Chester's kid brother was here on the meeting.
Sure, Miss Kitty, that's fine. I mean, you want to meet him?
Oh, I sure do.
Magnus, this is Miss Kitty, a real live woman, Magnus.
How do you do, Magnus?
Well?
That's for married women, Magnus. I'm still a miss.
Oh, I don't get around women much.
Well, it's not too late to start. If you have something against us.
I'm generally off in the country somewhere alone.
So you don't see many women, is that it?
I don't see none at all.
What do you do, Magnus? Hunt and trap?
Mostly. Sometimes I just travel around looking.
Where, Texas?
I've been all over, Miss Kitty. I've been most everywhere.
I'll bet you never been to Canada.
Last winter, I was trapping up there.
You never told me you was in Canada, Magnus.
You never asked me. You like Canada, Miss Kitty?
I never got that far north, Magnus. Is it pretty?
It's awful big. It's pretty, too. It's cold. Sometimes the trees crack. Yeah, sounds like rifle shots. You ought to hear that. It's kind of exciting.
I'll bet it is. Spooky, too, huh?
The first time it is, you get used to it.
But that awful cold, Magnus. I don't think I'd ever get used to that.
Well, it's no worse than a blizzard on the prairie. And besides, you get more shelter in them big trees up there. In the snow, it's real deep. That's the best shelter. It's awful warm when you get way down deep in the snow there. Like one time when I was coming back from my trap line.
All right, that's enough, Magnus. That's enough. It's supper time. We got to go eat.
Well, that's mean. Let him finish his story, Chester.
I'm sorry, Miss Kitty, but we've got to eat sometime.
Oh, Miss Kitty, ma'am, have you ate yet?
No, I haven't.
I'd be right proud to buy you a bait.
Supper?
Chester and Marshal Dillon will be there.
Well, I'd love to come, Magnus. Thank you.
Oh, my goodness, my nerves won't stand.
No, wait a minute, Kitty. Let me buy a drink all the way around before we go, huh?
Well, I never drank.
Yeah. Well, I kind of think maybe Chester will need one before the night's out. What are you doing out so late, Doc?
What time is it?
Oh, it's a good hour past midnight. I was about to turn in myself. sounds pretty quiet tonight.
Yeah. Oh, I'm hungry, man.
You know something? You should have had supper with us tonight.
I wish I had.
No, not just to eat. To hear Magnus. He asked Kitty along, and he never stopped talking to her once.
I thought he was woman shy.
Yeah, well, so did Chester.
I'm sorry, mister. Where is he now?
I don't know. Chester took him off somewhere.
Oh, Chester's going to get into trouble. Yeah.
Wait a minute. What's this coming here?
What is it? Oh, it's a man carrying somebody. It's Magnus, man.
Yeah.
Why, that's Chester he's got.
Oh, what happened, Magnus? Is Chester hurt?
He ain't hurt, Marshal. He didn't knock. What's the matter with him, Magnus? Oh, he got sleepy.
Why?
Well, Marshal, after supper, Chester said we was going to have to do some drinking. He said we was going to have 3-4 drinks in every saloon in town. I didn't want to do it, but, well, you know how he's been talking.
Yeah, I know. How far did you get, Magnus?
Well, I made all of them. But like I say, Chester, he got sleepy the last few, and I carried him along so he wouldn't be disappointed about it tomorrow.
You carried him along like that?
It's the only way I could, Marshal.
Follow me, Magnus. We'll put him to bed.
Well, his room ain't down that way, Marshal. That's his jail.
Well, we'll lock him in the cell and put him on the floor, Magnus. He might roll out of bed and get hurt otherwise. Besides, I always lock up men that get that, sleepy. Good morning, Magnus.
Where's Chester, Marshal?
Oh, he's out back washing up. I turned him loose a while ago.
Well, how's he feeling?
Well, he says he feels fine. Says he can't imagine why he fainted that way. Never done it before, he said.
It's soft living, like I told him.
Oh. Hello, Maggie.
I'd come by to see if you'd like to get some coffee, Chester.
Oh, I could use some. You look pretty good this morning, Magnus.
I cheated again, Chester. I slept on the floor last night.
Oh, that's why, huh?
It's no use, Chester. I've been thinking, I just ain't fitting for town life. I'm going to leave. What? I'm going to leave. I'm better off out there in the open.
Well, now, wait, Magnus. You can't leave.
Well, you told me so yourself.
Well, I didn't know then. I didn't know about you. Magnus, you're better off in a town than I am.
Thanks, Chester, but I know where I belong.
No, now, you can't leave now, can you, Mr. Dillon?
Well, it's up to him, Chester, but if he wants to stay, why, I'll give him a job of some kind. We could use him.
There, you see, Maggie?
No, I tried it. You got to try everything once, but it just ain't for me.
Well, why not? You get along fine here. What's wrong with it?
Well, it's all right for you, Chester, but for me, it just ain't exciting enough.
Not exciting enough? Well, what's exciting about living on the ground like an animal?
You'd have to try that to find out, Chester. You want to come with me now?
No, of course I don't. I couldn't stand it. I guess we're just different, Magnus.
Now, there's nothing wrong with being different, Chester. Guess you both learned that by now.
Yes, sir. I sure have. But, Magnus, you don't have to leave today. You can stay till after New Year's. You got to.
Why?
Well, because I want you to. You're my little brother. Well, Magnus, I'm kind of proud of you.
Okay, Chester, but I'm getting out of that blasted hotel. I want to move back in with my horse.
All right, that's fine, Magnus. Of course you are. And, look, I'll come help you get your stuff. We'll tote it over together.
stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound pattern by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Bob Easton played Magee. Marley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
You remember this one? Boy, they really made that torrid zone sizzle. And this one? Big. Boy, it was colossal. Wait till you see this one. Take it from a guy who sees them all. It's the best yet.
You won't tell me because you think I'll come there. You think I'd follow you.
You'd be insane to follow me.
Was I insane to pick you up on the road? Was I crazy to let you stay here? I thought I had a pretty good life here, but your going away doesn't make it seem good anymore.
No, I've got the Indian sign on me. It seems I can't win.
I've sort of joined your team. Don't look forward to being without you.
When I leave here, you're off my team. Lucky to be.
You're a guy with plenty of trouble.
All of the trouble in the world.
Don't tell me, brother. I know. Your trouble is women.
I've cried myself to sleep at night because of you. She's got you now. She wants you very badly, doesn't she? She's willing to run away with you and keep on running and ruin everything for herself. Well, she doesn't have you now, and she'll never have you.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Man About Town from the picture of the same name. You know, in this world, you just can't stand still. You either slip backward or march forward. Well, in the past 40 years, Jell-O has been constantly marching forward. And for that reason, Jell-O is proud to join the great Parade of Progress, which is being held all over this country by the Associated Grocery Manufacturers of America. The idea is to show what amazing progress has been made by food manufacturers over a period of years. And we can honestly say that Jell-O stands out as a real leader in progress. The years have brought constant new improvements. Jell-O began as one flavor. Now it brings you 6. And every flavor is extra rich now with a new, delicious goodness. Jell-O costs less nowadays. It's quicker and easier to make, and it brings you a new, fruit-rich fragrance. So Jell-O is delighted to be a part of the great Parade of Progress. And we send our greetings to all the grocers of America. And when you're watching the parade, look for the Jell-O banner. You'll see those big red letters there that spell Jell-O. That was Man About Town, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that this occasion is a gala event on our Jell-O program. Today marks the 7th radio anniversary of our illustrious and beloved Master of Ceremonies.
Is it that long? Tempus fugit.
Exactly 7 years ago today, a young man walked into a small New York broadcasting studio and spoke into a microphone for the first time.
I was as nervous as a goldfish in a fraternity house. Gee.
There he stood, ladies and gentlemen, wearing a brown suit, cloth-top shoes, a straw hat, and a cane.
I finished with a dance in those days, folks.
So now, without further ado, we bring you that same young man in that same brown suit, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Well, hello again. This is Old Faithful, still spouting after all these years. And thanks, Don. It was awfully nice of you to remember my anniversary, but how did you ever happen to think of it?
Well, I'll tell you, Jack. Last Wednesday, I received an anonymous letter stating all the details.
Oh.
And Thursday, I got a telegram saying, what are you going to do about it?
Uh-huh.
So when you called up Friday and asked me how I liked my job, I just put 2 and 2 together.
I see. Well, believe me, it was just a coincidence. Anyway, that was a swell introduction, Don, but you're wrong about one thing. This is not the same suit I wore at my first broadcast.
Oh, it isn't?
No, this is a brand new one. And if you don't believe it, you can call up my tailors, the Campus Cut Tog Shop. Open all night. They'll tell you.
Then I must apologize, Jack. Really, I thought you were wearing the same suit you wore 7 years ago for sentimental reasons.
What was that, Don?
I said I thought you were wearing the same suit for sentimental reasons.
No, Don. My father's carrying the torch now. We're the same size, you know. But, Don, when you mentioned my first broadcast 7 years ago, it sure brought back memories. I'll never forget how nervous I was that night. I was shaking like a leaf.
Well, you must be nervous tonight, too, Jack. You're still shaking.
No, and that's what worries me. Now I shake, but I'm not nervous. Gee, I can't be that old. Anyway, Don, this has been a great day for me. I got telegrams and flowers, and I got the grandest present from our sponsor. He sent me a lovely box of saltwater taffy. Wasn't that nice?
Oh, it certainly was. Have you eaten any yet?
No, Don. I misplaced my heavy-duty teeth. I hope I find them, because corn on the cob will be along any day now. I must write and thank him, though. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Congratulations on your anniversary.
Well, thanks, but gosh, Mary, how'd you happen to know about it? I've been trying to keep it a secret.
Oh, stop. I saw that big ad of yours in the Hollywood Citizen News.
Oh, that. Well, I was just advertising for a gardener. I need one.
What does the ad say, Mary?
I got it right here. Get this, Don. Wanted, Japanese gardener, preferably an ex-acrobat from vaudeville, where Jack Benny spent many happy years before he went into radio, and is now celebrating his 7th successful season on the air. Must have references.
Well, I wanted a gardener with experience.
Look what you got at the bottom of the ad.
Well.
Address all replies. Jack Benny, Paramount Studio, where he is now starring in Man About Town. And bring your own lawnmower.
Look, Mary, gardeners are very hard to get, so it doesn't hurt to build yourself up a little. Anyway, I don't think you should ridicule me on my anniversary.
Oh, I didn't mean anything, Jack.
No.
As a matter of fact, I brought you a present.
Well, that's different. What is it?
Here you are, a pair of woolen socks, and I knitted them all by myself.
Oh, well, let's see them. Well, that was sweet of you, Mary. Say, these socks are swell, but look, what's the idea of the zipper on the side?
That's so you can put your money in without rolling them down.
Mary, I told you 1,000 times I don't keep money in my sock. That lump is where the end of my underwear meets my ankle.
Mighty green country down there.
Well, it's wonderful for grazing if you want to go haywire. Anyway, thanks for my gift. Only sometimes I wish that you'd... Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Telegram? Take it, Mary. Here's a tip for you, son.
Oh, Judy, a nitchel. So long.
He must have been eating some of my taffy. What does the telegram say, Mary?
It's from your sister Florence.
Oh, from Florence.
Mm-hmm. She says, congratulations on reaching your 7th anniversary. And I hope that, signed Florence.
That's her, all right. 10 words is her limit. Funny, she's always been like that. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hiya, Jackson. Are you right on the beam tonight? Are you jiving, kid?
What?
Are you whipping it up, Elmer?
I see. Kenny, I wish you'd stop hanging around our swing-happy maestro, Phil Harris. He's a bad influence.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, I do. You used to be a beautiful baby, and now you're a corny Joe.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Smell this flower in my buttonhole and I'll squirt your eye out.
Kenny, stop that immediately. And take off that badge. You're not a chicken inspector. Chicken inspector yet.
Well, Phil's got one that says, "Step up, sugar, here's your honey."
Wow, I'll bet that really gets the girls. You know, Mary, I think it's a crime what Phil is doing to Kenny. He's making a regular smart aleck out of him.
You said it. Kenny was standing in front of the drugstore this afternoon, and when I walked by, he went...
Oh, I did not. I went...
Oh, you did? That's fine, Kenny, whistling at girls.
Well, you do it.
Listen, Kenny, I haven't whistled at a girl since the pool room burned down in Waukegan. Now, you behave yourself, young man.
Say, Kenny, aren't you going to congratulate Jack? This is a big day for him, you know.
Oh, Don, let's forget it. He wouldn't appreciate it anyway. Nobody does in this gang.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I can't speak for the others, but I've been loyal to you always, and you know it.
Yes, you have, Don. That I must admit.
Jack, remember the day when you and I first met 5 years ago?
I certainly do, Don. I certainly do. Why, it seems like yesterday. I'll never forget it.
Remember when we did our first broadcast for Jell-O?
Gee.
You were standing out in the hall just before the program, and I came up to you and said, "Can I speak to you a minute, Mr. Benny?" I used to be quite formal then.
Yeah. And I said, "What is it, Slim?" You were quite thin, too. Remember?
I sure do.
I remember your very words, Don. You said, "Gee, I'm nervous, Mr. Benny. I don't think I can go on today."
And you said to me, "Don't be nervous, son. Just step up to the microphone and say, Jell-O has 6 delicious flavors. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime."
Yep.
You know, Jack, I've never forgotten that message.
Who has?
Quiet. And remember, Don, when I told you to say, always insist on genuine Jell-O. Look for the big red letters on the box.
Pardon me, Jack, but I originated that expression.
Oh, no, Don. No, I remember distinctly that I thought of it.
Well, I hate to argue with you, but I'm positive it was my idea.
Now, Don, let's be fair about this. I created that expression, and if you weren't such a ham, you'd admit it.
What are you talking about? You're the ham.
Oh, I am, eh? Stop that music. That's gratitude.
But, Jack!
Enough, Don. That's the last time I'll wander down memory lane with you.
Oh, who gives a darn? So there.
Look at him. He gets mad at the least little thing.
Oh, it's your own fault, Jack. You're always taking credit for everything.
What do you mean?
Why, you even told me you were the one that suggested the San Francisco World's Fair.
I did not. I merely said that I had 3 cousins who were fan dancers, and it would be nice if they had a place to work this summer. That's all I said. Now go ahead and sing, Kenny, before this reaches serious proportions.
Okay, Junior.
Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Remember the first time I knocked at your door 3 years ago?
Yes?
You thought I was nuts, didn't you?
I certainly did.
Well, I'm cured now.
I can't understand that. He came in on foot. Sing, Kenny.
I feel it everywhere through the night time. It is the message of the breeze. Our love is like an evening prayer. I can hear it in every whisper of the trees. Of worldly treasures I have only one thing that time nor tide can pay. Without it I would be a lonely one. But now my heart is unafraid. Oh, love, I feel it everywhere. Through the night time, it is the message of the breeze. Our love is like an evening prayer. I can hear it in every whisper of the breeze. And so you're always near to me, wherever you may be. I find your face in stars above as I dream on in all the magic of our love.
That was Our Love, sung by Kenny Baker. And Kenny, you were exceptionally good tonight. That song was very well rendered.
Yeah, I thought it was right in the old groovaroo.
Isn't that awful? Groovaroo. Kenny, what does that mean?
What does it mean? You don't get around much, do you, brother?
Now, Kenny, for the last time, I want you to cut out that lingo and stay away from Phil Harris. I'm going to have to do something about that.
Say, Jack, while Kenny was singing, another wire came for you. It's from Fred Allen.
Oh, Fred Allen, eh? What does it say?
It says, Dear Jackass.
Give me that wire. That's Dear Jack, as this is your 7th anniversary. You gotta make a jackass. As this is your 7th anniversary, I feel that you deserve a tribute. So I raise my hand and salute you, Fred Allen. Well, there's a novelty, Allen saluting me.
I bet he's doing it in a novel way, too.
Never mind, I prefer to take it the sweet way. Well, here comes our musical madcap, Phil Harris. You're tardy as usual, I see.
I'm sorry I'm late, Jack, but I live way out in Encino, and it takes me quite a while to get here.
Oh, well, this happens to be your job, Phil, so why do you live in Encino?
I like it. It's hilly there.
I thought so. Well, take off that coonskin cap. You're in the city now. Now, don't let this happen again.
Okay. Hiya, Kenny. Have you been swinging out gate?
Well, I tell you, pal, we've been cutting a rug or two, but these alligators here don't know nothing about jamming.
Oh, we don't, eh?
Never mind, Kenny. We'll go out later. I got a couple of jitter dolls lined up. We'll take them out for a twirl.
Okay, but I got to be home by 9 o'clock.
Phil, aren't you ashamed of what you're doing to Kenny?
No, why?
After all, he's just a kid. If you got a couple of jitter dolls lined up, I'll jam with you. I'm hep. I may not be an alligator, pal, but I can jive a bit. What do you say?
All right, Jack. What time do you have to be home?
I can stay out as late as I want to, Smarty. My father's in Miami. And now, folks, as my cast is finally assembled, and they are all more or less actors, for our play this evening, we are going to present...
Play nothing. Didn't you tell them, kids?
Well, no, Phil. I thought you wanted to surprise Jack.
Surprise me with what?
Well, Jack, this being your anniversary, I'm throwing a little party for you and the gang.
A party?
Yes, and it's all on me.
Well, gee, this is a surprise. Awfully sweet of you, Phil, but where are we going? No drive-in stands now.
No, sir.
Huh?
No, sir. I'm taking you to Slepperman's Hawaiian nightclub. I got a table reserved and the cab waiting downstairs.
Say, that's swell, but what about the program?
Oh, my boys can play a few numbers. Let's go.
Okay, gee, I can hardly wait to see Schlepperman's place. Come on, fellas.
Let's go.
Let's go.
So Jack's a jolly good fellow.
Oh, Jack's a jolly good fellow. Jack's a jolly good fellow, which nobody can deny. Come on, gang, let's go. Come on, gee. Gee, Phil, I can't get over you throwing this party for me.
Ah, forget it, pal. Anybody that's been in radio as long as you have deserves it.
I do at that, huh? Hey, Mary, what are you doing on the floor of the cab? I thought you were sitting on Don's lap.
I was, but I slid off.
Slid off?
Whee! It's fun, too.
Kenny, stop that.
That's what I say.
Yeah. Oh, hey, are we here already?
Yeah, this is the place. Come on, fellas. Hey, driver. Driver, how much the cab fare?
That'll be $1.90.
Okay, I got it.
Wait a minute, Phil. Let me pay for the cab.
Let me pay it. I got the change right here.
No, fellas, let me pay it.
Okay.
Here you are, driver.
You got hooked, didn't you, Sporty?
It's none of your business. Well, here we are.
Hey, Jack, look at that sign. The Hawaiian Swing Club. Hockalua Schlepperman, proprietor.
Oh, yes. Look who's standing in the doorway.
Hello, stranger.
Slapperman! Wow.
Welcome to Hula Land. High-class food for low-class people.
Hey, Slap, what's the idea? What's the idea of the high hat, tuxedo, and bare feet?
I'm a beachcomber that reads Esquire.
Oh.
Well, right here this way, everybody. Come on in, everybody.
Hey, this is a gorgeous place, isn't it, Jack?
It sure is. Real tropical atmosphere. Palm trees and coconuts hanging on them. Say, Slep, where do we check our hats?
Better keep them on. The coconuts are loose.
Oh, I see.
Ouch!
There goes one now.
Yeah, say, we better be careful. Hey, Slep, where's your wife?
She's in the kitchen. And, Jack, when I tell her you're here, she'll go crazy. Oh, Lotus Blossom!
What?
Who do you think is here? Jack Benny.
All right, so hooray.
Boy, is she thrilled.
Well, sit down, everybody. Would you like a little refreshments before eating?
Sure, I'll have some Hawaiian punch.
I'd like some, too.
Me too.
I want a dry martini.
Kenny, you'll have a glass of milk.
Okay, put an olive in it.
Never mind.
Well, Gringles, make yourself at home. I'll be back in a jiffy. Excuse me.
See you later, Slep.
Okay.
Wow, this sure is a hot spot. Yahoo!
Kenny, wait till you get your milk. You know, Phil Schlepp's doing a great business here, isn't he?
Oh, it's packed all the time.
Come on, let's have a little action around here. Where's the hula dancers? Bring on the girls.
Say, that guy seems to be a little bit under the weather.
I'll say, I hope he doesn't come over here.
He's waving at you, Jack.
Just ignore him. He'll go away. You know, Mary, I think...
Hiya, Jack, old boy, old pal. How's the kid?
Ooh, my back. Gee, I don't even know the guy.
Am I glad I bumped into you? Say, who's got a match?
Here you are, buddy.
Hey, now listen, you stay out of this, Tubby. I'm talking to my old pal, Jack.
Gee, I don't even know the guy. Here you are, mister. Here's a match.
Oh, trying to get tough, huh?
No, you asked for a match, and I gave it to you.
A match? And now, don't worry, Jack. I'll get you a match if I have to turn this place inside out. Who's got a match for my old pal, Jack? Now, who's got a match?
Gee, I never saw the guy before in my life.
Well, gentlemen, here's your appetizers. And in just a minute, we're going to have a floor show.
Say, Schlepp, there's a fella been annoying us here. You better throw him out.
Where is he?
That big guy over there.
I'm sorry, my wife is the bouncer.
Well, something ought to be done about that guy.
Pardon me, Jackie, I'm going to start the show. All right, boys, step on it. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Before starting our entertainment, I would like to announce that we have a big celebrity here tonight. None other than Jack Benny from the radio.
I never heard of him. Never heard of him.
There's your pal, Jack.
Quiet.
Come on, everybody. Let's give Jack Benny a real Hawaiian reception.
Well, thank you, folks.
Sit down, you big ham. Sit down.
Hey, what is this, anyway? Ouch, darn those coconuts. Go ahead, Schlepp.
Ladies and gentlemen, first on tonight's program, we have a little surprise for you. In honor of Jack Benny's 7th anniversary, Miss Mary Livingston and yours truly are going to sing a special Hawaiian song for the occasion, assisted by the Boyle Heights Beach Boys.
Now, Mary, did you frame this?
Where did you hear it?
Come on, Mary. Go ahead, don't be bashful.
All right, boys. Alua Taluki, 1, 2. I want to go back to my little grass sack in Kaliakawakahaya.
I want to be with all the Connies and Wahinis that I knew long ago.
And a girl, Mary!
I can hear old guitars a-playing on the beach at Ocean Park.
I can hear those Hawaiians saying,
Nagasaki, Nikiwaki, Wikiwaki, Walakahui.
Won't be long till my ship will be sailing back to Kona.
Kona!
A grand old place that's always fair to see on Mammy's knee.
I'm just a little Hawaiian and a homesick island boy. I want to go back to my fishing boy. I want to go back to my little grass shack in Kealakekua, Hawaii. Where the huma-huma-nuka-nuka-nuka spinning by.
You said it.
Where the huma-huma-nuka-nuka
Well, no kidding, Schlepperman, that was swell. That was beautiful, Mary.
Hey, folks, how would you like to hear Jack Benny play a violin solo?
Oh, no, Phil, nothing doing.
Come on, Jack. Now, let's play.
Oh, no, I don't want to.
Come on, Jack, old pal. Love in blue.
All right, fellas, if you insist. Have you got a violin here, Schlepp?
No, Jackie, I haven't got one.
Oh, well, it's lucky I brought my own. I thought I might be called on, huh? All right, boys, give me an introduction on Love and Blue.
That's what we want, humorous.
Oh, I wish they'd be quiet. All right, hit it, boys.
Attaboy, Jackie, old pal, humorous.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
You know, that's the most beautiful thing I ever heard. You're breaking my heart. That's what you're doing. You're breaking my heart.
Isn't that awful?
That's the sweetest song was ever written. I was in love once.
Well, you're in bloom now, so keep still.
I was in love with the sweetest little girl in the world. Hey,
I've had enough of this. Schlepperman, if you don't throw this fellow out, I will.
Go ahead. The customer's always right.
Here, Mary, hold my coat.
Hey, wait a minute now, Jack. Calm down. This is all a rib.
A rib?
Yes, I hired that guy to heckle you.
You sure fell for it, didn't you?
Oh, I get it. Well, you sure fooled me, buddy. Hey, come over and join us. Have a drink.
Okay, Mr. Benny, I'll have a cherry phosphate.
Say, you certainly had me going there for a minute. Come on, let's all sit down and have a good time. Ow! Kenny, get down out of that tree. What an anniversary. Hey, Slap, how about the few?
Coming right up. Oh, load this blossom. Load this blossom.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight I have a confession to make. There was a time when I was a meat and potato man. No salads for me, no, sir. Well, I've changed because I found out that Jell-O salads really are different. They have a zest, a tang that's cool and refreshing. And here's one for you to try that I know you'll all like, husbands included. Jell-O spring salad. You can make it with lime or lemon Jell-O, whichever you prefer. Both flavors are especially swell for salads. Dissolve 1 package of Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water, then add 1 tablespoon of vinegar and chill until slightly thickened. Add 1 cup of chopped nut meats and 1 cup of diced celery and mold until firm. Serve on crisp lettuce with real mayonnaise, and boy, you've got something. Cool, refreshing Jell-O, golden lemon or sea green lime, molded with crunchy celery and nut meats. So try it soon. Ask your grocer tomorrow for lime or lemon Jell-O, or better yet, get both.
This is the last number of the 31st program in the new Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time.
Oh, Jack, here's another telegram just came from you, for you. It's from Lloyd's of London.
Lloyd's of London, what does it say?
It says, congratulations on reaching your 7th year in radio, although you cost us plenty.
Well, I've been fooling them for years. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O. Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program for courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From anyone. As long as I live, I'll never take orders from anyone. I'm young and strong and nothing can touch me. Darling, poor fool. Don't you know I'm in love with you?
Are you afraid to burn, Michael? Are you afraid to die?
What a relief to know that you're no better than I am. No one but you. I had to come and tell you. No one. I've been so stupid. I've crammed every minute so full of waste.
But I love you, Judy.
I know you do. I saw it coming. And just now, a little while ago, I asked her to her face, do you love him? And she answered, yes, I do. What are you going to do? Are you going to go up there this weekend and hold her in your arms? Are you? I'm not in your care any longer.
You'll always be in my care.
Will I?
I know how you feel. Anything to strike back at me. But don't do it this way.
What do you want me to do? Stay alone in my room and think how in a few months...
Judith, you hate me, don't you?
Oh, I hate you so much and for so many reasons. I hate you for not telling me the truth.
I hate you for letting me hurl myself at your head. I'm so ashamed.
I guess I was born out of my time, Miss Judith. I should have lived in the days when it counted to be a man the way I like to ride and the way I like to fight. What good's riding and fighting these days? What do they get you?
You're making love to me, aren't you?
I'm as good as some of them that's been playing around with you. They're all afraid of you. I wish I was in their boots.
What then, Michael?
The things I've wanted to say to you ever since I first laid eyes on you belong to me and no one else.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Warner Baxter and Joan Bennett in Stand-In. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. And perhaps I should add apologies to Hollywood for the gentle kidding we're about to give our hometown tonight. We're going to take you inside Hollywood, into the sound stages, offices, and dressing rooms, for a rollicking story behind the camera that matches all the thrills, comedy, and romance that usually go in front of the camera. And our chief exhibits are two stars who are equally at home in both places, Warner Baxter and Joan Bennett. It all comes under the heading of the play Stand-In. And for those who are not familiar with that curious word, a stand-in is one of the little people of Hollywood. Somebody who merely stands in for the star while the cameraman is getting his focus and who never appears on the screen at all. But tonight, a star stands in for the stand-in, with Joan Bennett playing the part, and with Warner Baxter, a rather bewildered banker, to whom she teaches a few tricks of the trade. The master hand of Clarence Buddington Kelland wrote the original story, and Walter Wanger made it doubly famous with the motion picture from which our play is adapted. So all signs point to the kind of evening that brings the kind of comment we like to get. Comments such as this letter that came to my office the other day. It reads, "This is the first time I've written to the producer of a radio program, but this letter to you is long overdue. First, because I've enjoyed the plays in the Lux Radio Theater for 5 years, and it's high time I thanked you for the inspiration and enjoyment that they've brought me. The second reason for this letter is Lux toilet soap, and I know it's high time I thank somebody for that. I bought it first because I thought your theater deserved my support. But ever since that first cake, your product has been standing on its own merits, and there's no doubt about the value of those merits. So keep up the good work." That letter sounds like a challenge to this theater, and we're going to accept it, because Lux toilet soap has never backed down from a challenge yet. Now it's curtain time, and here's the first act of Stand-In, starring Warner Baxter as Atterbury Dodd and Joan Bennett as Miss Lester Plum. The firm of Pennypacker and Sons, bankers, has been in business for 150 years, and its chief executives look as though they were there when it started. That is, all except Mr. Atterbury Dodd. Young Mr. Dodd, M.A., Ph.D., and a string of other degrees, is the executive vice president of the venerable firm, with a mind that runs only to cold logic and figures. Young Mr. Dodd is a mathematical genius. In his expensively furnished office, Mr. Dodd paces the thick rug, talking to himself. A genius is permitted this liberty.
Gentlemen, students, I am honored at your invitation to address my alma mater. In the past, however, I have encountered difficulty in persuading my listeners that the science of mathematics is not one of mere figures and geometrical designs.
It's 3 o'clock, Mr. Dodd.
It's 1 minute past 3, you're late. but a science more important to life than meat and drink. A science...
Mr. Dodd, these figures here...
I'm rehearsing my speech. A science without which there could be no art, music, poetry.
Mr. Dodd, this balance is...
An error in addition, the total should be 1,296,921. The flight of the bird.
But we got this total on the adding machine.
Have the adding machine fixed. The leap of the salmon, the rhythm of the dance, all are mathematical.
Good afternoon, Atterbury.
Good afternoon, Junior.
Atterbury, you know that survey you made on that Colossal Motion Picture Company?
I recommend that we hold on to our investment in Colossal Studios.
Yes. Well, Grandpa and all of us wish to thank you for that survey. But we're going to sell it.
What's that?
We've decided to accept Mr. Nassau's offer.
Oh, you have you? Is your grandfather still in the boardroom?
Yes, they're all in
All right,
there.
I'd like to see them, please. If they insist on this move, I shall have to resign.
Can't go on like this.
Quiet! Quiet, everybody! Now, see here, Atterbury. You can't resign. Colossal Studios have been losing money steadily.
Yes, since April 7th, 1935, the day we bought the studio. Up to that minute, the business had prospered.
But don't you see?
I see a stubborn disregard for my conclusions, Mr. Pennypacker. But I see more than that. I see 30,202 stockholders who are not getting the protection to which they're entitled.
And how would you go about helping them?
I'd go to Hollywood and I'd examine the company records. I'd discover the error and I'd correct it.
Yeah, that sounds very simple, Atterbury. But we're dealing here with a human factor.
My method is to ignore human factors.
Atterbury, do you see many movies?
I find them a trifle silly.
But you realize those are real people acting out those things you see on the screen? Now, look, some fellow writes a story, then another fellow directs it. A lot of different temperaments. That's how they make pictures, Atterbury. I looked into it.
I confess I've not concerned myself with the details of manufacture, but 2 and 2 make 4, Mr. Pennypacker. Whether they be fish, apples, or human beings.
Ah, you're a pig-headed young man, Atterbury.
You mistake confidence for stubbornness, Mr. Pennypacker. Confidence based on mathematics, a science which has never failed and never will. I'll stake my future on it.
You stake your future? Well, we're staking $5 million.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Pennypacker, but you're staking nothing of the sort. You're selling a $10 million property for $5 million because it offers problems. Giving away $5 million of your stockholders' money.
Atterbury, how dare you speak to Grandpa like that?
I'd speak to great-grandpa the same way. Mr. Pennypacker, gentlemen, has it occurred to you to wonder why, in your opinion, Colossal Studios are worth nothing when they appear to be worth $5 million to a certain gentleman in Hollywood? A certain Mr. Ivor Nassau seems willing to purchase the studio. Why?
All right, Atterbury. You go to Hollywood. It's your judgment against mine. But if you fail, don't come back.
It's your judgment against mathematics, Mr. Pennypacker. I'll go to Hollywood.
Hello, Mr. Ivor Nassau's office, Colossal Pictures. If it's the Colossal, it's Colossal. Good morning. I'm sorry, Mr. Nassau is in conference. I can't help who you are. He's in conference with Mr. Kozlowski, Miss Cherry, and Mr. Potts, and he can't be disturbed. Mr. Kozlowski, Miss Sherry, and Potts. Potts. Oh, is that so? Well, so are you, wise guy.
He's really a wonderful...
All right. Now, here's the setup, Mr. Nassau. Get this, Miss Sherry. Now, listen, Kozlowski.
I'm lazy.
Go on, Potts. Go on. So, Mr. Atterbury Dodd is met at the station by the publicity director of Colossal Studios Incorporated. It's my job. Get it? Oh, and what's the first thing I do? I break his glasses so he can't read the books. Ha, ha, ha. And then I put him on a merry-go-round during the days, and Miss Sherry here takes care of his nights. That is, unless the old gray mare ain't what she used to be.
Potts, you should play Gone with the Wind, but for good you should be gone.
Yeah, we'll save them cracks for your pictures. So you see, Mr. Nassau, by the time we pour him back on the train, he's so goofy he don't know what goes.
Just a minute, Potts. Who do you think you're dealing with? Dodd is the most brilliant financial brain Wall Street has developed in the past 10 years, and you might remember this. We're trying to put over a pretty fast deal, and Dodd doesn't smoke or drink, and he doesn't play around with girls.
Miss Cherie here can take care of that, can't you, Thelma?
The whole setup makes me sick.
Oh, Thelma, you're as bad an actress off as you are on. You know this is a great deal for both of us. I get mine the day Colossal closes, and you get yours. A 5-year contract with a studio that absorbs Colossal. Not bad for a star who's been on the downgrade for 2 years.
She will do as I should say, so I'm her director.
Oh, shut up! I got a mind of my own!
Quiet. What is it?
Mr. Nassau, Mr. Quintain is here.
Quintain. All right, send him in. Now listen, everybody, and concentrate hard. Quintain knows the picture business better than any of us. We've fooled him so far because this isn't the picture business, it's hijacking. But if he finds out what we're doing, he'll run us right out of Hollywood and into a penitentiary.
I'll save it.
Oh, come in, Quintain. Glad to see you.
You're a liar.
What's on your mind?
I want to see you, Kozlovsky.
Well, you see me.
Yeah. I just wanted to remind you that you've got a picture to finish. What are you doing here?
I cannot shoot till I have an Andy.
Don't give me that. First it's writers, dozens of them. Then the sets don't suit you. Then the cameraman. Cherry, you shoot 5 weeks with a guy who's been photographing you since 1898. And just because he can't squirt the elixir of youth out of his lens, you got to get a new boy.
But, Pete, you know
I know you've stalled $1 million extra load onto this picture. Naturally, New York's got a yen to see what's the matter. And get this straight. I'm not taking a slap for it.
You're the producer, aren't you?
You keep your mouth shut. I'm just telling you, Sherry, and you, Kozlovsky, go to work. Get this picture finished. I don't care whether you have an ending or not. Get it in the can by next week or else.
What does he think he is? I'm Kozlovsky.
Tell it to him, not to me.
Thelma, you've got to keep him away from this Dodd guy, understand?
Why don't you do your own dirty
Sherry,
work?
my sweet.
My sweet. My fool.
Now, listen. I ain't got no time to listen to arguments. Dodd's train gets in 20 minutes. Do I put him on the merry-go-round or don't I?
All right, try it. Try anything but keep him away from the books.
Don't worry, boss. Mr. Atterbury Dodd is in the satchel right now. Ho-ho. Hello. This is Potts.
Well, Potts, did you meet him?
Oh, yeah, I'm in the station now. Mr. Nassau, this guy is a screwball. Look, I identify him despite he looks like an undertaker. I start to ladle him all over, but the reporters crash in. Before Dodd can open his kisser, I say, look, Mr. Dodd, leave me to inform these mugs how you're going to revolutionize the industry. Well, what happens? He just looks at me and he says, do you know? Well, so before I can biz the intervening gap, he's on his way to the hotel in the studio car and me over a barrel with my socks down.
Why, you dumb little... Get after him. Get after him. Don't give him a chance to get down here.
Okay, boss, he's in the satchel
Shut
right
up.
now.
Driver, must we travel at this speed?
This is Hollywood, Mr. Don.
I realize that, but I should like to go a little slower, please.
Okay. How do you like our climate, Mr. Don?
A little early to inform an opinion, I believe. Hey, where are you taking me?
The rich Hollywood.
Oh! Driver, you have to stop like that.
Traffic light, Mr. Don.
Nevertheless, I still think...
Mickey, give me a lift.
Snakes.
Oh, Mickey, you're a lifesaver. Drop me home before the body collapses.
Don't you see I'm riding somebody?
Oh, hello, mister.
Good morning.
Do you mind you're going my way?
Well,
Look, Mr. Dodd, you don't have to stand for this.
Drive on, please.
Okay.
Thanks. You don't know how grateful I am. My feet are killing me. Mind if I take off my shoes?
Well, I don't...
Woo! Thanks. Boy, what a relief. Say, who... Are you coming or going?
Arriving. Are you an actress?
No, I'm a stand-in for Thelma Sherry. Got a match?
No, I don't smoke. May I ask what a stand-in is, and who is Miss Sherry?
You mean you don't know? Oh, I'd go without pie for a week if Thelma could hear that. Say, you do know what a star is.
Vaguely.
How you must get around. Well, Thelma Sherry is a star, and like all stars, she's a pretty fragile cut of steak. She mustn't be fatigued or much. Hence the stand-in. That's me.
Well, I'm sorry, but I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
Look, you couldn't expect a star to endure the heat of the lights while they set the cameras and microphones, could you? So they dig up a gal to stand in for the star while all this torture goes on.
Yes?
Then when everything's set, the star, cool and immaculate, puts her little feet in the chalk marks. The stand-in, worn and wilted, fades out of the picture and business goes on as usual. Say, sonny boy, who are you anyway to rate this car?
My name is Dodd, Atterbury Dodd.
Mine's Lester Plum. How are you? You in the picture business?
Well, I'm a sort of a stand-in for my bank. I'm taking charge of Colossal Studio, temporarily.
Mister, with your encyclopedic knowledge of the picture business, you ought to be terrific. This certainly rounds out my existence. Life can hold but one more moment for me.
Indeed?
Yeah, when they make Shirley Temple president of a bank. So you're the new boss of Colossal. Tell me, are you a doer or a don'ter?
I beg your pardon?
Well, all you big shots are one or the other. Look, I'll explain. The don'ters are the guys who go Hollywood. They have fun, but they don't do anything. It's the doers who wreck the work. They barge in and fire everybody who's any good.
My dear young woman, I'm a businessman.
Any experience in picture business?
All businesses are fundamentally the same. Naturally, there are some aspects peculiar to each, but, well, it's my plan to find out about these things.
Oh, a finder-outer. Now we're getting someplace.
An orderly mind, Miss Plum, doesn't attempt to arrive at a total without a complete list of the items involved.
Yeah, only most of the finder-outers get their list of items from the baller-uppers. Hey, Mickey, here's the old homestead. Let me off.
You live here?
That's the domicile, $8 a week, and all the breakfast you can eat if you're not hungry. Thanks for the lift. You're a lamb, sonny boy, but don't let them lead you to the slaughter.
Good day, Miss Plum.
So long. Hey, wait!
I forgot my shoes! Hey! My shoes! My shoes!
Down the street, Mr. Dodd. As you see, there are 2 bedrooms, one in orchid and the other in pale fudge, and the bathroom done in dramatic jungle red.
How much does all this bad taste cost?
$100 a day.
What?
Oh, you needn't worry. It's charged. The Colossal Studio.
I see. I must make a note of that.
Ha, ha, ha. Hiya, Dodgy, hiya. Well, you don't look a day older. Oh, hey, get a load of the space you got here. You couldn't have grabbed more if you was a trunk murder victim. Some hideaway for a party, eh, you dog, you? Ho. Hey, look, I got it all planned. Boy, are we going to do a job on the town tonight. First, we attack the Boogie Woogie Tavern.
Mr. Potts, I appreciate your hospitality and kind interest in my entertainment, but I'm here on business.
Ah, what's the odds? What's the odds? Say, you want to get your autograph book filled up, don't you?
I have never kept an autograph book.
So what? So what? We can just look at the sites. It's all charged to Colossal anyway. Oh,
indeed.
That's the picture business, Mr. Dodd.
Oh, Mr. Dodd. Oh, you are Mr. Dodd, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Hey, how did you get in here, lady?
I've read about your coming to run Colossal, Mr. Dodd, and I made up my mind I was going to bring my little girl to see you. This is Mr. Dodd, Elvira.
I like you, Papa. I like you. Get up. You gotta get up. Get on your feet, but you're the beat. You gotta get up.
Lay off.
Dear child, tender child.
Listen,
Oh,
lady, you...
it's wonderful.
Hello, who?
Mr. Dodd, bring it in.
No, please, I don't want...
No, he don't want to buy a car. How much?
Tear it down, child. Chicken cacciatore.
What's the wheelbase?
Listen,
All right, now
listen, I don't... Please, you... Stop it! This is a madhouse!
I can't stand it.
Let me out of here! Let me out! Yes? Excuse me. Is this, Miss Plum lives here, doesn't she? Yes. Uh-huh. Well, I have her shoes. I'd like to return them. Her shoes? Yes, her shoes. You see, Miss Plum was riding in the car with me, and she left her shoes. Yes.
Did I hear my name?
Oh, hello, Mr. Dodd.
Good evening. You forgot your shoes.
Oh, thanks. I'm awfully sorry.
Well, I thought I'd better bring them to you. Yes.
Oh, this is Mr. Luvaney, Mr. Dodd.
How do you do?
How do you do? How do you do?
Hey, look. What is it? Is there anything wrong here? That man, he's...
Oh, don't mind him. He's trying to get a job in horror pictures.
Oh, I see. I was worried for a minute.
It was nice of you to bring the shoes, but I could have stopped by your hotel.
Well, you wouldn't have found me there. Miss Plum, tell me, there must be some place where a man can live without being tricked and tormented by people who want to do his thinking for him.
Not when you're a big shot. That's picture business.
I suppose not.
Hello, Lester.
Hello, Thomas.
I didn't take that job. Gee, Lester, it was a tough stunt. Look, I'll show you. Blake and me are supposed to be dueling at the top of the palace steps. Now, wait a second. I'll go up to the top of the steps. Now, here was the stunt. We were dueling, see? Like this.
Yeah?
And then Blake gives it to me like this. Ah! And then I was supposed to fall all the way down the steps like this.
Oh, did you see what he did? Did you? Are you hurt?
Hey, you see, Lester? And they wanted me to do that for $7.50.
I don't blame you, Tommy. It's worth $15 if it's worth a cent.
But he just did it for nothing.
Hey, I got my pride. Besides, that's a picture business. Oh, well, maybe I'll get something else. Who knows?
Well, I think I'd better run along. Good night, Miss Plum.
Wait, don't go. Say, Mrs. Mack has a vacancy here if you'd like it.
Oh, here?
Sure, if you don't mind sharing a bathroom with a trained seal.
You're joshing me.
All right, I'm joshing you. But this is the last place in the world people will expect to find you. And if you really want to find out about the business, this is the place. Most of the folks here are ex-stars and has-beens. They're down and out. But the only difference between them and the people on top is that the others have jobs now.
All right, I'll send for my bags. And about that trained seal, well, I'm sure it couldn't be half as obnoxious as a certain Mr. Potts.
Come on upstairs and I'll show you the place. It's really not a bad room, and you're right next to me, too.
Oh, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Be sure the hams won't get you down. The failures and has-beens.
Well, they don't seem to have gotten you down, Miss Plum.
Me? Oh, I head the list of who's through in Hollywood. Come here. I'll show you my room. Yours will be just like it. We'll be neighbors. Any objection?
Oh, no. I don't see any reason why it should affect the situation.
Guess you're right. It wouldn't. How's the room?
That's very nice. Very nice indeed. Well, this picture here, Miss Plum, is that you?
Sure it is. Doesn't it look like it?
No.
That's fame for you. I was getting $4,000 a week when that picture was made.
$4,000 a week?
Sure, I was the Shirley Temple of my day.
But, Miss Plum, may I ask your present remuneration?
That means wages, 40 a week when working.
But that's entirely wrong, Miss Plum.
You're telling me.
Oh, I mean the ratio of 4,000 to 40. An inventory today would show all the assets you had as a child. Your mind is mature, above average, if I may be forgiven.
You may.
And you're physically stronger. Why, potentially, if you were worth 4,000 then, you should be worth 8,000 now. It's simple mathematics. There must be something to explain it.
I'll say there is. A guy named John Public.
Yes, but the public did like you.
Look, you like chocolate?
Well, yes, of course.
All right. Maybe John Public likes vanilla, and they like their child stars to be children. Oh, I'm not squawking because old age got me. I've got my Social Security number. Say, you'll be needing a secretary, won't you?
Secretary? Oh, yes, of course, but demands...
Oh, I've got the answer to that one. Look, my night school diploma. Read this and gas. Maximum cum laude. That's Greek for with highest honor.
But I've always had a male secretary.
Well, I'll try to keep my voice and my emotions in a low register.
Well, I'll be glad to give you a trial.
I hope you're not fooling, mister.
Lester.
Come in, Mrs. Mack.
Lester, you know the rules of the house. No men in your room at any hour.
That's all right. I was just going to call you. Mr. Dodd's considering staying here.
Oh. Well, Mr. Dodd, the rent's $12 a week. I don't allow cooking in the rooms, drinking on the premises, and I expect my guests to be ladies and gentlemen at all times. And one thing more, no pets of any kind. Down, Silvernose, down, boy.
But what is this thing?
That, Mr. Dodd, is the seal.
Oh.
You see, Mr. Dodd, Silvernose is an exception. He's the only trained seal in movies. Gets more fan mail than Clark Gable. You won't mind him.
No, I'm sure I won't. As a matter of fact, he may be able to teach me something about the picture business.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Warner Baxter and Joan Bennett, will bring us Act 2 of Stand-In. Meanwhile, here's our Hollywood fashion reporter, Libby Collins. Say, Libby, you look excited. What goes on?
Mr. Ruick, I've had a really thrilling afternoon. Just as I think I'm quite used to glamour, I get a close-up of another famous Hollywood star, and there I am, all bedazzled again.
Well, Libby, who is it that's bedazzling you this time?
Loretta Young, Mr. Ruick.
Oh, well, of course.
I was at the photographer's studio where she was posing for some color stills. I went to get some fashion hints. You know, Loretta Young is always beautifully gowned. She was wearing such an exquisite evening dress with a color picture.
Won't you describe it for the ladies in our audience, Libby?
Well, I'll try. It was what I'd call a moonlight shade, a lovely pale turquoise blue. The bodice was silk jersey, closely draped. The skirt, yards and yards of soft chiffon, the same shade of blue. There were long, tight sleeves, a deep, square neckline, and no trimming at all unless you count the 4-strand pearl necklace she was wearing, fastened with a huge clasp of brilliant.
Sounds pretty gorgeous, Libby, even to a mere man.
And how that dress set off Loretta Young's exquisite coloring, Mr. Ruick. Light brown hair, big blue eyes, and honestly, if you ever saw a lovely complexion, there was one.
Well, Libby, Loretta Young is famous for her beautiful complexion. And you know, that makes us feel pretty proud, because she's used Lux toilet soap for years.
Well, Mr. Ruick, I had it brought home to me again how very, very important lovely skin is to a woman. Gorgeous clothes are fun to wear, but they just don't mean a thing if your skin isn't smooth and soft and fresh-looking.
Hollywood stars know that all right, Libby. That's why they're so careful to use a complexion soap they can depend on. And that's why 9 out of 10 of them use Lux toilet soap.
It's certainly a beauty care that works, Mr. Ruick. Loretta Young says so. She says she uses Lux toilet soap every day.
Lux toilet soap's active lather removes dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics thoroughly and leaves your skin feeling smooth and soft, looking beautifully fresh. Now, there's a tip for women everywhere who want a beauty soap that's a real aid in keeping their skin smooth and lovely. Get 3 cakes of this fine white beauty soap tomorrow. You'll be delighted with the gentle, protecting care that Lux toilet soap gives your skin. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Stand-In, starring Warner Baxter as Atterbury Dodd and Joan Bennett as Lester Plum. The team of Nassau, Sherry, Kozlowski, and Potts is planning the financial ruin of Colossal Studios by slowing down production on its new picture, Sin and Satan. The babe in Hollywood, Mr. Atterbury Dodd, is of course unaware of their little scheme. In the administration building, he talks to Peter Quintain, one of the few honest executives of Colossal Incorporated.
Sit down, Mr. Dodd. Mr. Quintain, before we discuss business, let me say that I'll consider it an impertinence if you ask me to carouse, drink, or go to parties.
May I ask what prompts this?
Your Mr. Potts is under the impression that I'm given to riotous living. Now, I don't want you to make the same mistake. I'm neither a charlatan nor a libertine. I'm here for one purpose.
You may count on my complete cooperation, Mr. Dodd.
I expect that.
No doubt you'll want to start work on the books immediately?
No. Today I'll inspect the factory.
Factory?
Yes, I should like to equip myself with a complete knowledge of the intricacies of picture making. Then I can approach the books more intelligently tomorrow.
Mr. Dodd, I've been in this business 20 years, and there are several intricacies that I haven't figured out yet. Look out that window there. That's the hospital over there. That's the commissary, the fire, police departments, sound stages, laboratories, recording rooms. We employ about 3,000 people here. It's not so simple. If you'll just come along, I'll show you a few of the intricacies.
I'd be delighted.
That's a sound stage just ahead. They're shooting Sin and Satan if something hasn't held them up again.
You say there are 3,000 people working here, huh?
At least that.
Most interesting. 3,000 units just to manufacture motion pictures.
Units?
Carpenters, electricians, artisans of all kinds, I suppose. The various cogs in the machine.
They're not units, Mr. Dodd. They're people. Human beings.
Mr. Quintain, for purposes of bookkeeping, I prefer to regard them as units.
Yeah? Well, if you peddle this joint to Nassau, your units will be on the dole.
Your logic escapes me.
Dodd, every time an independent studio becomes competition to the Combine, Nassau's the heel who is called in to put them out of business.
Very interesting.
He'll buy this joint under the guise of a merger like he did Excelsior and National. In 15 minutes, it'll be a ghost town. Let's step inside here. We can watch them shooting.
Now hit her on the back of the head with that baby. Shove that inky over a little. Put a jelly on the spot. Now move that broad in closer to the floor.
Make it snappy, will you, gang? I'm melting.
Now give me the blizzard. Start going, machine.
Come over this way, Mr. Dodd. I want you to meet our star, Miss Cherie.
This is all a trifle confusing to me.
It gets worse the better you know it.
Okay, cut the wind.
Mr. Dodd, this is Miss Cherie. Thelma, this is Mr. Dodd.
Oh, so you're Mr. Dodd. I've been wanting to meet you for such a long time.
How do you do?
And this is Mr. Kozlovsky, our director. Kozlovsky, this is Mr. Dodd.
Indeed, it is a pleasure. Quite.
Thank you.
Sit down, Mr. Dodd. My, you don't look anything like I expected you would.
All lined up, ready to go.
Excuse, please, huh?
As I was saying, I'm so glad you're different, Mr. Dodd, because I've arranged a little party Monday night in your honor. I just know you love it.
Miss Cherie, I'm afraid I shan't. I don't like parties. I don't know what to say to people, and I sit in corners and wish I might go home.
Really? I know. That's exactly how I feel. Of course, you're in a position to do as you please, while I'd give anything just to be able to give up all this adulation, limelight, and be just a woman.
You could retire, couldn't you?
No. It isn't that easy, you see. I'm a slave, really. To the millions who depend on me to bring cheer into their drab lives, I can't betray their trust. Oh, dear, do forgive me for burdening you with my woes, but the moment you stepped in here, I seemed to feel some chemistry which drew me to you.
No, scarcely chemistry, Miss Cherie. Chemistry is an exact science.
Huh? Oh, Mr. Dodd, you have such a refreshing sense of humor. You shouldn't be an executive. And you have such fine, chiseled features. You should be in pictures. I think I shall insist on having you for my leading man.
Frankly, I sometimes find it difficult to differentiate between sincerity and facetiousness, but if you're not joking, my duties here would prevent such a project, even if I could permit myself to be exhibited in films.
All set here.
We'll talk about it further. Stranger things than that have happened in Hollywood. Why, I was a cigarette girl in a nightclub in Dallas. Would you believe that?
Yes, why not?
Oh, Mr. Dodd, you're cute.
Wait, hold the camera. Stupid fools, I ask you, what is this? What is this?
That's Edelweiss, Chief. It's what the script calls for.
Mr. Dodd, you see with your own eyes what is up against the creator. Is this flower Edelweiss?
I am not a botanist, but it looks like Edelweiss.
It looks like Edelweiss, but it's not Edelweiss. It's not even a flower. It's paper. It's cardboard. I want genuine Edelweiss.
Yeah, but, Chief, we'd have to send to Switzerland.
Then send to Switzerland. I will not shoot imitation.
Oh, Mr. Quintain, what'll I do?
This, I think, is something for the head of the company to decide. Mr. Dodd?
Well, inasmuch as a blizzard is raging in the scene, will anyone see the flowers?
Mr. Dodd, 10 years ago, when I made my great classic, From the Cradle to the Grave, I use a real cradle and a real grave. And now they ask me to use paper flowers. I shall go mad. Thrown on the wind, I'm going mad. Paper flowers, the great Kozlovsky. Turn the cameras, give me life, give me action, give me emotion. Paper flowers for Kozlovsky. I am going mad.
Seen enough, Mr. Dodd?
Quiet. Get me out of here. Mr. Kurvitz, you're a writer. You ought to know something about this. Sin and Satan, story cost. $280,000. Mr. Kurvitz, can you tell me why one story should be rewritten so many times?
Well, I'll tell you. Kozlovsky said we didn't have enough oomph in it. Or enough schlock.
I beg your pardon?
Schlock.
What kind of a word is that?
I don't know. It's Kozlovsky's. He uses it to describe everything.
Uh-huh. I see. Well, nevertheless, I foresee a considerable difficulty in convincing my bank that a scarcity of oomph and a lack of schlock warrants such a waste of money.
Well, that's the picture business.
That's the picture business. That's the picture business. Hasn't anybody any answer for stupidity besides that?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dodd, but that's the only
You can't
answer.
go in there. Stand back, sister. I'm practically in now. Hello, Sonny boy. You remember me?
Oh, Miss Plum, yes.
She pushed right past me.
Never mind. What is it, Miss Plum?
You mentioned a job. Well, here I am.
Mr. Kurvitz, you may leave now.
Oh, I get it. So long, Mr. Dodd.
And shut the door, please.
Sure.
Listen, Sonny boy, I can scream so you can hear it through more closed doors than that.
Miss Plum, I'm not interested in your screaming ability. If you're to work with me as my secretary...
You mean I'm in?
If you're to work with me, we must have an understanding. I must have someone who can't be corrupted and who will be faithful to me.
Okay, Sonny boy. Most men want a girl who'll be faithful, but who corrupts easily.
Miss Plum, as employer and employee, I feel that there should be a certain formality in our relationship.
You mean in business hours I'm to call you Mr. Dodd?
If you will, Miss Plum.
Okay, Mr. Dodd.
Well, we might as well start in right away. Take a telegram, please. And I warn you, accuracy and speed will be the vital factors affecting your permanent employment.
Shoot.
Pennypacker and Son, 154 Wall Street, New York City. Gentlemen, I'm delaying report regarding financial structure, colossal. Until special production, quote, Sin and Satan, unquote, can be viewed and judged as to potential value. Stop. Miss Plum.
Yes?
You're not paying any attention. Here, would you mind changing places with me?
Not at all.
Thank you. Now, let's assume that you are dictating and that I am the secretary. You will notice that I'm not humming, nor am I fixing my hair, nor adjusting my stockings. I'm doing this. I'm taking notes. Now, please take the pad again, and we'll start from the beginning.
Well, why not pick it up where we left off?
Miss Plum, this is no time for levity.
Isn't this what you said? Pennypacker & Sons, 154 Wall Street, New York City. Gentlemen, I'm delaying report regarding financial structure colossal until special production, quote, Sin and Satan, unquote, can be viewed and judged as to potential value. Stop.
Oh, a truly remarkable feat of memory.
Well, you forget I was a kid star. I could memorize before I could button my shoes. If you want, I'll use shorthand, but you'll have to slow down.
Miss Plum, I think we're going to get along.
Sure we are, Sonny boy. Let's go. My dear Mr. Dodd, this little note is to remind you that you have been in Hollywood over a week and never once did you call me. Shame on you, dear Mr. Dodd. Please come and take me to Mr. Koslovsky's dinner party Wednesday. I'll save every dance for you. Yours as ever, Thelma Sherry. Marie, deliver this letter to that pinhead Dodd.
One more thing, Miss Plum. I'm going to dictate another report in New York. Will you take it, please?
No, I won't.
Miss Plum, what's come over you?
Come on, grab your hat. I'm going to get you a hunk of something you haven't seen in days. Fresh air. You've got the jitters.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with my nerves, Miss Plum.
Sonny boy, you forget I work beside you all day.
Well, as a matter of fact, I am disturbed. My position, the savings of 30,000 investors, the integrity of my bank, and my whole career, they're all hanging on the success or failure of Sin and Satan. Now, do you wonder?
Plenty. I also wonder if you have any normal instincts. Look, would you mind terribly if we talked about me for a moment?
No, of course not.
Do you ever notice anything about my hair?
Your hair, Miss Plum? What?
Look, it's very soft, see, and that wave is natural.
Miss Plum,
the color is rich, beautiful, and completely feminine.
The implication escapes me.
Okay, that's one strike. Wait a minute. Look at my eyes. Notice anything?
Well, there doesn't seem to be anything the matter with them, as far as I can tell. Why?
If I can rely on the voice of the mob, my eyes are of unusual depth and color, and they are also large and wide apart.
Well, what you say, that's no doubt true, now that I think of it.
All right, 2 strikes. But you've got to toss me one more. Mr. Dodd, I scarcely know how to approach this. I mean, haven't you ever noticed anything about me at all?
Well, yes. Your mind intrigues me.
3 strikes, I'm out.
Of course. I must admit that I've studied your personal appearance, too.
Well, may I ask, did your studies reveal some faint traces of beauty?
My dear Miss Plum, this is a business day.
All right, so it's a business day. But that's no reason why you should stick around and worry yourself sick. Let's go out and have some fun.
Miss Plum, I...
Look, you might fire me for this, but I'm going to say it anyhow. The trouble with you is that you've got figures in your blood instead of red corpuscles. You're a scratched entry in the human race. You're...
Miss Plum, please.
I can prove it. Did you ever hit a man?
Never.
Ever been in love with a woman?
No, never.
Ever get drunk and been thrown out on your ear?
Naturally not.
Ever do anything wicked or want to do anything wicked?
I hope not.
Haven't you ever had any fun at all?
No, I've had no time for fun.
Then you're going to have it tonight. Don't be such an old stick. Oh, I'm sorry, but I just couldn't help it. It's for your own good.
Miss Plum, you've shown me a picture of myself that's not pleasant to see. Oh, I seem to have led an odd existence. I seem to have been left a long way behind.
You'd better start catching up.
Yes, I agree.
Well, just how do you propose to go about it?
Oh, I've been afraid to let myself go, but from now on I shall give life the opportunity to turn me into the sort of a person I might have been. Miss Plum, do you dance?
Why, of course.
Would you mind showing me how?
Don't you know how?
No, I'm afraid not.
Wait a minute. I'll turn on the radio. It won't take long to learn.
No, I'm certain I can master it. It's just a matter of putting your mind to it.
Well, sort of. There we are. Come on. Put your arms up.
Wait, please.
What's the matter?
Miss Plum, now, if you'll just do it by yourself first, just a few steps.
You mean like this?
Yeah, that's it. No, stop!
What for?
Stand right where you are. Now, on the 3rd beat of the music, your foot was there. And on the 4th beat here. Now we'll call them 3 and 4. Now, hand me that ruler, will you?
Ruler? Now, listen.
No, please. Yes, sir. Yes, just as I thought. About 18 inches between steps.
Cut it out. You can't learn to dance by mathematics. It's rhythm.
All rhythm is based on mathematics. Well, I'll try it now.
Let's go. Don't make it 19 inches or we'll trip.
Oh, no. I'm a fair judge of distance.
No. Just relax. Let yourself go more. That's it. Fine. You're doing fine.
1, 2, 3, 4. How's that?
Sonny boy, I wouldn't have believed it if I'd seen it with my own eyes. Where are we going tonight?
We? Why, I'm going with Miss Cherie.
What?
I'm taking her to Mr. Kozlovsky's house.
So, she's the one you're going to let yourself go with.
No, I wouldn't say
that. Well, go on. Go with her. Dance with her. I hope you fall flat on your face.
Miss Plum, she's a strange girl. Very strange.
Dance divinely, Mr. Dodd.
Thanks. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, if only this could go on forever. But it's sweet to have a glimpse.
4. Glimpse? Glimpse of what?
Why, the kind of glimpse a girl like me gets when her orbit crosses the orbit of a man like you for one
3,
brief moment.
4. Oh, yeah.
Do you ever dream, Mr. Dodd?
4. Occasionally, yes, if I eat something that disagrees me. 1, 2, 3.
Must you count?
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yes. Not at all. Tell me, Miss Cherie, while we've been dancing, there's something I've wanted to ask you.
Yes?
Where did Mr. Kozlovsky get those drapes?
Drapes? I don't know why.
Oh, I'm just interested.
Well, it's a very strange thing to ask.
Well, I might also ask about the rug in the library. Very nice rug, that.
Yes, it is.
Hello there, Dodd.
How do you do, Mr. Nassau?
Well, how do you like Hollywood, Dodd?
Well, I've been so busy I haven't had time yet.
That's the trouble. You big fellows don't know how to relax. You try to repair in a day the accumulated damages of bad management. I'll take Colossal, for instance.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to prevent.
Huh? That's pretty good, Dodd. And since you mention it, I do know things about that situation that you don't.
Yes, precisely. For instance, you know why Colossal is worth $5 million to you while the pennypackers consider it worthless to the stockholders.
You make it sound like a conspiracy against the stockholders.
The thought is yours, not mine. Still,
Now, listen, Dodd, you've got a lot to learn. But you're all right. Yes, sir, you're going to be all right.
Well, hello there, Dodsy. So we meet again, eh? What do you think of old Kozlovsky's party, huh?
How do you do? How do you do, Mr. Potts?
Well, and he's the old director himself. Hiya, Sergei.
Greetings, Mr. Dodd.
How do you do, Mr. Kozlovsky?
I get you a drink. Huh?
Rachmaninoff,
get Mr. Dodd a drink.
No, thank you. I don't drink. Mr. Kozlovsky, I've been wanting to ask you, how is the picture coming along?
Picture? Oh, the picture.
That doesn't answer my question, sir. I should like to know how
Sergei, that reminds me. I got a great idea for a sequel.
A sequel to Sin and Satan?
That's right. It came to me in a flash.
Gentlemen, before we do a sequel...
Now, here's the setup. We got a picture called Sin and Satan, ain't we? But there ain't no Satan in it. But in the sequel, he's in it.
Mr. Potts.
What do you think, Sergei? Like Dante's Inferno.
Potts, there you got something. Now, let me visualize, huh? I see fire.
Yeah, that's it.
I see girls, beautiful girls running over hot brimstones. I see dragons snorting flame.
Green dragons, red flames. We'll give it to them in Technicolor. And it ain't sensible because Dante's Inferno is a classic. Dodgy old socks, what do you think?
Well, I think I should still like to know how Sin and Satan is getting along.
Oh, yes, Sin and Satan.
Oh, it's coming along great, Mr. Dodd. We're having a press preview next week, ain't we, Sergei?
Well, I don't know yet. I may reshoot that last half.
The last half?
The mood is wrong. It needs, schlock.
Well, I'm afraid I don't agree.
Huh? Oh, you don't know what I mean. Nobody does.
That's just it. But shooting the last half of the picture is a little too expensive. And while we're on the subject of expense, Mr. Kozlovsky, I wish you'd return some of the furniture and to the property department.
What's that?
Yes, they might need it. Now, those drapes still have a Colossal Studios tag on them. I've noticed several vases and an oil painting and a rug.
You think I steal this thing?
No, certainly not.
I'm Kozlovsky.
Yes.
I kill for less than that.
Kozlovsky, don't hold him, somebody.
I kill him.
Oh, you crazy fool!
Oh, forgive him, Mr. Dodd. He didn't know what he was doing. Oh, your poor eye.
Never mind. Consider the incident closed. Excuse me, I'll have to leave now.
Oh, please, don't go. For my sake.
Dodsy, you can't go. The party's in your honor.
Who is it?
Good evening.
So you're back, are you? What do you want?
Oh, your eye. What happened?
I fell.
I know. After somebody punched you. Let's see it. Boy, you look terrible. Who hit you?
Kozlovsky.
Did you slug him back?
No, I didn't.
What are you, a man or a mouse?
A man who can't control himself can't hope to control others. Besides, I don't know how to fight.
Don't be ridiculous. You could have done this. Look, just get him around the neck like this.
Miss Plum, please, what are you doing?
Then just toss him over your head like this.
My goodness, why, you're wonderful, Miss Plum. You're
Nothing wonderful about it at all. It's just plain jujitsu, a trick of leverage.
leverage. Principle of Archimedes, the great Greek mathematician, yes.
All I know is it comes in handy when some ham who's driving you home doesn't want to drive you home.
Would you mind teaching me how you did that?
I taught you to dance, and look what happened.
By the way, how did you make out with the alley cat?
Are you referring to Miss Cherie?
I said alley cat.
Miss Plum, I must insist that you grant Miss Cherie the respect to which she is...
The respect to which she's entitled, so that's how it is. Protecting her against me, and now you want me to teach you jujitsu.
Yes, if you don't mind.
It's a pleasure. Watch!
Oh, very good. That's very good indeed, Miss Plum.
Oh, you hurt? I didn't mean to hurt you.
Oh, I feel fine. Now, let me do it to you now. Let's see. First, I put my arms around your neck, and I hold you, and I put my feet behind you, and then I pull you close to me.
That's right. Closer. Closer, as close as you can.
Now what?
Don't you know?
Oh, of course. I apply leverage. Oh! I've mastered it.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Warner Baxter and Joan Bennett, will bring us Act 3 of Stand In. Now, a day with Mrs. Anywife.
Oh, time to get up. Fix breakfast for Junior, for Mary, for Dad. Put away the comics, Junior, and eat your cereal. Mary, your slip shows. Oh, Dad, you'll miss your train. Now it's time to wash the dishes. Run the vacuum. And then, oh, heavens, Junior will be home for lunch in no time, so into the kitchen. There he is now. Hang up your hat, please. Oh, eat your vegetables, please. Goodbye, dear. Don't be late. Phew. Well, look at Ella Brown. Another new hat. Good afternoon, Mr. Dobbs. Are these melons right? Yes, please send my order right away. We're having guests for dinner. Get the meat in on time. Fix the flowers and... Junior, please don't leave your toys in here.
A pretty strenuous day. But now Mrs. Anywife shows how smart she really is. She draws a nice, warm Lux toilet soap bath and relaxes in it completely, happily. She knows that this fine white soap with its delightful fragrance will make her bath a joy. She covers herself all over with Lux soap's creamy, soothing lather. She knows its active lather does a thorough job of cleansing, makes her sure of skin that's sweet, delicately perfumed, too, with a fragrance that clings. It won't be long now before she'll be ready in a fresh frock, a gay ribbon in her hair, to hear a proud husband say,
Hello, sweetheart. How nice you look. How sweet you are.
Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the third act of Stand In. It's the night of the preview. Kozlowski, after making his peace with Atterbury Dodd, consented to show Sin and Satan out of town, and the audience was invited to express its opinion on cards. These cards are now in Atterbury Dodd's office.
You have just seen a preview of Sin and Satan, a colossal picture. Your criticism is appreciated. Boy, they certainly took that seriously.
Read that last card, Miss Plum.
A pleasure. Question. Did you like the story? Answer. What story? Question. What part of the picture did you enjoy most? Answer. The end. Question. What actor or actress did you enjoy most? Answer. The gorilla.
The gorilla. You know, I can't figure how that gorilla got mixed up in that picture. There aren't any gorillas in the Swiss Alps.
Oh, a little thing like that wouldn't bother Kozlowski. Anyway, the gorilla's in, and there are 215 cards that say they like him better than your girlfriend.
Miss Plum, the person to whom you refer as my girlfriend is merely a business associate.
Yeah, and the way they hissed your business associate, I thought the theater was filled with cobras.
Where's Quintain? Hello. Get me Quintain, please. Oh, it's been a horrible experience, horrible.
Oh, don't take it so hard, sonny boy.
Oh, Miss Plum, this is the end of Colossal Studios.
What? You're going to sell to Nassau?
Yes, there's no alternative.
Atterbury, do you know what you're saying?
Miss Plum, your sympathetic attitude proves to me that you're not only a loyal employee, but, if I may take the liberty, a close personal friend. You know, the prospect of humbling myself before the pennypackers doesn't make me exactly happy.
You egotistical adding machine. What do I care how you humble yourself? I was thinking of the people who go out on their ear when you close the studio. Pop Jones in the commissary, the cops on the gate, little Miss Coley in the wardrobe, prop men, electricians, carpenters, 3,000 people you call units. Units that happen to have families, homes, and kids, and rents to pay, and doctor bills.
Miss Plum, you're hysterical.
Sure I am, because I'm one of those units.
No, why, you're not a unit, Miss Plum. You're different.
I'm not different, and from now on, I'm not even a loyal employee or a close personal friend.
Miss Plum, are you leaving me?
No, I'm a dope, but I can't leave you now.
Thank you, Miss Plum.
You want to see me?
Yes, come in, Mr. Quintain. You were at the preview.
I was there.
Tell me, what do you think of the picture?
In front of this girl? I am too polite.
Don't mind me. I'm going out for a hamburger.
You mean there's no hope?
Sure. Just cut Thelma Sherry down to a whisper and build up the gorilla's part. He's swell.
Mr. Quintain, I'm serious.
So am I. Why not?
An anthropoid ape as a motion picture style. Well, it's very unusual.
Oh, I don't know. He'd certainly be an improvement over Sherry.
Say, Mr. Quintain, I'm convinced that Miss Sherry and Mr. Kozlowski were in on this deal to ruin Colossal. A change in the picture would serve both of them right.
Yeah, but there's one catch. Cherie's contract says she can okay the cutting.
Then I shall deprive her of that power.
Throw away your dream book.
Mr. Quintain, there's a clause in all star players' contract. Quote, if the artist commits any act that will prejudice the public against the motion picture industry by doing anything which will bring her into public hatred, contempt, scorn, or ridicule, the contract is then breached, unquote.
So what?
So I shall involve Miss Cherie in a scandal.
You think you can do it? She'll let you?
Yes, I'm sure of it, Miss Cherie. She's always making advances.
That's no lie. What's the plot?
Well, I'll take her on a round of the nightclubs. We'll dance till dawn.
And drink.
Oh, certainly. Champagne. I'll ply her with champagne until the inevitable happens.
You mean till she trips on her nose?
Yes, that's right.
I get it. She falls on a dance floor. You sit down alongside of her, and I have the newspaper standing by to snap the picture. Great. But, Dad, you realize this makes you a libertine and a charlatan.
Oh, I'm fully aware of that, but I'm willing to make that sacrifice.
That's the boy. Hello. Get me the Tribune, quick.
What's Street, Piper, Thelma Sherry, and Scandal? Thelma Sherry takes a spell.
Thelma Sherry and Atterbury Dodd arrested, drunk and disorderly. Whoa!
Take a wire to Dodd. You have ruined greatest of Colossal's assets, Thelma Sherry. We are selling Colossal Studios to Ivar Nassau. Closed payroll and turned business over to Nassau. You were fired.
Come in, Miss Plum.
I see they bailed you out. I suppose you know about the notice they tacked up on the bulletin board this morning. Colossal's been sold.
Miss Plum, I've just been dismissed.
Stop. You're breaking my heart.
After 4 years with Pennypacker and Son.
Look at this, Mr. Dodd. A closing check. I've been dismissed, too, in case you're interested, along with 3,000 others. And I'm supposed to break out in a rash because you lost your job. You sold out your stockholders and fouled your employees.
Everything I did was for the good of the company.
Listen, Dodd. There's a mob coming across the lot. You'd better get out.
A mob?
Electricians, carpenters, everybody. They're blaming it on you.
Tossed all them off. Get out, Dodd. Beat it.
Well, I only did what I thought was right.
I tried to tell them that. Oh, what a bust. And to think I had that picture almost cut. 2 more days of retakes, and I'd have made a star out of that gorilla.
Mr. Quintain, assuming that you had those 48 hours, what else would you need?
Nothing except those guys out in the yard there. We got the gorilla on the lot.
If the gates were locked and Mr. Nassau was not allowed to take over the studio.
Nassau's on the lot, too.
Yes, but there are also 3,000 men on this lot whom he's put out of work. And who will resent his presence here if they only knew the truth? If we can keep Nassau locked up until...
You're talking about 20 years in the jug, brother. It's unlawful possession.
Do you want those people out there to lose their jobs?
Say, whatever happened to that Atterbury Dodd who used to call those mugs units and cogs in a machine?
I confess to a certain modification of viewpoint.
And a 20-year rap doesn't matter?
All that matters now is what is true or false.
All right, brother, I'll split that 20 years with you.
Yeah, hello, Dodd. Well, I suppose you know what's happened.
Yes, I found out this morning.
Too bad, Mr. Dodd. A pity.
The jackals are gathering.
You put up a great battle, Dodd.
Well, I did the best I could under the circumstances.
I admire you, Dodd. No hard feelings. You have a lot of virtues I like.
Yes?
You're a brilliant man, Dodd. What difference can it make to you which side you're on, as long as you win? I'll give you a job at $75,000 a year right now.
You will, huh?
Sure, it's more than Pennypacker paid you.
Yes, a lot more.
Atterbury, get out of here. That crowd will tear you to pieces.
No, let them come in. I want to talk to them.
Talk to them. You can't reason with 3,000.
Yes, I'm going to talk to them. Quintain, you wait here. Don't let those 2 out of the room. Face. Hi, I'll meet the crowd outside.
Atterbury!
Keep us out of work, huh?
Gentlemen, fellow workers, man, listen to me. I've got to talk to you. Stop. You must listen to me.
All right, men, let him talk.
Yeah, let him talk. Make it short, make it good.
Gentlemen, I was discharged this morning, too. Now, wait, you regard me as your employer, the big boss, but I'm not. Your bosses are the stockholders. There's a streetcar conductor in Denver, a bricklayer in Chicago, a soldier's widow in Memphis. 30,000 of them. They are the stockholders. Their savings built this plant, and now a small group of financiers, headed by Ivan Nassau, are trying to close it. The stockholders can't afford to see this studio close any more than you can. There's no trouble here that a good picture won't cure. Why, Mr. Quintain tells me that we have a smasheroo in Sin and Satan. Now, look, we can expose Nassau, save the studio and our jobs. So I'm asking you for 48 hours' work. I haven't any money for salaries, but I pledge...
Pledge what?
I pledge my word that I'll convince the stockholders that you're entitled to an interest in the business you've saved.
Yeah, but can we hold on? Nassau will get the law on it.
He will, yes, but we're over 3,000. We won't let the law in. Listen, men, Mr. Quintain needs carpenters, electricians, the gorilla, all of you for 48 hours. What do you say?
What do you say, Juices? How about it, Grip? I own the gorilla, and the gorilla says yes.
Thank you. We'll show them a real fight.
And now, I want you to meet Mr. Nassau and Mr. Kozlowski. Mr. Quintain, bring them out, please.
Listen, Dodd, what is this?
Mr. Nassau, a few minutes ago, you offered me a position. That offer was a bribe.
Bribe? For what?
To prevent my dissolving a sale and to avoid an investigation at which I must charge you with conspiracy.
Why, I'll break you in half.
If you please, Mr. Nassau. If there's any breaking, I shall do it.
Why, you take your hands off me.
Watch, Mr. Nassau. Archimedes' law of leverage, sometimes known as jiu-jitsu.
Oh!
Gentlemen, I give you Ivor Nassau.
The other rat, Dodd.
Let me go, I'm Kozlowski.
Mr. Kozlowski, meet Mr. Archimedes. Oh. Gentlemen, I give you Mr. Kozlowski, too.
Oh, Sonny boy, you were magnificent.
Thank you. Take a telegram, Miss Plum.
Yes, sir.
This will advise you that for failure to deliver to buyer, you still own this business. Stop. Have checked all items carefully and... Miss Plum.
Yes?
Miss Plum, if you please. Will you marry me, Miss Plum?
What? No build-up?
Miss Plum, that's picture business.
The curtain falls on the saga of Atterbury Dodd and Lester Plum, and it's only simple justice that we bring Warner Baxter and Joan Bennett back for a curtain call.
Well, my first visit to the Lux Radio Theater has been a very pleasant experience, C.B., and you always were a top-notch host.
He's the only man I know, Warner, who can be both boss and host and make you like it.
You don't mind if I blush, do you, Joan?
Go right ahead, Mr. DeMille. I'd enjoy it.
Pardon the pun, but after stand-in, you both stand in 100% with us. That was quite a different part you played tonight, Warner, from the last one you played for me.
Yes. Not an Indian in sight tonight anywhere.
What was it you played for Mr. DeMille before, Warner?
Well, I spent several jolting weeks on horseback for him, making the squaw man.
Oh, really? You know, my mother was in the original Broadway production of that play with William Faversham and Theodore Roberts.
Oh. I remember it very well, Joan. It was long before you were born. And perhaps I should explain that it was not the silent squaw man in 1913 that Warner played for me, but the one that talked just a few years ago.
Well, in any event, playing a banker is easier on the anatomy. Say, by the way, what's on here next week, C.B.?
Before you tell us that, Mr. DeMille, I want to say just a word about something that's good this week, next week, or any week, and that's Lux Soap. I suppose most of the women in this audience know that already, but the few who don't are really missing something that when they don't use Lux Soap. It's been my regular complexion care for years.
And we hope for many years to come, Joan. A very pleasant prospect for Lux Soap, too. But to get back to Warner's question about next week.
Yes, what is the play, Mr. DeMille?
It's the unusual drama, Dust Be My Destiny.
Who's in the cast, C.B.?
We're going to have John Garfield and Claire Trevor. The play's adapted from the Warner Brothers picture, and we think it has great possibilities for the theater of the air. You'll hear John Garfield in his original screen role as a young man with a very common complaint. He thinks fate is against him. And you'll hear Claire Trevor as the girl who convinces him it isn't. So next Monday night, with Dust Be My Destiny, we have the makings of another exciting evening.
Well, I think the audience will all be present and accounted for with a play like that, C.B. Good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night. Good night. We'll keep the footlight burning until you two come back. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents John Garfield and Claire Trevor in Dust Be My Destiny. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Warner Baxter is currently seen on the screen in the Columbia picture Adam Had Four Sons, produced by Robert Sherwood. Joan Bennett is now working in the 20th Century Fox picture Manhunt. The screenplay of the Walter Wanger picture Stand-In was written by Gene Town and Graham Baker. Mr. Wanger is now preparing Sundown for early production. Included in tonight's play were Hans Conried as Kozlowski, Dorothy Knox as Cherie, Charles Seal as Quintain, Edward Marr as Potts, Lee Millar as Mr. Pennypacker, Barbara Jean Wong as Elvira, and Eleanor Stewart, Alan Wood, Earl Keane, Gloria Gordon, Ralph Sedan, Stanley Farrar, Edwin Max, and Noreen Gamil Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, may I present the distinguished author of Captain Nicholas, Vanessa, and many other great successes, Mr. Hugh Walpole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barrymore. Certainly an honor to be connected with putting David Copperfield onto the screen for the first time in history. And it's been a great adventure, too. And I think we all find the characters are wonderfully lifelike and human.
Let me present to you the characters in the story and a few of the scenes from the screenplay.
Our domestic comfort, the quiet, the privacy, all them your own.
Thank you, sir. If he wants to.
My dearest little wife.
Step by step, I've abandoned to him my money, reputation, peace and quiet, house and home.
I kept them for you,
Finally, I see you for what you really are.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
You know, there are very few men who make good housekeepers. A man can be neat and clean, keeping his own house, But it just isn't the same as when a woman's around to do it. Let's face it, fellas, they have that certain knack. Now, take for instance myself. I can keep my workshop looking like it's been polished every day, and it looks good. But in the house, well, that's a different story. It's not only polishing and scrubbing that counts, but it's a woman's touch. I like to call this one The Battle at Jenkins Manor.
Hey, Stumpy, come on. I've got to drop you off at headquarters on my way to school.
All right. Keep your pajamas on, Sonny.
You look like a monkey in a junk barrel.
Yeah, you would, too, if you lived in this house. I can never find anything.
That's for sure. You never put anything back where it belongs.
Listen, I'm so busy finding stuff, I ain't got time to put it back.
What are you looking for?
My bandana handkerchiefs. Maybe it's here in the closet.
Have you tried your dresser?
Now there's a first-rate idea if I ever heard one. Now who went and put them where they're supposed to be?
What's the matter with you, Stumpy? You sound like a bear with lockjaw.
I've been wondering that too, Grey Wolf.
We call him Grumble Junkin.
It's that house of mine.
Oh, what's wrong now? Roof fall in?
No, it's just that I can't ever find anything. I'm so busy looking, I ain't got time to be putting.
You mean you're a pilot, Stumpy? Pilot here and pilot there?
No.
Come on now, old diver, get it off your chest.
Well, it's just that I'm getting sick and tired of keeping house for myself because I ain't no good at it.
Well, that's strange. You need as a pin with trail cabins and packs and tools.
Well, that's different. It's part of my job.
Old friend, I know you don't like to talk about your wife because it brings back too many wonderful memories and tragic ones, too.
I not know you have wife, old-timer.
Yep, I did. And Marthy and me was married for 10 years. She died of typhoid fever. Maybe that's what set me off this morning.
What do you mean? Something stirred up sacred memories?
Yep.
They would have been married 50 years today if she had lived, Grey Wolf.
Yeah. She was a wonderful woman. Marthy never had an unkind word for anybody or anything. In those days, I wasn't a Christian. I was a real rip snorter. Yes, sir, she kept a perfect house. It was homey and comfortable. Yes, sirree. It's been 40 years, but I can remember her like it was yesterday.
Have you thought about getting a housekeeper?
Once or twice, but nobody could keep house like Marthy. Ain't no use. She spoiled me plumb bad. Oh, I'll be all right in a few days, soon as I get over feeling sorry for myself. Top of the morning to you, and the rest of the day to myself, as Pat O'Rourke could say.
Stumpy, all right.
Oh, it's all fired funny.
Look at your feet. You got different colored boots on. One buckskin and one black.
I couldn't find the mates. I looked high and low, and I couldn't find them.
I'm surprised you haven't got them on cross-footed, Stumpy.
Stay in bed,
I almost did, but they began to pinch and bite, so I knew something was wrong.
Did anybody see you come to work with those unmatched boots on?
I suppose it did.
Ranger Headquarters, Bill Jefferson speaking. Oh, hello, Pat. What? You did?
Did Pat see him?
He sure did. He wants to know what's the matter with Stumpy.
Well, ask him if expects me to come to work barefooted.
Barefooted?
Without my shoes on.
What's that, Pat? You heard him? Yeah. Okay, Pat. So long.
When I catch that varmint doing something crazy, I'll rip him until he's black and blue.
What? I haven't laughed so hard for a long time. My ribs hurt. You better take Bill's advice and get a housekeeper.
No, Paul, get along all right. I know what I'll do.
What?
I'll take a couple days vacation that I got coming and clean house. Then I should be able to get organized.
Are you sure that crazy old Indian fighter won't get mad at me for coming along?
No, Pat, he'll growl and groan, but he won't get angry.
I've sure got to feast my own eyes in this house-cleaning effort of his.
Yeah, so have I.
As I live and breathe.
Hey, I wonder what he's up to.
Bless me aching feet if I know. Hey, Stompy, don't jump out of the window. It's not worth it.
Who's gonna jump? I'm gonna wash it.
I thought for the minute this house cleaning had got the best of you.
Stop wagging your tongue and bring your flat feet inside. And bring the boss with you, and I'll make you some coffee.
Aye, there's as fine an idea as ever I've heard. Come on, Bill. Oh, boy, me poor old flat feet appreciate having the load lifted from them. This coffee's fine, me boy. And so is your house cleaning job.
Yeah, it does look pretty good, if I say so myself.
How long will it stay this way, Stumpy?
You see, Patrick, all the appreciation I get.
Sure now, ain't you the limit?
You've done a fine job, old-timer. I can even see the top of the dining room table now. Hey, what do you know? It's walnut.
Well, thanks for the coffee, boys. I've got to get back and pound me beat. The citizens of this here town are paying me to do me duty and not to lollygag around. Well, keep up the good work, old-timer.
Some help you are. I'm trying to keep the work down, not up.
Oh, you sure do plenty good job on house clean, Stumpy. Why you not get housekeeper now to keep it nice?
Nope. Can't see it, sonny. Now don't you scratch your head about me. I'll get along all right.
Okay. I think maybe you like to take it easy now.
You incinerating I'm getting too old to take care of myself?
Oh, I know that's not true.
Let's finish counting that elk herd and make camp.
Good idea. I think you changed mind about housekeeper plenty soon.
Well, if I do, you better have my head examined for leaks in my roof. Thanks for the good victuals, young feller.
Ah, forget it, Stumpy. You're welcome anytime, you know.
Sure, I know it. Well, good night.
Good night, old-timer. See you in the morning.
Yep. I guess I better invigorate the boiler. It's gonna be chilly tonight. Where's that shovel? That ought to generate some heat from old bones. Now to hit the hay. want? Ain't nobody there. Coward must have run off. This time, stay there until I open the door. Maybe I should get me a Great Dane and have him sit on the front porch. Nobody there. Dog. Good idea. This does it. Where's old Betsy? The radiator. Better not tell the boys about this, or I'll hear it until they put me in a wooden kimono. I'd better fix that airlock so I can sleep. Morning, Grey Wolf.
Oh, morning, Bill. What new?
Oh, everything's quiet.
Henry to Ranger 1. Henry to Ranger 1. Over.
Hey, Henry must be in trouble. Supposed to be picking up the old timer on his way to school. Ranger 1 to Henry. Ranger 1 to Henry. What's wrong, pal?
I can't rouse Stumpy.
What? You can't?
No. I've beaten the front door black and blue. Rapped on the windows. No response at all. You'd better get over here pronto.
And how? We'll be right there. All right, fellas.
Hey, he's lying on a chair. His hands all bandaged up.
Oh, he had some trouble last night.
I'll say. Let's wake him up and find out.
Stumpy! Stumpy! Hey, wake up! Come on! Come on! Stumpy! Stumpy, wake up!
What did the name of common sense you fellers doing here in the middle of the night?
Middle of the night? Why, it's morning. I stopped by to pick you up.
So it is. I remember now.
Oh, what happened to you?
How'd you cut yourself? Why are you sleeping in the chair?
You'll never believe me.
Well, try us out.
Well, the radiator was acting up, and I was up half the night trying to get an airlock out of it. The valves that are supposed to do that must be dirty. And I finally got to sleep, and the alarm went off pretty quick.
You cut hand fixing radiator?
Nope. Making breakfast.
Oh, no.
Yep. I was squeezing oranges, and the squeezer broke and cut my hand.
Oh, stop.
About that time, the toast started burning, so I took it out and got blood all over the toast. Then I went to pour milk on my cereal after I wrapped my hand, and I found out after the first mouthful it was buttermilk. If there's one thing I can't stand on my cereal, it's buttermilk.
You'd better sleep until noon, Stumpy, and then come to work. You've had a rough time.
That's right.
I reckon so. And I'll be all right. There's only one thing I want to ask you, Sonny.
Okay, shoot.
Do you really know of some woman who would keep house for me?
Hey, now you're talking.
Ah, so you finally gave in.
Sure, I know of a fine housekeeper, Stumpy. And she'd be only too happy to have the job. Mrs. Murphy.
Magee Murphy?
The same. And a fine lady. What do you say, old-timer?
Well, all right, I'll give it a try.
Why don't you call her up right now?
No, you're pretty fancy talking with the ladies, young feller. How about you asking her?
Sure. I'll do anything to make sure you're not going to keep on living alone. It's too dangerous. Maggie, are you still looking for a housekeeping job?
Sure as a duck likes to swim. And who, may I ask, have you got in mind?
Stumpy Jenkins.
That old warthog?
Oh, come on now, Maggie. He's not as bad as all that, I'm sure.
I think not, Billy Bye. Well, let's see. I'll come about noon each day and keep house, and I'll fix his supper. And then I'll come home to me own brood. Ask him how that sounds.
I'm sure it'll be very satisfactory. When can you start?
In the morning.
Good. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Bill. The good Lord has answered me prayers for a part-time job.
Part-time job? You have another one?
What do you think keeping house for a man and 5 boys is?
Isn't it a big load off your mind to know that when you get home this evening, supper will be ready and the house clean as a whistle?
Maybe.
You find out Henry right.
I hope so. Makes me jittery knowing that Maggie's rooting around the house cleaning up. I probably won't be able to find a thing.
Oh, you wait and see. You'll like it fine.
Henry speak truth. There's nothing like woman touch around house.
You might be right. As long as she doesn't touch too hard. You know, I have my own way of keeping things. Sort of orderly confusion.
We agree, Stuffy.
It smells mighty fine, Maggie.
Thank you, Stumpy. It's probably been a blue moon since you had a home-cooked meal.
And they're almost all home-cooked, but none like this.
Well, dig in. I'll eat with you tonight and clean up afterwards, but I'll not spoil you this way every night, Stumpy Jenkins. Well, the dishes are washed and put away, so I'll be running along home to me own brood.
Thank you, Maggie. You're a fine cook and a good woman.
Mind you know, in the morning I want things spick and span when I get here. No leaving the breakfast dishes in bed unmade. I'll pull the mattress and air it once a week and change the bedclothes. What's so funny?
I was thinking about the mattress.
What about it?
I wonder how it's going to act, getting fresh air once a week.
Oh, Stumpy, it'll probably catch its death a cold. Oh, good night.
Good night, Maggie. Maybe the boys are right. The house does need a woman's touch. If I keep eating like this, I'll have to have my britches let out.
Hey, Stumpy, you ready?
Nope. By the looks of things, I ain't gonna be neither.
Huh? What do you mean? What's the matter?
She must have had help. She must have had help.
What are you talking about?
That female woman, Maggie Murphy.
She must have had help doing what?
Messing up my house. She's been through the whole place. She couldn't have done it one afternoon. She must have had help.
What are you looking for?
The socks. All I want to find is one pair of socks.
What's that on the dining room table?
Huh? No, what in the name of common sense are they doing here?
It looks like she mended them. Don't tell me all your socks had holes in them.
What's the difference? As long as they don't show.
I took your other uniforms to the cleaners this afternoon and 2 pairs of boots to the shoemaker.
You did what?
So, you don't wash your ears neither, eh?
Who told you to take my uniforms to the cleaners?
They did.
Huh?
They stood up by themselves and begged to be cleaned.
Oh, they weren't dirty.
They weren't. They're so spotted they looked like leopard skins. And as for your boots, you old buffalo, I don't see how you can stand to walk on your bare feet.
I just don't get time to have all them things done. Besides, I would have had them sold before winter. Attention!
Hey, what's going on? It's only Stumpy.
Well, it is. Excuse me, fellows. At ease. I thought it was top brass from Washington by the cut of that uniform.
Wow. Don't get close to those creases or they'll cut you.
Look at that.
Look at those boots. Why, they shine like brand new.
What about that hat? It's the first time I haven't seen rain spots on it in a year.
Pretty sharp-looking ranger, I'd say.
No, don't blame me. It ain't my fault that I don't look salty. Hey, am I in the right house?
Oh, it's about time you had new curtains.
What was wrong with old ones?
Well, I went to wash them and they fell apart. So I brought over what I had extra around home and put them up.
I suppose that's all right. Did you get a new rug, too?
Of course I didn't. I just turned it so the worn part would be under the furniture.
Kind of taking over, aren't you, Maggie?
I'm nothing of the sort, Stumpy Jenkins. You hired me to keep house, and that's just what I'm doing. And believe me, this house needed plenty of keeping. Stumpy Jenkins, clean your feet when you come up from the basement.
The next thing you'll want me to do is clean the basement.
Land's sakes, why do you save all these empty cans and clutter up the kitchen?
I need them to put worms in when I go fishing.
Can't you wipe your hands on these old towels when you're rooting in the garden?
Next thing you'll want me to do is air dry my paws.
Oh, do you have to leave your extra pair of store teeth and a glass on your dresser?
Are you afraid they'll bite you?
Come on, old-timer. We're late. I'll catch it from the teacher.
I know. But don't blame me. I can't find my suspenders, and I need them. Sometimes they're the only visible means of support I have.
Where did you used to keep them?
Hanging on the front doorknob.
Where?
Why not? That way I wouldn't forget them.
Oh, you're the limit. Say, what's that you've got on under your coat?
Huh? Hey, Sonny, you won't tell nobody, will you, that I had them on already?
I won't breathe a word.
Yeah, good boy. Somebody think I'd lost my trolley pole. It's just that female woman. She's driving me crazy. I can't take it anymore, young feller. She's upset my whole way of life. I've gotten used to it for 40 years. She's upset it all.
Don't be hasty, old friend. I know it's a change, but you can make the adjustment, I'm sure.
Maybe I don't like the new way. Did you ever think of that?
Oh, come on now. You have your evenings free since you don't have to clean house. Sure, she's changed things and cleaned up, but that's what a good woman would do. She's done things you never had time to do, Stumpy. You can't fight fires and keep house and do both well.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're not. But I'm fed up. I'm going to fire her.
You aren't serious.
I ain't laughing, am I? Tonight when I walk in the door, I'm going to fire Maggie Murphy, and you can talk until your jaw muscles are sagging from exhaustion. I won't change my mind.
Good evening, Stumpy.
Howdy, Meg.
What's the matter with you? Are you sick?
I got a headache. I guess I'll get an aspirin or two.
Don't dilly-dally, no. Your vessels will get cold, and hot food ain't worth eating when it's cold.
Maggie, it's time.
Stumpy, eat your supper. Say, you're really took sick now.
I guess so. I think I'll lay on the sofa for a spell.
You just sit there a minute and I'll get some blankets and a pillow. Oh, Oh, Lord's sakes, I'd better call Dr. Jones.
We won't need the stomach pump anymore, Bill. He's coming around.
Sure, and he must have poisoned himself accidentally.
Yeah, it looks that way, Maggie. It's a good thing you were here.
Yeah, he took a strong dose of sleeping pills and painkiller.
Wow.
Well, I was right, youngster. Mrs. Murphy hadn't have been here, poor old Stumpy'd have died.
What's all the excitement about? What are you doing here, Doc?
The question is, what did you do? Almost killed yourself.
I did what?
Easy now, Stumpy. You just lay back and rest a while.
The Doc's right, old-timer. Maggie saved your life.
Land sakes, Bill. Did you ever see such a collection of bottles? Why, there's enough here to start a drugstore.
Too bad you didn't clean this out first, Maggie.
I would have gotten to it directly.
Is this the bottle you thought you had aspirin in, old-timer?
Yep. Yeah, that's it. But I remember now that those were the painkillers and sleeping tablets I had left over the time the buffalo banged me up. Maggie.
Yes?
I'm much obliged to you for saving my life.
Sure, and I'm glad I was here to help.
If you don't mind, I hope you'll keep house for me for a long time to come. Like Bill says, it's getting dangerous around here without a woman to look after things.
Well, it was a hard, long battle, but Maggie won, didn't she? Well, that's the way it should be around Jenkins Manor. And we fellas will just have to admit that there's nothing like a woman's touch around the house. Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Find out, Hawk. War party, coyotes. Many braves.
How far away?
In hills just beyond camp. They come to attack.
From the proudest page in frontier history, Edward Small presents its most heroic adventure, filmed in its full power and glory. The deathless story of the finest of them all, Davy Crockett, Indian Scout.
Here they come!
Starring George Montgomery as Davy Crockett, famed even among the fearless as the frontier's top fighting man. Ellen Drew as the girl who had to choose between being Indian or white.
Bugler, sound the charge!
The dynamic story of a vast plan of Indian conquest, of organized savage warfare by all the tribes, united under their greatest chief.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap. Well, it's Tuesday night again, and that means another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, Jimmy Cash, and Paul Whiteman and his music. And now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie.
Will you answer the door, Gracie? I haven't finished shaving.
All right, dear. Oh, good morning, Mr. Postman.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. No letters for you this trip. Just that magazine your husband subscribes to.
Oh, how wonderful. George!
Yes, dear.
Your copy of Cowboy Love Tales is here.
Gee, that's great.
Oh, I'm so glad you brought it, Mr. Postman. It's 3 days late, and he's having a fit.
I know just how he felt, Mrs. Burns, because I read Cowboy Love Tales myself. It appeals to all us virile, red-blooded men.
Now we can finish that serial. Love comes to Oklahoma Tex and find out if Tex marries the school mom.
Yes, that's been preying on my mind, too.
Oh, poor George dreams about it. And it's very embarrassing for me. In the middle of the night, he shakes me and he says, "Ma'am, will you and me ever get hitched?"
I never dream much, Mrs. Burns. I sleep very soundly, and that's one of the things that keeps me in such robust health.
Well, Mr. Postman, you're lucky. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Gee, I'm glad Cowboy Love Tales came. Oklahoma, Texas in a bad spot. I'll read it right after dinner. Gee, I'm dying to see that magazine.
Say, you know, dear,
Yes?
now that we're staying home nights on account of gas rationing, wouldn't it be nice to make friends with our neighbors?
Well, maybe you've got something there. They really should get to know their neighbors.
Well, I should say, why, before I got married, a man lived next door to our house for 10 years. And not one of us even said hello to him in all that time.
Well, that wasn't right.
Oh, no, it wasn't. And we were mighty sorry we couldn't say we knew him later when he murdered his wife.
It's a big celebrity. I hope our neighbors are just plain folks.
Oh, well, all of ours seem like lovely people.
Funny how little we know about them.
Yeah, the only neighbors I know anything about are the ones who just moved in next door.
Well, what do you know about them?
Well, they sleep in twin beds. He exercises with Indian clubs, and she keeps goldfish.
Oh, you met them?
Oh, no, I watched them unload the moving van.
I say, you could tell all that by the stuff they own, huh?
Oh, sure. For instance, I know they have a daughter they're trying to marry off.
How do you know that?
Well, their sofa has a built-in light switch.
Well, you could be right about that. What else do you know?
Oh, lots of things. I know he's a hair tonic salesman because I saw his samples. I also know the hair tonic's no good.
It's no good.
No, one of the bureau drawers came open and his toupee fell out.
Next time I move, it's going to be at night.
And I know he's very tall because this morning when she hung out the wash, I had to close the dining room window.
Why?
The legs of his long underwear kept blowing in.
You know, Gracie, I don't think it's nice
Hi,
for you
George.
to...
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Glad you dropped in, Bill. Gracie and I were just discussing how to make friends with our neighbors.
Yeah, you know, I'm interested, Bill. How did you and George get to be friends?
Well, Gracie, I was playing golf. I hit a ball in the rough. A fella picked it up. I ran after him, knocked him down, took the ball away. We've been friends ever since.
It never happened. And you didn't knock me down. I stumbled.
Of course, there are better ways of making friends, Gracie. I have one surefire method.
Oh, yeah, what is it, Bill?
Well, you and George go over to a neighbor's house and ring the bell, see? When he answers the door, you say, "Hello, we're Mr. and Mrs. Burns," and you hold out your hand. Now, he reaches out to take it, and suddenly he gasps. "Ah, why, your hand is beautiful. Tell me quickly, what kind of soap do you use?"
Yeah, they always ask that.
Oh, it never fails.
Yes.
But you don't tell them, you see. You don't say that you use Swan, the new white floating soap, the soap that's purer than even the finest Castile soaps, pure as the morning dew.
We don't tell them.
Oh, no, not a word.
No.
Now, George, you've got his curiosity aroused.
Sure.
Well, he says, "Please tell me what kind of soap you use."
Now we tell them.
No, not a word.
Oh, suspense.
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't even hint to them that because Swan is purer than the finest Castiles, it's bound to be kind to your hands and skin. And that's swell to know, because those pure Swan suds are great for washing dishes and for every soap and water job in the house. But mind you, don't tell him this. Don't say a word. Just look mysterious.
Are you sure this is the way to make him like us?
Oh, positive. Now, he begs you to tell him what kind of soap it is.
I see.
He pleads with you.
I see.
He gets down on his knees. But you still don't tell him.
Oh, please, Bill. Let me tell him.
No, Gracie. You don't even tell him that he can break Swan in two with an easy twist of the wrist and use half in the kitchen for dishes and cleaning and the other half in the bathroom for his hands and face. Instead, you start to walk away.
We're going to leave.
Oh, well, that's what he thinks.
Oh, we stay.
Yes.
I see,
He follows you down the walk, George. He throws himself across your path. He beats his head on the sidewalk. He tears his hair. Tears stream down his face. Oh, please, he cries. Please tell me what kind of soap you use. I've got to know. I've just got to know.
Oh, Bill, let me tell him what soap we use.
Well, all right, Gracie, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Bill. It's Swan, mister. It's Swan.
Oh. That does it. The fella is now so grateful, he's your lifelong friend. Now, you see how easy it is to make friends?
That's what you want us to do.
Yeah.
Look, Gracie, here's the way to do it. First, you pick out an impossible name like Tralafas. Chauncey J. Tralafas. Now, you ring the bell and you say, I beg your pardon, but isn't your name Chauncey J. Tralafas? And the fellow says no, because nobody's got a name like that. Then you say, you look like Chauncey. We used to go to school together. And before you know it, he invites you in for a cup of tea, and you get to be friends.
Oh, well, George, that sounds wonderful. I'll go right out and do it.
Good.
All right, Gracie, we'll watch you through the window.
Hello, what can I do for you?
I beg your pardon, but isn't your name Chauncey J. Tralafas?
Yes.
It is?
Yes.
George, what do I do now?
This is Paul White. Well, this week we've taken an oldie, and the boys have given it 4 new motors. The 6 hits and a miss have added a bomb rack and streamlined the fuselage. And here it is, Johnny Comes Marching Home.
When Johnny comes marching home again, hurrah, hurrah, the people are gonna gather round from near and far. The ladies' hearts will be in a whirl.
You wind up stealing the sergeant's girl.
How they'll carry on when Johnny comes marching home. The bugles play. I hear those marching feet. I hear the drum. He's coming down the street. When Johnny comes marching home again, hooray, 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 we'll give him a hearty welcome and hooray, hooray, he'll wear a medal for bravery.
You wear a smile for the crowd to see.
And we'll all feel gay when Johnny comes marching home. Hooray, 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 when Johnny comes marching. Marching home.
Gracie, listen to this. Come to Mom's, gal, cried Oklahoma Tex. I'm a-gonna press...
George, put down that magazine.
But, Gracie, I want to see what he's a-gonna.
Look, we started out to make friends with our neighbors, and we're going to call on them right now.
But, Gracie, Texas...
Put it down,
Oh.
put it down. And we won't go calling empty-handed either. We'll take a cup of sugar and 2 eggs to each neighbor.
Each neighbor? I was looking forward to a little omelet for dinner.
George, have you forgotten this is Meatless Tuesday?
Eggs aren't meat.
Well, they grow up to be meat.
Gracie, chickens and fowl...
George, don't you want to call on our neighbors and make friends?
Of course, sweetheart. But we don't have to go disguised like an A&P market.
Oh, that reminds me. I have a can of waste kitchen fat ready to take to the market. You know, the government needs grease and fats to make bombs and bullets.
Uh-huh.
George, isn't it wonderful that fat will explode? My goodness, Paul Whiteman would make a blockbuster, wouldn't he? Oh, George Burns, you're not even listening to me.
What'd you all say, gal?
Put down that magazine.
Oh, Texas in trouble.
We're going to call on the neighbors.
Texas in such
Here,
trouble.
Look, I'll carry the sugar and you carry the egg.
Do we have to take this stuff?
Well, I can't start breaking my family customs now. My father never went to a neighbor's house empty-handed. Or was it the return trip he was always loaded down? Well, anyway, come on.
Gee, I feel silly. A man shouldn't go around leaving eggs at people's houses.
Well, don't think of yourself as a man, George. Think of yourself as an Easter bunny.
Thanks. Now I don't feel silly.
Well, here we are. George, ring the bell. Now, when they open the door, let me do the talking.
Okay. Yeah?
Well, how do you do? We're your neighbors. Everybody is short of eggs and sugar these days, so we thought we'd bring you some of ours.
Oh, a couple of hoarders, huh?
Hoarders?
I'll bet you have an icebox full of bacon and butter.
Well, sure we have.
Gracie, we haven't got any bacon or butter.
Yeah, I know. I'm just showing off.
On your way, hoarder, before I call the cops.
Hey, how dare you talk like that to my husband? He's just as honest as you are, you big crook.
Come on, Gracie, come on.
You better watch what you say. My husband doesn't care if you are twice as big as he is.
Gracie, come on.
He'll give you a good thrashing.
From there?
Well, I hope you're satisfied.
Well, don't worry, dear. We'll try it on another neighbor. Where are the eggs?
Oh, gosh, I dropped them. When I thought I might have to fight that fellow, I reached for my glasses.
Yeah, I know. You just got them on in time, too.
Yeah.
Well, here's the next house, George. Let's try here.
Oh, no. I'm delivering no more groceries to neighbors. I want to see how Oklahoma, Texas
George!
made out. Oklahoma, Texas in trouble,
George!
you know. Oh, all right.
Now, at this house, I'm going to try something entirely different.
Yes?
How do you do? We're your neighbors. We'd like to borrow a few pounds of coffee, please.
A few pounds of what?
Well, maybe I better explain.
You keep quiet. I knew you were a moocher the minute I set eyes on you.
But you don't understand.
I understand, all right. A few pounds of coffee. Why don't you ask for a few gallons of gasoline or a few pints of blood?
Look, miss, if you'd let me explain what
fine pair of moochers. I'm not surprised at you, mister, but I can't understand how you can let your daughter stoop to a thing like this.
My daughter? Listen, I wouldn't borrow coffee from you if I lived to be 100.
That gives you about 3 months to look around.
She's sweet, isn't she, George?
Sweet? She called you a moocher.
Yeah, I know, but a young moocher.
Gracie, you're trying to do this the hard way. If you want to make friends with somebody, just walk right in and be friendly, that's all. Now you run on home. I'll handle the next one myself.
Oh, all right, dear.
Yeah?
Well, hello there, neighbor. I'm George Burns. I live across the street. I thought I'd drop over and just sort of get acquainted with you.
Yeah?
Nothing like getting... Nothing like getting to know your neighbors, I always say. Huh, neighbor?
Yeah.
That reminds me, I heard a very funny story today. It seems that two fellas met at a bar, and one fellow said, I live on Elm Street, and the other fellow said, I live on Elm Street, too.
And one guy is the other guy's father.
Yeah, that's the joke, all right. You know the one about the boarder who stopped at a...
Yeah. No more lemon pie.
Yeah, that's the one. Well, did you hear the one about...
The woman on the streetcar?
Yeah. Funny story, huh?
No.
No, I guess it isn't. Say, how do you know all these stories? Are you on the radio, too?
Nope.
In the theater?
Nope.
What do you do?
Mind my own business.
Make friends with neighbors. Phooey.
And now Jimmy Cash gets in the Christmas spirit with I Sent a Letter to Santa.
I sent a letter to Santa. I mailed it carefully. And here's what I'm asking of Santa. Watch over Daddy for me. Maybe he's in Londonderry or on the Western Sea. But if you would make Christmas merry, watch over Daddy for me. Like all girls and boys, I like pretty toys, especially this time of year. But I don't want trains when Daddy needs planes to help Uncle Sam keep the things we hold dear. I'll buy some stamps in the meantime so we can all stay free. But please, Santa Claus, in between time, watch over Daddy for me.
Did Gracie give up? Oh, no. She phoned the neighbors and finally got the Baylesses and the Gibsons over that night for a little get-together. The party is now in full swing and has reached its peak of mirth and merriment.
Oh, you and me both, Ethel.
I just can't help it, Gregory. This is the dullest party I was ever at.
Yeah. And what time is it? 12, 1?
It's 9:26.
Oh, murder.
Oh, isn't this a wonderful party, folks? Aren't you glad you came over, Mr. Gibson?
Oh, sure.
Oh, and such fun and so neighborly. Aren't you having a marvelous time, Mrs. Gibson?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I knew you would. Well, when you and your husband finish with those snapshots of our trip to Seattle, I'll bring you something else exciting.
Great.
Well, now, you have to pardon me while I talk to Mr. and Mrs. Bayless. Our hostess must keep busy, you know.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Bayless, isn't this a wonderful party?
Oh, delightful, Mrs. Burns. Simply delightful.
Well, don't forget to enjoy yourself.
All righty. Bert, I could kill you for dragging me to this clam bake.
Don't yap at me. It was your idea.
It was not. You're
Hey,
always...
close it. Here comes Burns with more of those drinks.
Did you get rid of the last ones?
Yeah, what a beating those goldfish are taking.
Well, here you are, folks. Just shook up a new batch. Hey, Bill, bring the Baylesses something to eat.
Okay, George. Want a cracker? Want a cracker?
No thanks.
Come on, Bill. You're a big help. Want a cracker? Want a cracker? They're people, not parrots.
Have you taken a good look at her nose?
Well, never mind. Hiya, Mr. Gibson. How about another drink?
Yeah.
Well, just yell when you're ready for more.
Only a guy with a C card could make drinks that taste like this.
Then why do you drink them?
I keep hoping they'll put me to sleep. Hey, what time is it? 2, 3?
It's 9:31.
Wow. Bill, come here a minute.
What is it, George?
Look, I haven't got the heart to tell Gracie, but this party is a mess. Can't you do something to pep it up?
Oh, sure. Listen, I got a routine that's a riot at parties. I hypnotize a woman and then I ask her questions.
Well, all right, go ahead. Nothing can hurt this party.
Okay, George. Folks, I'm going to try a little trick.
Oh, wonderful!
Mrs. Bayless, do you mind if I hypnotize you?
I'd better ask my husband. Bert, do you mind if Mr. Goodwin puts me in a trance?
Are you kidding?
All right, Mrs. Bayless. Now, look me right in the eye. Now, relax. Relax. There. Now, listen. I can make her say anything I want her to. Suggest a word, somebody.
Umbrella.
Any word at all.
Banana.
Just suggest a word. I can make her say it.
Telephone.
Any word at all.
Swan.
Thank you, little lady.
I almost forgot it, didn't I, Bill?
Yeah, Gracie. Well, I will now make Mrs. Bayless say swan. Mrs. Bayless, listen carefully. What do you use to wash your dishes?
My husband.
No, concentrate, Mrs. Bayless. What can you break in two with a twist of the wrist?
My husband.
Mrs. Bayless, I want you to say Swan, the new white floating soap that's purer than the finest Castiles. You know, women have long considered Castile soap the standard of purity, and Swan is even purer than the finest Castile soaps. Money just can't buy a purer soap than Swan. Swan, Mrs. Bayless. Swan.
Oh, come on, Bill. Give her a little hint.
Oh, well, all right, I will. Mrs. Bayless, because Swan is purer than the finest Castiles, it's ideal for bathing a baby. And if it's that pure, well, you know it's great for your complexion and for your shower or tub. Tub, Mrs. Bayless. Think of Saturday night. Think of a big tub full of suds.
My husband.
Some hypnotist.
Hey, Ethel, what time is it? 4, 5?
9:36.
Still Tuesday?
Oh, aren't we having fun, everybody? Now let's all play solitaire.
Gracie, don't look now, but this party is dying on its feet.
Well, yeah, the gaiety has slackened off a little bit.
Yes.
Oh, but don't worry. I know the very thing to bring it to life. Quiet, everybody. Quiet, please.
Some noise they were making.
Listen, everybody. I've got a wonderful surprise for you. Herman! Oh, come in, dear. Oh, now, folks, I want you to meet my little duck, Herman.
Oh, brother. Poultry yet.
Herman has learned how to recite the alphabet. Go ahead, baby. Recite it. That's right. A, B, C.
That was ABC?
Yes. Go ahead, Herman. What comes next? No. No. That's right. D.
That was D, huh?
Yes. Oh, Herman, darling. You're such a clever little ducky.
Gracie, I'd like to make that kid real smart. Let's stick him in a nice hot kettle of alphabet soup. Go on, go on, go on.
Well, folks, how did you like my little ducky? Wasn't he entertaining? I thought so, too.
Gracie, this party is absolutely awful.
Well, I've got an idea. We'll take all of your cigars and soak them in water, and then we'll pass them out, and when they try to light them, that'll be a scream. Forget it, huh?
I would, yes.
Well, leave it to me. I've got a wonderful surprise, everybody. I've got a wonderful surprise. My husband is now going to sing.
This I don't believe.
Let's get the duck back.
All right, George. All right, go ahead.
Well, I hope you folks like this little number. I always sing it at parties. From time to time in every clime, blessings come from above. To show a name.
Well, goodbye, everybody.
Yes, goodbye.
Well, we've got to go. Good night.
Good night, Gracie, and thanks.
Come on, don't lock the door.
Well, good night, everybody. All right, there. You can stop now. They're all gone. Gone. They're gone. You can stop. Come on, it's all over.
You mean they left while I was singing?
Yeah, I couldn't tap it up, so I decided to break it up.
Gracie, don't ever mention neighbors to me again.
Oh, I won't, dear. Well, it's all over. You sit down and relax, and I'll read to you.
Walking out in the middle of my song. I was going to jazz up the second chorus.
Oh, well, I'll read you all about Oklahoma Tech.
Why, the nerve of those people. What? Oklahoma Tech?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy. At last I'll find out whether the schoolma'am accepted them. Go ahead, read.
All right. Come to my arms, gal, cried Oklahoma Tex. I'm a-gonna brand you with a burning kiss.
Oh, so that's what he was a-gonna. Read on.
Oklahoma Tex looked deep into her eyes, into the eyes of Lucy, the schoolma'am. Never had they seemed bluer. Lucy, he said, and he quivered. Lucy, let's you and me travel double harness, honey. Let's you and me put on our feed bags in the same corral. Lucy smiled. Oklahoma Tex.
George and Gracie will be back in a second, so I'm just going to remind you that even though Swan is purer than the finest Castile soaps, it's not expensive. In fact, you save money with Swan. You save in the kitchen because with Swan you don't have to buy easily wasted packaged soaps. And you save in the bathroom because Swan gives you more soap for your money than any leading toilet soap tested. So save money with Swan. And at the same time, see what it means to use a soap that's purer than the finest Castiles. Well, here they are, George and Gracie.
Oklahoma Tex backed slowly away, but the drink-maddened desperado edged closer and closer.
Oh, boy.
Suddenly he thrust the barrel of his gun down Oklahoma Tex's throat, and his finger tightened on the trigger. To be continued.
Darn it. Why do they always do that?
Well, George, how can you read this silly stuff when there are so many worthwhile books? Real literary masterpieces. Right here on our own shelves.
But I love this one.
Oh, all right. Well, let's go to bed. Oh, and bring me my copy of Agonizing Detective Tales with you.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in again next week, same time, when you'll meet a special guest at the Burns home, one of your favorite movie stars, Herbert Marshall. And don't forget, Swan also brings you Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou over another network. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night.
Try Spry. You'll find the baking you turn out fluffy and light. Try Spry. You're sure to hear your family shout, what a delight. For cakes, pies, donuts, the things you fry. Try Spry. What's that you say? You're going to try it today?
Why, sure.
Try Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting
so much money lately.
You just wait till next week and I'll show you how economical I can be. Well, if you want, I'll take it back.
I want you to have it. You keep it.
Ah, you're sweet.
There's been a little mix-up at the office, dear. I'm afraid I'll have to leave and help straighten it out.
Oh, but not now, darling. Why, this is your birthday party. You can't leave your guests.
I'm sure whatever it is, we'll keep till the morning.
Well, I'm sorry, ma'am, but we're representing the law, and party or no party, we've got to take him with us.
So now I'm going to cover up the typewriter.
Oh, no, I've got to finish the report.
I'll take care of that. I'll take care of you, too.
This is my wife.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy. Oh, she's lovelier than that. What's going to become of her?
What are you doing here?
I came here on business. I'll leave just as soon as it's through.
Hunt the Biggest of All game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure An Armistice from Death. The Green Hornet strikes again. In spite of the usual din and clatter of the city room, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, could hear the sounds of the celebration taking place all over the city as he stood near the city editor's desk looking over the headlines of the last edition.
I remember back in 1918 when the World War I armistice was declared, Chief. This celebration isn't as noisy as that one.
It's a great day for the whole world, though, Gunnigan. A day we've all been waiting for a long time.
Yeah.
So I feel like hooping it up myself. Look at that headline. Nazis sign unconditional surrender.
Sounds good, Chief?
You bet it does. Those few words are the obituary of the Nazi and fascist parties.
Believe me, Chief, I'll bet there aren't many Germans in the world today who have any further use for Hitler and his gang with their crazy ideas of world conquest, especially since they left the German people to take the consequences. It'll be a long time to come before any of them start plotting again to spread their so-called German culture all over Europe.
Thank heavens, Suki, we're far enough out in the suburbs not to hear all that racket. American people are most impressionable.
Let temporary victory close their eyes to future.
Yes. They even allow men such as you and me to hold citizenship in their country. Little do they know that we've been planted here for years to carry on in case of defeat to the fatherland. I'll turn on the radio. We can hear the commentators gloating over what they think is the end of our Nazi party.
Themselves have hastened to denounce the Nazi party. Hitler and all that he stood for seems to have been forgotten. And speaking of
So
Hitler,
he thinks.
turned out to be the little man who wasn't there. Never again will his bleating voice be
Honorable
heard
Hitler never admits defeat.
Shut that off. Those fools don't know what they're talking about. Circumstances have given them victory for a short time, yes, but the time will come when we're going to...
In my humble opinion, it is not wise to let rage displace reason, my honorable friend. The fortunes of war have gone against your most respected country. But even now, certain of your underground readers are setting up headquarters in the bosom of my honored empire.
Yes. And if Japan should fall, we still have headquarters elsewhere from which to get our orders.
Hint of Japanese weakness not appreciated, my honorable friend.
No. I meant no disrespect, Suki. Let's not misunderstand each other when we have so much to do together.
Oh, so sorry. But name of Japan is not to be taken lightly, even by honorable Nazi ally.
Yeah.
Yes, please, we discuss friends now.
Good. I've been given to understand that you have the secret weapons ready which we have been instructed to use at this time.
For some time now, certain of my assistants have been making them in the laboratory under my place of business.
Hasn't it been risky to have your helpers going in and out when your place of business, the house of Kokura, must be carefully watched? Even though the authorities haven't taken you into custody?
May I humbly suggest that we Japanese have long prepared for this war? When I first built the house of Kokura, I saw to it that a secret entrance leading to a hidden laboratory was installed.
Yeah, very clever, Suki. But you will have to tell me where the secret entrance is if I'm to come there for the meeting tonight.
As you know, my business fronts on Water Street. You go up a back street. There's a small tobacco shop in the middle of the block.
Aha. Small tobacco shop.
Correct. It is run by one of your race, who is thought to be an American.
So?
You say to him these exact words. I serve the house of Kokura. Then he will direct you to secret entrance.
Very clever indeed. You're ready to ship these weapons to other American cities?
Many cases are packed and ready. Tonight, my daughter, Osaka, will arrive from America's capital to get instructions on using them there.
You've planned well, Suki. Tonight at your laboratory, our men will receive their instructions. And tomorrow, when the crowds have gathered for the big official celebration, the weapons will be put to use. The German people may have capitulated, but they shall see that we of the underground Nazi party shall fight on.
That evening, Michael Axford, reporter on the Daily Sentinel, entered Britt Reed's office, breathless and excited.
Well, Axford, you look as though you'd been joining in the celebration.
Oh, Reed, there's crowds everywhere, hooting and carrying on. That they are. I'm clean tuckered out, that I am.
Well, the best thing for you to do is keep out of the crowds, Axford.
Oh, sure. Sure, I know, but...
But what?
It ain't every day, Reed, that I can have one woman after another grab me and kiss me right on the street before I can say St. Patrick.
Well, I bet you've been walking the streets all afternoon taking advantage of such opportunities, Axford.
Go along with you. You'll come in for some of it yourself when you get outside. You wait and see. Say, Reed, if you're having Cato drive you home soon, I'd like to be riding along with you. My feet are hurting me that much, so they are.
Sorry, Axford. Cato took a friend of mine to the railroad station. I'm going to take a cab home, if I can get one.
Well, now, on second thought, I may walk around a bit more.
What?
Just to watch the crowd, you understand?
Yes, I understand. And if the women mob you, just call the police to help you out.
Soon I won't be needing any of their help, Reed. That's one situation I can handle by myself. Or die in the attempt. So long.
Later, after dropping Britt Reed's friend at the railroad station,
Cato, Filipino valet and chauffeur to the young publisher, was about to pull away from the station when a young Japanese girl approached the car and spoke.
No doubt you have been sent to meet me. I am Osaka Kokura.
Well, I think perhaps there be a mistake.
You thought you had missed me. But let us not delay here. Hurry. Take me to my father.
Oh, wait, please. I not know where your father is. You make mistake to think that
My
I am...
honorable father always had working for him foolish ones like you who wish to argue. Drive me to the house of Kokura, or my father will hear how stupid you are.
It be pleasure to drive you to house of Kokura.
I like not your grinning face, stupid one. Drive on.
So sorry. We go now.
You are driving on Water Street.
You want to go to house of Kokura? It on Water Street.
Again, you are stupid. I'm sure you have been directed to take me to the tobacco shop on the back street.
Tobacco shop on back street? Will you not say that?
I say so now.
I turn here then. If you daughter of man who own a house of Kokura, why you not go there?
Do you not know I'm not to be seen coming to my father's place? You are a new face in the household since I have been here. Stop, there is the place.
You walk around to Water Street from here, perhaps?
Do you not know about the tobacco shop?
I not understand.
Did not my father, Suki Kokura, tell you to bring me here?
Oh, no. You make mistake. I not work for Suki Kokura.
Oh, please. I am so sorry. I made such a big mistake.
Mistake not do harm.
It is I who have been stupid.
Well, now it plain why I not know to drive you to tobacco shop. I very curious to know why you come to tobacco shop.
I want to buy some tobacco for my father as a gift.
But you say your father direct you to come here.
Oh, did I say that?
Yes, I remember.
Come, I will show you something interesting in that shop, since you are so curious.
Well, it's time I get back with car. I cannot go.
It takes but a minute. Come with me.
All right.
Can I do something for you?
I serve the house of Kokura.
Oh, you're Kokura's daughter. He's expecting you. Who's that man?
He's a Filipino. He is not one of us. My father is not expecting him. But he was curious about this shop.
Excuse, please. I not wait longer. I go now.
Wait a minute, you.
Why you pull out gun?
Since you're curious, we'll let you stay a while.
But I not want to stay. You not keep me here.
My honorable father would not want you to leave, being curious about this shop.
I think perhaps I smell a mice. Maybe your honorable father not so honorable.
He is not so stupid as I thought, man.
I leave right now.
Stop him.
I'll get him.
I not let you hold me.
That laid him out. Didn't dare shoot or it would attract attention.
I brought him in here because I thought he knew too much. He picked me up at the station by mistake.
It'll be the last mistake you ever made when your father gets through with him. Come on, I'll let you through the secret door. Then I'll carry him through before somebody comes in. This is one Filipino who will be among the missing from now on.
Hello?
Hey, is that you, Reed?
Oh, yes. What's on your mind?
Now, listen, Reed. I ain't one to be carrying tales, but I thought you said Cato went to the station with a friend of yours.
Oh, so he did. What about it?
Well, I was walking in the crowd down here on Water Street when I see Cato go by and turn the corner.
Oh, what's wrong with that?
Well, no. He had a girl in his car with him. I says to myself, even Cato celebrating. Then I turns the corner and ambles along to the next street. The one just back of Water Street.
Harbor Street?
Yeah, that's it. The street with a lot of little dinky shops on it. Well, as I turn the corner, I'm just in time to see Cato and the girl get out of the car and go into a hole-in-the-wall tobacco shop.
Well, there's still nothing wrong about that. Why don't you stop spying on Cato? Let him alone.
I ain't spying on Cato, but there's
Now, come on. Get to the point if there is any.
I waited half an hour for Cato to come out. Then, just being a bit curious, I went into the shop.
Yes, I suppose you found Cato and the girl trying to talk the owner out of a carton of cigarettes, eh?
It's no joke, I'm telling you. The shop's a little dumb. Just 3 solid walls with the phone booth in the corner. Cato wasn't in there at all, and the car's still at the curb.
Well, maybe he came out and joined the crowd on the street, Axford.
I know he didn't come out. And what's more, the guy inside says no Filipino came in there either with the girl or alone. I thought you ought to know, Reed.
I see. Well, thanks for calling, Axford, but I'm sure Cato's able to take care of himself. You'd better go along and forget about the whole thing. He'll show up sooner or later.
Okay, Reed. But it sure seems funny to me. So long.
Goodbye, Axford. Cato isn't one to use my car except when absolutely necessary. And there certainly wasn't any reason for him to get down to that neighborhood. I guess I'd better hop a cab and go on down there. As Axford says, there's something funny about the whole thing. But I didn't want him to know I agree with him. Cato's mixed up in something, and I'm going to find out what it is. We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Now back to our story. Britt Reed left the Sentinel office and took a cab to the tobacco shop on Harbor Street. He noticed that his coupe, which Cato had been driving, was standing at the curb. He opened the shop door and nonchalantly entered.
Something for you, sir.
Oh, yes, I'm trying to locate my Filipino chauffeur. My car's right out in front. Have you seen him by any chance?
Oh, yes. Filipino chauffeur did get out of that car and came in here some time ago. He tried to buy cigarettes, then went right out again.
I see. He was, alone, of course.
Yes, the car was empty when he drove up. Perhaps he's out celebrating with the crowd.
Well, perhaps. Thank you. That man told Axford Cato hadn't been in there. Now he tells me he did go in alone, asked for cigarettes, and then went out again. But Cato doesn't smoke. And Axford doesn't lie. That man in there did lie to me just now. The police would be skeptical of the whole thing. So there's only one thing to do. Set out as the Green Hornet and find out just what's happened to Cato and why. Getting into his car, which Cato had left at the curb in front of the little tobacco shop, Britt Reed drove to his apartment, where he changed into the clothes he usually wore as the Green Hornet. Then, taking the mask and gas gun, he was soon driving through the dark back streets of the city in the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty. Meanwhile, the Nazi underground leader entered the tobacco shop.
What can I do for you, sir?
Good evening. I serve the house of Kokura.
Mm-hmm. If you step this way,
Wait.
I
gave the password only to show you I'm one of the group. We don't dare to make any false moves. As I came up the street, I noticed a dark figure across from here.
Someone watching the shop?
I think so. We can't take any chances. He can see us through the window. Now act as if you're selling me something.
But what will you do?
First, tell me. Have all the others arrived?
All but 2, besides yourself.
Good. I will take a package of tobacco, and then I'll go out again. Now, you will pretend to be closing shop. Suki told me how to get through the secret passage.
What of the man outside?
Put out the lights and make a pretense of locking the door as you go out.
If he follows you, you can go around to Water Street and lose him in the crowd and then come back here. Meantime, I'll let the others in.
Suppose he doesn't follow me. He may try to come into the shop after I leave.
I'll be watching and waiting with a gun. If he goes in, I'll see to it that he never comes out. Now, I'll leave. You carry out my instructions. We'll outwit our unknown friend across the street one way or another.
The man who went into that shop just came out. Must have been a customer. Uh-oh, the shopkeeper's putting on his hat, probably getting ready to close up. There goes the light out. Well, this is it. I'll follow him and see if he leads me to the place where Cato might be. I better get going before he turns the corner.
Our trick worked. Whoever was watching this place is following the shopkeeper. Wait. Another figure coming out of the shadows down the street. Coming this way.
That guy closed up and left. Still not a sign of Cato. Maybe if I peek in through the glass in the door, I might be able
This is a gun in your back, my friend.
Hey, now. Don't hold that in me back. It might go off.
Why are you snooping around here? Tell me that.
Sure, and well, that is, I was just sauntering by, and I thought I'd get some of my favourite cigars at my favourite tobacco shop, that's all.
Oh. Perhaps I have made a mistake, my friend. In that case, I'll put away the gun.
Oh, thanks. Thanks very much, sir. I'll be sauntering on if you don't mind.
Go ahead. And stop snooping around shops after they're closed for the night.
Sure. Good night to you, sir. Glory be to St. Patrick. He nearly scared me out of 10 years' growth, that he did. Sticking a gun in me ribs like that. I'll find me a cop and have him send some of the boys around to that mystery shop, that I will. And the sooner the better.
Meantime, Britt Reed followed the shopkeeper, Max, around the corner. There, he stopped in the shadows as Max continued on toward the crowd of people moving along Water Street.
I can't follow him into the crowd in this Hornet disguise. There's a policeman on the corner. This celebration certainly is interfering with my plan. There's someone coming. Hope they can't see me in this dark doorway.
Hey there! Hey, officer!
Oh, Axford.
Well, what's all the commotion?
There's a man stuck a gun in me ribs, back there in front of that tobacco shop. I'm telling you, you better get some of the boys. There's something funny going on there.
Oh, it was some fella having a little fun with you. Everything's happening tonight.
Is that so now? You can laugh at me if you like, but I'm going to a phone booth someplace and call headquarters. That I am.
So that's it. If I've been fooled into following that shopkeeper, I'll bet on it while something's happening at the shop. I better go give it the once-over before Axford does convince the police they ought to go there.
Quickly returning to the tobacco shop, Britt Reed found it in darkness and the door locked. In a short time, he effected an entrance with a skeleton key, and closing the door behind him, stood in the darkness listening.
There must be something about this shop that's not evident to the eye. I'll search every inch of it to make sure. No trapdoors in the floor, nothing under that counter that's movable. Well, maybe I'll find some clue in the phone booth, a number and address scribbled down. Nothing here that my flashlight shows. I guess it... what's that on the back panel of the booth? It looks like... It is! One of my own Hornet seals. No one but Cato would have one of those. He was in this phone booth. And he stuck that there to show there's something about that panel. That's it, a secret panel here in the booth. But how to open it? Well, I've got to find out. Uh-oh, somebody coming in the front door. Must be the shopkeeper coming back. They'll be hidden behind this counter.
I dare not put the light on. Good thing I know my way around. First, I go behind the counter.
Easy, Mug, don't move. What? You came in just in time to show me how to work that secret panel.
That I'll never show you, whoever you are.
Here, take a good look. I'll light my flashlight, see if you can guess.
You're the Green Hornet.
Good guessing.
I won't show you how to work the panel.
You don't have to. I've already guessed. But I haven't any more time to waste on you, so... No. He came behind this counter because the means of opening that panel must be here. It must be a knob. A handle someplace under here. A button. Pressing this should do the trick. Yeah, it did. Now for a showdown with whoever took Cato through that secret panel.
Moving quickly but cautiously, Britt Reed went through the opening and down a flight of steps to a door below. There he stopped and listened for a moment to the sound of voices coming from within.
Done a great job, Suki. Both Japan and the exiled leaders of the Nazi underground party will rejoice when they hear of the ingenious weapons of destruction you've made here.
Suki Kokura, a spy.
Our plans, perhaps. If I had not enticed him into the shop.
You did well, most honorable daughter. Maybe plans be spoiled yet, perhaps.
We must shut him up, Suki. I'm tired of his boasting words.
Small, soundproof cell, 2 doors to left. Built just for purpose of silencing unworthy persons with foolish tongue. My men will now remove this lowly one to cell. You not take me. I not go.
Time for the Hornet to act. Hold it, all of you.
He's Green Hornet.
Do not let him interfere now, honorable father.
Dishonorable rat, you mean? Why are you holding that man? Why is he bound?
I'm not Japanese, Mr. Hornet. I just poor Filipino boy who drive car for a living.
I have nothing against you, then let him go. Untie him.
Do as he says.
Cut him loose.
Father, why do you take orders from that low criminal? Is not your power great?
Yes, you are right, my wise daughter. Rush him! Wait! Stop, or I throw these!
Father, look!
No, don't let one of those drop. I smash them unless you give up. You can surrender, Suki, but I'm getting out.
No, you don't. Take it, Lug.
No. Yes. We will not move. Please, you not drop those.
Go into that cell where you're going to put this Filipino. All of you.
No. Honorable father, we lose face to this lowly outcast?
Perhaps it's best I drop maybe these glass bulbs.
Yes? No. We go to the cell. We go.
Got them all. Whatever that stunt of yours is, it's a good one. Well, the police are coming. I've got to leave, and quick.
Wait, I come too.
No. Axford reported you missing. Let them find you, then explain all this to them. Well, Axford and Cato, what brings you both into my office at this late hour? Been out celebrating all this time?
Axford come with police to secret place where I be held by spies, Mr. Britt.
That's right, Reed. And what do you think? They had hundreds of thin glass bulbs, like electric bulbs they were. Cato here got a hold of a couple of them things and scared them into giving up. And with my help, of course, we got 'em all together and Sarge took 'em to headquarters.
Well, what were those thin glass bulbs you spoke of?
They knew secret weapon prepared in secret laboratory of Suki Kokura. The thin glass bulbs filled with fatal virus, capable of spreading terrible diseases among the people.
Oh, so that's what they were.
Sure, and they were planning on busting a lot of 'em in the crowds tomorrow.
Also, Suki Kokura planned to send big boxes of bulbs to many other cities.
Sure, and Sarge and the boys found lots of plans and stuff in that importing place, the House of Kokura. Some night, believe me.
Well, I guess you both did have some excitement at that.
Wait till I open the window. Listen to 'em, Reed. Ain't that something? And they don't know what Cato and me saved them from. That they don't. While you sat here passing a dull evening.
Well, really, Axford, I don't know what we'd ever do without you. And I'm sure we'll all remember what you've done this VE Day.
Let the Lux Street paper! Big spy plot exposed! Spy ring caught! Kokura implicates Green Hornet! Read all about it! Green Hornet still at large! Set the Lux Street paper!
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Henry Stambaugh speaking. This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
This is the Gobi Desert. Vast, eerie, impenetrable. One of the world's most treacherous outposts. Here was enacted one of the strangest adventures based on fact in the annals of the United States Navy. Yes, believe it or not, these are 7 of Uncle Sam's Blue Jackets. Here in the trackless wastes on a mission that could affect the lives of thousands. Sailors on camels who fought their way against overwhelming odds, 800 miles to the sea.
Sea's always there, and that's where we're going. I'm in charge. I make the decisions, I give the orders. And my order for right now is break camp.
And so began this most amazing of amazing stories, when the Navy launched a caravan in the desert, a horde of wild Mongol tribesmen, their only allies, set upon by an enemy seeking vengeance, harassed by Chinese bandits, caught in the merciless menace and mystery of the relentless sands.
We should have never left camp. At least there we knew what we were up against.
Take it easy. We got guns and we can use them.
Guns are no good against demons.
Sabatello, you can think of more things to worry about.
Well, I don't get it. And what I don't get, I don't like. Looks like you ain't been getting much lately.
What are American sailors doing in the desert?
We were sending weather reports from neutral territory.
Who else was sending these reports? Where are they? How many are left? You talk! You tell us all about weather teams.
My name is Samuel T. McKay.
We are prisoners of war, aren't we?
We're spies.
This whole screwball scheme was his idea. Playing ball with them Mongols, putting on these outfits. We're spies, got that? Spies. We're gonna be lined up against the wall and shot.
What are you gonna do? What the?
I'm looking right down his throat.
Okay, fire!
Wait those daring days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hail, Silver! Away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Whenever men gathered around the campfire in the early days of the western United States, stories were told of the masked rider of the plains. In a country where acts of heroism were a daily occurrence, no one could match his courage. At a time when only the strong survived, no one could match his strength. He led the fight for justice on the frontier, and it was he more than any other man who blazed the trail for the winning of the West. Return with us now those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! Fellows waiting for us in Grant Pass. We've got to hurry. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Perhaps the reason that Jasper Wellington never married was because his sly, sneaking, foppish nature made every woman in Pecos distrust him. He did, however, make a good, though somewhat dishonest living as a lawyer and fixer. As our story opens, we find him seated at the breakfast table with his sister. A heated argument has reached its climax, and...
It's none of your business, Celia, and I'll thank you to mind your own business.
When folks have so much to say about you that it comes back to me, Jasper, it is my business.
Folks lie.
No, they don't. I've tried to overlook a lot of the things you've done. Tried to shut my eyes to the underhanded way you framed evidence to get crooks out of jail and send honest men to jail. I've tried not to believe the stories about the way you bribe and threaten and cajole everyone. But at last I see you as others do.
All right, what are you going to do about it?
Nothing, Jasper. It's you that'll have to do. You've got to leave Pecos.
Who says so?
You know who said so. Before the Lone Ranger left Pecos, he warned you to leave town. Very well, Jasper. Stay around if you want.
He isn't anywhere near here. Or is he?
Use your own judgment. It doesn't matter to me.
Answer me. You know something, Celia?
Let go my arm, Jasper. You're hurting me.
I ask you a question. What do you know about the Lone Ranger?
Please, my arm.
I'm your brother. You owe it to me to tell me what you know. Now talk.
Let go of me.
Celia, you tell me what you know, or I swear I'll...
All right, if you want to know. The Lone Ranger camped in Grant Pass last night.
He did. How do you know?
Missouri rode into town before you were out of bed this morning.
Is the Lone Ranger on his way here?
Missouri didn't say. You can decide for yourself.
So he's coming back, is he? I suppose he's been trying to get some proof against me. Well, he can't do it. I'll show him. Just let him come to Pecos. I'll show him.
Don't you want the rest of your breakfast?
No.
Wellington headed directly for the cafe. A boy was sweeping the floor of the porch as Wellington approached, and a couple of men were sitting on the steps.
Say, either you fellas seen anything, Osage?
Yeah, he's inside, Wellington. Wonder what that coyote wants of Osage now.
What was that you said?
I called you a coyote, Wellington. You want to make something of it?
Maybe I will. Later on.
He's still a coyote, huh?
He sure enough is. Wonder what devilment him and Osage is going to scheme up now. Hey, you, Jack.
Yeah?
Can't you go inside and sweep where you'll kick up some dust into the face of Wellington and Osage?
I'm all done sweeping the porch anyhow. Now I've got to go inside and get that cleaned up.
Now, mind you, Osage. The point's simply this. You go and get that man as he comes into town, or I'll turn what evidence I have against you over to the sheriff and let you get thrown into jail.
You don't give a critter much of a chance, Wellington.
Take your choice. I reckon you know I can send you to jail any time I want to.
Dead rat you. You do get a man out in trouble with the law, you see to it you keep a plenty evidence to hold over his head, don't you?
This man is going to be coming from Grant Pass to Pecos. You can lay in wait for him on the edge of that old arroyo just outside of town.
Yeah, I sure don't hanker to match gun speed with that critter, though.
You don't need to.
You mean dry gulch him?
Of course. Knock him off the saddle before he gets a chance to see you.
Wonder if that redskin will be with him.
If he is, you can drop him, too. You can get 2 shots out before the Indian could get you. Confound that dust.
That blamed kid.
Hey, you.
Yes, sir?
What's the matter with you, addle-headed fool? Haven't you brains enough not to sweep where men are trying to talk?
But I've got to sweep, Mr. Wellington. That's how I earn my victuals.
I don't give a hang about your victuals. You can starve for all of me, but you can't sweep while I'm around here. Now get.
But Mr. Wellington...
I said get.
You fetched the kid a pretty hard whack, Wellington.
Well, what of it? What about it now? Are you going to do what I told you?
Shucks, you don't give me no choice.
Then you better get going.
No telling how soon he'll be riding into town.
Wellington, that masked hombre's as good as dead right now.
Osage took up his post where the trail went through an arroyo and waited while the sun climbed high in the heavens and the day advanced toward noon. The Lone Ranger and Tonto, his faithful Indian companion, had spent part of the morning visiting with an old acquaintance near Grand Pass. They were late in starting on the last leg of their journey toward Pecos, but still they traveled slowly. Just as well, Tonto, to give our horses as much rest as we can. There's no telling when we'll have to call on them for a lot of action.
That's right.
I have an idea we may find trouble at Pecos.
What? Trouble?
I'd hope we'd come back with proof that Wellington is a crook.
Oh.
But we couldn't get that proof.
Now what we do?
We've got to find some way to drive him out of the district. He's more dangerous than outlaws.
Him plenty bad. Him plenty smart.
He's shrewd and crafty. He uses other men to carry out his crooked schemes.
That's right.
Even if the law does capture an outlaw, Wellington, with his knowledge of law and his scheming plans, makes it practically impossible to put the man in jail.
You wait. Oscar. Oh,
Silver. Oh, what's the matter, Tonto?
Look, yonder. To the south.
What is it, Kimosabe?
Bird scared. Brushwood move.
What do you mean?
Maybe feller hide there.
The brush is moving, and there's no breeze.
That's right.
I wonder what it might be. Maybe some small animal.
We keep sharp look.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto sat their horses, watching intently, but they saw no sign of Osage hidden in the brushwood beside the trail. They were unaware that the grim barrel of a rifle was being pointed straight at the masked man's heart, and that Osage was slowly tightening his finger on the trigger. Then suddenly the shrill yell of a 12-year-old boy sounded the warning.
Look out! Look out!
You confounded kid!
Look out! Help! Help!
I'll kill you for that. Let go of that gun.
Come on, get over, let's go. No, you can't
Let
do
go
it.
of my rifle.
You can't do it. I won't.
I'll show you. They won't get me. Come here, Blackie boy. I'll square accounts with you some other time. Get up there. Get up. Come on with it.
Whoa, Silver.
He was going to shoot you.
Are you badly hurt?
No, I reckon not. Never mind me. Go get Osage. He was going to drag out you. He had his rifle leveled at you. He was going to kill you. Go get him.
Steady, son. There's plenty of time to get him. I want to see how badly you're hurt. He hit you pretty hard.
I'm all right.
It's a nasty cut you got when you fell.
It ain't nothing.
Have a look at it, Tonto.
Tonto fix him. Me get water.
I'll be all right, mister.
Sure you will. Now, don't try to get up just yet. Stay right where you are until Tonto dresses that wound of yours.
Why don't you get Osage? Go on, chase him while you got the chance.
He's leaving a pretty clear trail. We can get him anytime. What's your name, lad?
Well, they just call me Jack.
Are you from Pecos?
Yeah.
How'd you happen to be here?
I work in a cafe. Sort of clean up the place in the morning and sweep the floor, and the boss lets me sleep in the woodshed.
Haven't you any parents?
No, sir. My folks was killed by Injuns.
How did you know what Osage was going to do?
I heard him talking in the cafe. Folks don't pay much attention to what I overhear.
Who sent him? Wasn't his own idea to come and kill me, was it?
No, sir. It was that crooked lawyer, Jasper Wellington.
No, Tonto fix wound.
What did you do, Jack? Creep up behind him, then jump on him before he got the chance to fire on us?
Well, not exactly. I sort of jumped on his rifle. I figured if I could hang on to that, he wouldn't get the chance to shoot you.
I see. Jack, you're a pretty brave boy.
Oh, shucks. That wasn't nothing.
You saved my life.
I'm just doggone glad I happened to hear what was going on.
But, Jack, tell me this. What's Osage going to do to you when you go back to town?
But, mister, you're going to get Osage, ain't you? You'll drill him for trying to shoot you, won't you?
No, Jack.
You won't?
No. I can't shoot a man in cold blood.
But he tried to shoot you.
There are laws to take care of men like him.
There ain't no laws in Pecos. The only laws there, the ones Lawyer Wellington makes. Why, gosh, mister, you gotta get Osage. If you don't, he'll get you.
We'll see about that, Jack.
If you don't get him, I can't go back to Pecos no more.
Suppose for the time being you stay with Tonto and me.
You mean in your camp?
Yes.
Oh, gosh. Gosh, mister, you mean that?
Yes, I think you might be able to tell me a lot about Jasper Wellington and his acquaintances in town.
He's as mean as his sister is nice. Gosh, there ain't a finer woman in the whole state than Miss Celia.
That hurt?
It's all right, Injun.
Wound plenty clean. No, you get well soon.
You stay with Jack, Tonto. Make a camp here. I'm going to try and overtake Osage before he gets to Pecos.
I don't think you'll have no trouble doing that, mister.
Why?
His horse has a stone bruise. A bad one, too.
That's what Tonto think.
Could you tell that from the trail, Tonto?
Not right.
That horse won't be able to carry him as far as Pecos. He'll have to lead it part of the way.
Thanks, Jack. That'll help a lot.
Mister,
Yes, Jack?
you ride away so fast when you're finished that nobody can speak to you.
And what else have you got to say?
There's something I've been wanting to ask you for a long time.
What is it, Jack?
How'd you happen to name that horse?
Silver?
Yeah. What's the connection between him and the silver bullets you use sometimes?
Jack, when I found this horse, he was making the most gallant, courageous fight I ever saw a horse or any other living creature make.
He was?
He was fighting a wild buffalo.
Gosh.
And reached the limit of his strength. I managed to shoot the buffalo. Then Tonto and I washed Silver's wounds, just as Tonto has washed yours.
Then he stayed with you?
No, Jack. Silver was a wild horse. He ran off as soon as his strength returned.
Then how'd you catch him again?
I didn't. I guess when Silver thought it over, he decided that he needed a friend just as much as I did. He came back of his own accord. When I saw him with the sun shining on his coat, he looked almost like metal. And his heart was so great and true that Silver just seemed to be the name to suit him.
Then you didn't call him Silver on account of trying to tie up with the silver bullets and other things.
By no means. Silver was named first, Jack. It wasn't until later that I began to use silver bullets and silver studding on the bridle and all the other things of silver. I always liked to feel that those other things were simply a tribute to the finest horse that ever lived. Does that answer your question?
It sure does.
Yep. Then I'll get after Osage. Come on, Silver. The Lone Ranger rode hard, and before long he found the place where the killer had been compelled to dismount and proceed on foot. Shortly afterwards, he saw the man himself on the trail ahead. Osage was waiting for him and opened fire. Come on, Silver! He can't hit us at this distance. I want you, Osage. Keep away, blast. Throw down that gun. I won't be took. That's your last one. Now your gun's empty. Throw it down. Throw there, Silver. Throw more. Throw. Don't shoot. I want to talk to you.
I surrender. You got me.
Don't make a fast move.
Go on, Texas kid. Go on, shoot me.
Who sent you to ambush me?
None of your business. It wasn't such a sneaking polecat I'd have stood up to you and shot it out. But dry gulching's just a taste of your own medicine. It's what the Texas kid's noted for.
You were gunning for the Texas kid, Osage. This calls for explanations.
Ain't you him? Say, come to think of it, you don't sound like him. You got the same build and all, though.
I'm not the Texas kid, Osage, and you and I are going to talk. The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger, having overtaken Osage, who had tried to kill him from ambush, waited for the killer's explanation. You thought when you tried to shoot me that I was the Texas kid.
Yeah. Gosh, I heard that he was heading for Pecos, and there was a big reward for him, dead or alive. I needed that money.
Who told you the Texas kid was coming to Pecos?
No one. That is, I can't tell who.
Not Jasper Wellington?
Of course not. Now, look at here, stranger. If you ain't the Texas kid, then I'm doggone glad I didn't get to drop you. Now, thank that youngster for jumping on my rifle barrel.
I've already thanked him.
Has he gone on to Pecos?
No. He won't be in Pecos for some time.
I'll sure thank him when I see him. You can bet money on that. Are you taking me to the law?
What do you think I ought to do with you?
Well, if I was in your boots and a man tried to drill me like that, stranger, I'd sure as blazes take him to the law, but... And Dad ratted wearing a mask like that. What else could I think but that you was a Texas kid?
You haven't heard of anyone else that might wear a mask?
Well, let me see. Leaping Jehoshaphat, you don't mean to say you're the Lone Ranger?
Osage, it looks to me as if you've been double-crossed by the man who sent you gunning for me.
If I thought that is the case,
what would you do?
I'd go back and give him a working over that he would never forget.
Wellington deserves it.
He sure as thunder does. Why, the scheming polecat sending me to fight his battles for... Say, I never said it was Wellington that sent me.
No, but you admitted it just now.
Anyhow, I'll settle with him. Just you give me the chance to get him. That's all I ask. Let me show you that I was took in complete.
Well, suppose you go and show me.
You letting me go?
You'd better start traveling before I change my mind.
I'll have to walk my horse. It'll take most of the afternoon to get to Pecos.
Well, then, the sooner you start, the better. Come on, Silver.
You're doggone. Now, that ain't good. I took him in complete. Just wait till Wellington hears how I fooled him. As if I thought he was a Texas kid. As if there ever was a Texas kid.
Late that afternoon, Celia found her brother sitting on the front porch of their home. She noticed a satisfied smile on his face and...
Well, you don't seem to be worried about what the Lone Ranger's going to do when he gets here.
He isn't here yet, is he?
No, but...
Maybe he won't get here at all, Celia. Why should I worry until there's need to?
What do you mean?
The less you know about it, the better. You just mind your own business, and you'll avoid a lot of trouble.
You've planned trouble for him. What have you done, Jeff?
None of your business. Now go on back in the house. I see a friend of mine coming, and I want to have a talk with him.
Jasper Wellington, that's Osage. He's a killer.
That's never been proved.
If you send him to ambush that Lone Ranger...
You go into the house, do you hear me?
This is the end. If you've done what I think, I'll go tell the sheriff. I've had all I can stand of this sort of thing. You'll either get out of here or I will.
Time she got away anyway.
Hey, Wellington, I looked for you in the cafe.
Come on up here and tell me what's happened.
Wellington, that blasted tramp kid from the cafe spoiled it all.
Spoiled it?
Snuck up behind me and jumped my rifle. I didn't get the Lone Ranger.
Why, you bungling fool.
Then my horse went lame, and I was overtook by him.
Where is he now?
Reckon he's gone back where he come from, or gone into camp or something. And give him a yarn that he believed.
What sort of yarn?
Tell him I thought he was a Texas kid with a price on his head, dead or alive.
And he believed that?
Sure he did. Say, where's your sister? Ain't she likely to over here?
After the door closed. Go on, then what?
He found out that you was the one told me the Texas kid was coming along the trail.
You told him about me? Why, you count...
Now, wait, Wellington. Hold on a second, won't you? Listen to what I got to say.
Well, go on.
I told him I was coming back here and running you out in town. Told him I'd square things with you.
Is he coming into Pecos?
I don't know, but the chances are he will. He'll come here to make sure you're gone, and if you ain't, he'll get you himself. Now, Wellington, you got to make yourself scarce.
You bungled everything for me, Osage. I ought to see a jail for the way you handled this.
I've done the best I could.
I wonder how much that kid has told him.
I don't know.
Where is the kid?
With a Lone Ranger, I reckon. Now, look here, Wellington. What you got to do is get out in town for a time.
Driven out by him.
But you got to do it. He'll come snooping around town to make sure you're gone, and if you're here, he's likely to make no end of trouble. If you're gone, he can't do nothing. I can tell him I sent you, don't you, savvy? He'll believe my story then, and he'll go away. Then you can come back again.
Wait a minute, Osage.
There ain't nothing else to do.
Celia's been at me to clear out. Now, maybe...
Maybe what, Wellington?
Maybe I got an idea. I might pack up and let everyone know I'm clearing out.
That's what I says. It's the only way to play it safe. Leave it to me, and maybe I can get him when he's in town.
You listen to my plan. Do what you're told and see you don't bungle it again.
What is it?
And I'll skip out of town, just as I say. Make everyone, including Celia, think I've gone for keeps.
Yeah?
I'll lay low, and then tonight I'll come back and get this Lone Ranger and hustle out of town again. Then, after a couple of weeks, I'll drift back into town and claim I've changed my mind. That I'm not going to stay away.
Yeah?
I'll have an alibi. But I'll have disposed of this Lone Ranger.
Ginger, that's a good idea.
When he's killed, you'll be suspected if Jack says anything. But you'll have an alibi for the time of his death.
That sounds real slick.
I'll go pack some things right now. I'll be out of town before dark. You hang around, keep your eyes open. If the Lone Ranger comes into town, be sure you know where he's at so you can tell me when I come back sometime tonight.
I sure enough will, Wellington. I sure will.
Celia. Celia, where are you?
What is it, Jasper?
Come here. Give me a hand. I'll need your help.
Well, what is it?
I've got to leave town. I've got to leave in a hurry. Help me pack my things.
You really leaving?
Yes. You don't need to ask where I'm going because it ain't none of your business.
Oh, I don't care where you go as long as you go. It'll seem most too good to be true to have you out of the house. I'll help you pack all right. I'll be glad to do it.
That night, the Lone Ranger, Jack, and Tonto made camp not far from Pecos. The masked man was silent. He sat apart from his companions for some time, and then suddenly he rose to his feet and came closer to the campfire.
Jack. Yes, sir?
Are you sure of everything you told me?
Yes, sir. I didn't tell you nothing I wasn't sure of.
That fellow Osage had a different story.
Him say him one Texas kid.
Yes, he didn't tell the truth.
Not right.
And it didn't mean a word he said when he told me he'd deal with Wellington when he got back to town.
Not right.
I think it's about time we moved into Pecos and investigated things there.
Don't you do it, mister. Don't you do it. Osage will shoot you from ambush. He won't give you a chance.
Maybe you won't get the chance to shoot me, Jack.
I tell you, he's got to get you. Wellington will make him. If he don't, Wellington will likely see him jailed or maybe hung.
We'll see about that, Jack.
Why don't you let me go instead? Why don't you let me go there and see what I can learn? They wouldn't dare kill me.
Jack, I think I will send you to Pecos.
In your place?
No, ahead of me. I want you to help me.
Gosh, yes. Anything in the world I can do for you.
I want you to tell Osage where he can find me.
Here?
No, Jack. I'm going to be in the hotel.
But you can't go there wearing that mask.
I won't wear the mask, Jack. I'm going to disguise my face, go into the hotel, and get a room to spend the night in.
And I'm to tell Osage that?
Yes.
You got scheme?
Tonto, Osage is a murderer, but it's never been proved. Perhaps the sheriff will be glad of the chance to get proof.
When he gets you?
We'll see about that, Jack. Here, Silver. Get your horse, Tonto. Yes, Scout. Cinch up. I'll put out the fire and pack our things. It's time for us to head for Pecos.
When he had disguised himself and ridden with Tonto into Pecos, the Lone Ranger had no difficulty in renting a room at the hotel. Later, he helped Tonto through the window. By that time, Jack had found the sheriff on the porch of the cafe. The lawman listened attentively to the boy's message, and...
I took it, Jack. That's sure enough news. I'm right glad to hear it.
You help?
Help? Sure, I'll help. Osage is right inside the cafe this very minute.
Oh.
He's seen you and me talking. Likely he'll come nosing around as soon as you leave. So you leave now.
Looks like he ain't waiting. There he comes now.
Evening, Sheriff.
Here now.
Reckon you already heard all the talk around the town.
What is that?
How I sent Wellington a kiting on his way.
I heard something about it.
I don't reckon he'll ever show himself around here again. He double-crossed me. If it hadn't been for the kid there, I'd have shot a right upstanding man. Ain't that so, Jack?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, sirree, Jack. Just stopped me in time. When I seen that Wellington had sent me to do his killing for him and lied about the man I was to shoot, making me think I was killing an outlaw, I swore to get Wellington.
So he moved out in town to get away from you.
Just so, and good riddance.
I suppose that's why the Lone Ranger come into town, too.
He did?
Sure, he's rooming at the hotel.
I never heard that.
Why, he's disguised, but that's where he's spending the night.
Well, if Wellington comes back, I reckon he'll sure enough get a red-hot reception. If one of us don't get him, the other one will. I gotta be going now, Sheriff. I'll see you soon.
Yeah, maybe sooner than you expect.
Meanwhile, the Lone Ranger had put on his mask. He and Tonto crouched in the gloom of the hotel room, tense, alert, and ready. Then a shadow fell across the open window, and a dark form paused to study the room. Suddenly, there was a rifle shot.
Grab that rifle. Me got him.
Let me go. Let go of me.
Hold him, Tonto. I'll get a rope on him. Me got him, and me hold him.
Let me go. Let me go.
Not this time, Osage. You're trapped at last. I'll haul you into the room.
Heck, I tell you, you got the wrong man.
Get that lamp going, Tonto. Me get him. We thought you'd come back to finish the job Jack prevented.
No, you got the wrong man.
No, we haven't. You fired point blank at the dummy in that bed. You planned to murder me. Jack let you know where you could find me.
They're right.
You!
I ain't Osage.
Wellington.
There he is, mister. We got Osage.
Osage, you double-crossing...
There's Wellington, Osage. You said you was gunning for him.
Sheriff, I wasn't.
Well, what are you going to do? Stand there or shoot the critters you said you would?
So you squealed on me. You put this man wise. You told the sheriff.
Now, wait, Wellington. I didn't do no such thing.
Didn't you say you wanted to get Wellington for sending you to drill a Lone Ranger and making you think it was the Texas Kid?
Sheriff, Wellington,
He's a killer. He's a crook, and I'll prove it. He won't squeal on me and get away with it.
Looks to me like you're both a couple of crooks. And it looks like we at last got evidence to jail you. How about it, mister?
I thought Osage would come to the window and try to get me.
That is what I thought had happened. But Osage met Wellington just outside the town. And Wellington himself come back to step in the trap.
That's what you get for trying to do the thing yourself.
So now we got them both where we wanted them for a long, long time.
Where's Jack? Is he all right?
Sure. When I got all I wanted, I sent him to see Miss Celia and tell her to get here and see her no-count brother Ketch if she had any doubts as to his guilt. I didn't want that poor girl to think he was misjudged.
I wouldn't have thought that.
Celia, you here? You've got to explain.
All I can say, Jasper, is that I'm glad you're no more than a half-brother. I'm satisfied to let the law take its course.
All right, boys. Take these killers to the calaboose.
Now, Jack.
Yeah?
I'm going to try and find a good place for you to live. Some family who want a great fellow like you. So you won't have to live in the cafe woodshed.
Jack, How would you like to have a nice home of your own and the chance to learn reading and writing and the other things a man ought to know?
Gosh, it'd be pretty swell.
Then you shall have one.
Huh?
You heard what the Lone Ranger said, didn't you? Just like you are now, all alone in the world with a nice big home to live in. Wouldn't you like to live there, Jack?
You mean just like you was my mom?
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
Hail, Silver, away!
Come on there, Silver, old boy. Someone's waiting on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver, away! The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Creature. She deceives everybody. So many lies to cover something innocent. No. You're making a terrible mistake.
I made my mistake years ago, when I first met you. You see, I thought I was buying his life.
So you betrayed me even then.
Yes, and him too. And in the old days, you were always jealous. And you were wrong. I tell you, he furnished my life as he would a back hallway that he passed through once a year. Isn't it understandable? Oh, you're a strange man, Alex. Perhaps you have some vague notion in that inflated ego of yours of abolishing him to get me back again.
If you think that, go to him. Tell him to throw the thing up himself. Tell him why.
You swine!
This isn't a home of an artist, of a poor struggling musician who could earn more as a cookmaid. A tang horse fit for a museum, and paintings, and furs. Your dress, the bracelet. What sort of a place is it? Answer me!
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is floor. Floor.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, Horace Greeley. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples. A lot of money, huh?
It certainly is.
Would you like to win it?
Love to have it.
Well, maybe you'll know the answer. Would you split it with me?
I think it could be arranged.
It could be arranged with me, I know. I don't know about it. Who's first, George?
Well, Groucho, we invited some girls who work for a large manufacturing concern to the program tonight. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Patricia Darien, and her partner is Mr. Peter Ellesmere Jones. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Now, let's see. Patricia Darien, huh?
Yes.
And Mr. Peter Ellesmere Jones. Huh?
That's right.
In 7 years on the air, I think this is the first Jones we've ever had.
Well, it's not really Jones, you know.
It's not really Jones?
No, it's Ellesmere Jones with a hyphen sort of mixed up in between those.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Well, that name has a lot of dash to it if you have a hyphen there. Well, where are you from, Pete?
Well, I'm from Wales.
You're from Wales, huh?
You're
not Jones, you're Jonah. Huh?
Well, touche.
Well, let's get down to details. What sort of work do you do, Pete?
Well, I had my training as a civil and structural engineer, and at the moment I'm working for Kobig and Kobig on Wilshire, checking some structural steel work for the Marine Barracks at Camp Pendleton.
Oh. And where do you work, Pat?
I work for the Carnation Milk Company on Wilshire Boulevard.
Well, science is certainly wonderful. They're now getting milk from carnations. Huh? I knew you could get it from milkweed, but I didn't know you could get it from carnations. Well, do you operate a milking machine for this outfit, or do you milk by hand?
No, I'm a secretary.
You're a secretary?
Yes, uh-huh.
Well, in that case, it's a good thing you don't milk the cows. They'd probably object to your shorthand. Huh? Well, I've heard of your company. It's a very famous company, but I know they produce an awful lot of milk. How many cows do they own, Pat?
Groucho, we don't actually own any cows.
Well, what do you get your milk from? Coconuts?
The milk is sold to us by small local producers.
Small cows?
No, small producers.
Oh. Where are you from, Pat?
I was born in Peoria, Illinois.
Peoria, huh?
Yes.
Oh, big. Yeah, there's an old line. It was a show called Lightning many years ago. It was a very famous play on Broadway. And I remember in this scene, the judge asked this girl, she said, why did you get married? And she said, well, I was in Peoria and it was raining. That's a very famous line out of the play Lightning. Frank Bacon was in it. Are you married?
No, I'm single, Groucho.
You're single, Groucho, huh? That's a funny name. Single Groucho. Huh? Would you like to get married?
Well, eventually, probably, yes.
Eventually, why not now? You know that a flour company used that slogan and sold 45 million bags of flour? You should be able to bag one poor sucker. You married, Pete?
No, I'm afraid not. Well, I'm not afraid, but I'm not.
You're getting alarmed rather early, aren't you?
Well, not really.
No. Well, Pat, I'd like you to meet Mr. Ellesmere-Jones. Huh? Pete, do you consider yourself an eligible bachelor?
Well, I consider myself a bachelor, but not particularly eligible.
You're alive and breathing, aren't you? Well, you're a very nice couple, and my advice is for both of you to win lots of money tonight and open a joint checking account. And you'll have something to argue about, and you'll have a very happy marriage. All right, now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. We start you off with a $100 bankroll, and when you miss a question, you lose half of whatever you've got. Is that clear?
Yes.
If you think you've won enough, you can stop any time. Now, let's see how much money you can make. You selected music, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what question do you want?
Oh, it's 70.
Fine.
All right, 75, did you say?
70.
All right, Jack Meakin and the orchestra will play a song. Let's see if you can identify it.
That's right. Perfidia?
Perfidia is right, yes.
You're living glad.
You now have $170.
$170. Now, which question do you want to take?
80.
80? Okay. Andrew Segovia is one of the world's greatest performers on which instrument?
Wonderful.
Guitar.
Guitar is right.
You now have $250.
Now, you can go ahead or you can quit.
Wonderful.
90?
I'll try it.
Duke Ellington wrote the number Jack Meakin and the orchestra are going to play. You tell me the name of this modern classic. Play, Jack.
Mood Indigo?
Mood Indigo is right.
Yes, he's now climbed to $340.
What a nest egg for your marriage,
Yes.
It's your
Way
last,
to go.
It's your last chance to beat the other couples. Which one are you going to go for?
Oh, might as well go.
Well, let's go 100.
All right, we all know the song Hail, Hail, the Gang's All Here. From what operetta was the tune taken?
Oh, you're kidding.
Talk it over.
I don't even know an operetta.
Floridor?
No, you ought to know this. You're English. It's The Pirates of Penzance by Gilbert and Sullivan.
Well, you lost half your bankroll, so you still have $170.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers.
Thank you, Groucho.
Sorry you didn't win.
Ladies and gentlemen, for a car with real power, real get up and go, try a DeSoto automatic with the mighty DeSoto 170 horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine. This DeSoto Fire Dome engine is designed to give you power with maximum efficiency and economy. And the secret is in the design of the hemispherical combustion chambers. These dome-shaped chambers are the reason why the Fire Dome engine can squeeze every bit of power from your fuel. They enable you to drive your DeSoto automatic on regular gasoline and still get premium performance. Think of that. A 170 horsepower engine operating perfectly that lets you use regular gasoline. I'm sure that once you get behind the wheel of a DeSoto automatic and feel the smooth, powerful response of the mighty DeSoto 170 horsepower V8 engine, you'll say there's no other automobile engine can match it. Visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow. You'll see that the great DeSoto 170 horsepower Fire Dome engine is just one reason why DeSoto puts you ahead automatically.
For the finest car yet, you should drive, you should get the DeSoto automatic.
Remember, the dealer who sells the stunning DeSoto automatic also sells the high-style Plymouth. Well, Groucho, we have some people with interesting stories for you now. They were chosen just before we went on the air. And here they come, Mrs. Pauline Mells and Mr. Eric Sanders. Would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome, folks, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Mrs. Pauline Mells and Eric Sanders. Miss Mells, I'll start with you. What is your hometown?
Crookston, Minnesota.
What's that?
Crookston,
Crookston.
Minnesota.
Somebody out there from Venezuela. You're married, I presume, Pauline?
Yes, I am. About 12 years.
12 years. Did you meet this chap in Crookston?
No, I met my husband in a singing class at night school.
No. You met your husband at a singing class in night school?
Yes, I did.
In other words, your romance got started off on a sour note, eh?
No, we got along beautifully.
Do you think a duet sounds better when a couple's in love?
I think so. Isn't there a saying that says if music is the food of love, play on?
Have you ever heard a couple of romantic cats on a back fence?
I don't think so.
Where are you from, Mr. Sanders? Sanders.
Sanders. I was born in Colgate, Oklahoma.
Oh. Well, in that case, you must have a full set of teeth, huh? What sort of work do you do, Eric?
I sell worms.
You say you sell worms?
I do.
Well, who buys these worms? Early birds?
No.
Or fish?
Farmers and agriculturists and people who wish to better their soil.
Well, how do worms help the farmer? Do they give him some new angles on...
Well, they certainly do. They homogenize the soil and loosen it up for aeration. And, of course, the castings of an earthworm is the richest soil known to science. That's homogenized and blending of all the materials in the soil, and it's deposited around the roots. And, of course, that helps in a tremendous number of ways.
Well, how does the worm know where to go?
They work around the roots of anything that lives, and they will eat nothing which lives, but anything which has lived and died.
Like vultures, aren't they?
Yes. As a matter of fact, they're good at eating garbage, too. Dead animals, anything which has lived and died, either animal or vegetable.
I wish I'd have met you some months ago.
I wish you had, too. I really mean that.
You weren't planning on draping me around an orange tree, were you?
No, I was planning on making an earthworm farmer out of you.
Yeah, well, I expect you to give me some of those worms. I'm going to try it.
Give you?
Well, I'll buy them.
Oh, well, that's fine. When do you want to deliver? I know where you live.
Deliver them tomorrow.
I can't make it tomorrow. I'm delivering $500 worth in Vista.
Well, I hadn't planned on any sale of that magnitude. Well, where do you live now?
Fullerton.
Fullerton. Well, couldn't you put the worms out and just tell them to come to my house? Huh?
No people write to me in Fullerton, this Fullerton, California, earthworms. That's only right, and I get it.
Just Mr. Earthworms, Fullerton, California.
That's right.
Huh? Well, how is it you know so much about worms, Eric? Are you
I
just naturally attracted to each other?
Yes, we have something in common. People don't realize how large an industry it's becoming because of the fact in California now there's an earthworm association with 200 members. I'm not affiliated with it myself because I've always felt that I could merchandise my own product.
Mm-hmm.
I've been reasonably successful.
Yes, you have. Particularly here, huh? Pauline, do you have any hobbies like raising ladybugs?
Yes, I have several hobbies.
Oh, here it comes, huh?
Well, cooking.
Well, let's take them one at a time. You a good cook?
Pretty good.
What's your husband's favorite dish?
Well, he's fond of my prime ribs.
I'm sure he is, but let's take the cooking, huh? What does your husband do for a living?
He's the Los Angeles police officer.
Oh, a police officer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how do you like being married to a policeman?
Well,
I suppose it's all right in a pinch, but how... No groaning, please. Tell us about it.
Well, it has its good points and its bad points. Of course, their hours are long, and you never know when they're going to come home, and everybody's always yelling at them. And
well, they're yelling at everybody else, too.
They're on call 24 hours a day, and the pay isn't very high, and...
Well, as Gilbert and Sullivan put it, a policeman's lot is not a happy one, you know.
That's very true.
You happen to know that song, by the way?
Well, isn't that from the Pirates of Penzance?
Yeah, yes, it is. It's one of my favorites.
I think I might know it.
Should we try it, huh?
I'll
Just a
do my
chorus or
best.
so. I'll start, and if you can remember, you just chime in, huh?
All right.
Okay? It's been a long time since I've sung this. When a felon's not engaged in his employment, or maturing his felonious little plan, his capacity for innocent enjoyment, is just as great as any honest man. Our feelings we with difficulty smother, when constabulary duties to be done. Oh, take one consideration with another. A policeman's lot is not a happy one. When constabulary duties to be done. A policeman's lot is not a happy one. Now, this is the part I like. Your part I like. When the enterprising burglar's not a burgling, and the cutthroat is unoccupied in crime, oh, he loves to hear the little brook a-gurgling, and listen to the merry village chime, when Augustus finished jumping on his mother, oh, he loves to lie a-basking in the sun, oh, take one consideration with another. A A policeman's lot is not a happy one. When constabulary duties to be done, a policeman's lot is not a happy one. Yeah, we did pretty good. I may have to go back on the stage after. Well, it's been fun talking to you two, but the time has come to play You Bet Your Life. Now, we start you off with a $100 bankroll, and when you try to build it up. But when you miss a question, you lose half your bankroll. Is that clear?
In the race for the $2,000, the first couple won $170, and the secret word is floor.
Okay, now let's see how much money you can make. You selected culinary quiz.
Start with 70? All right,
70. Romano, Munster, and Brie are varieties of what food?
Cheese.
Cheese is correct.
Your bankroll is now $170.
$170. Now, which question do you want to try, Eric
80?
the Red?
80.
80. What do you call a Hawaiian feast?
A luau.
Luau is correct. I'm glad you got it.
Well, you now have $250.
$250. Now, what do you want to try?
Shall we tack the 90?
90?
We'll try it.
What food do we get from the root of the cassave? C-A-S-S-A-V-E. It's a plant grown in the South that is commonly made into a pudding. And if you don't know, guess.
It's a breadfruit tree the natives make. It's a breadfruit tree, and they pound it up and make a...
Yeah, but what is the name of the pudding?
Oh.
C-A-S-S-A-V-E. Well, take a guess.
Cassave?
No. Sorry, it's tapioca.
Oh, sure. Oh, my heavens.
Well, you've lost half your bankroll, so you still have $125.
No, here's your last chance to be the other couple, so you can quit, whatever you want to do.
Well, we'll try the 100.
$100. All right. Gumbo is another word for what vegetable?
It's,
Okra.
Okra?
Okra, and it's also my brother.
And you wind up with a grand total of $225.
Thanks, and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Give me a match. All right, George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we have a married couple for you now. Dr. and Mrs. Jean Bordeaux. Would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word, and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Dr. and Mrs. Jean Bordeaux, eh? Well, you're a very charming pair. Now, which one of you is Jean?
I am.
Oh, you are, huh? Mrs. Bordeaux, what shall I call you?
You just call me Mary.
Mary, huh? Well, that's a nice, sweet, simple, uninhibited name. Where are you from originally, Mary?
Well, I'm from Murray, Kentucky, Groucho.
Where?
Murray, Kentucky.
Murray, Kentucky?
Yes, it's really a very important town. It was really the birthplace of radio.
Is that so?
The man was Nathan B. Stubblefield.
Is that so?
Yes.
I thought Amos and Andy invented radio. Stubblefield?
Yeah, Stubblefield.
That was the name of the man who invented radio?
That was the name of the man
Before
who
Marconi?
Yes.
Wait till the Russians hear about that, huh?
He really did invent
You know what? They're going to claim that they invented Stubblefield. Huh?
He really did invent it before Marconi, but, you know, as it often happens, that the real person doesn't get the credit, you know.
That's true. Now, Doc, by the way, what kind of a doctor are you, Doctor? Are you an MD, a DDS, or a BBD?
PhD.
A PhD, huh? You got to be pretty smart for that. Mary, does the doc give you a feeling of inferiority, or are you, like most wives, superior to your husband?
Oh, no, I have no feeling of inferiority. After all, I have 2 degrees myself. A.B., M.A.
That makes Mary 2 degrees smarter than you, eh?
I have an A.B. and an M.A. plus the Ph.D.
There are more degrees around here tonight than you'll find on a thermometer. As a Ph.D., Doc, have you ever done any teaching?
Yes, I taught at Whitworth College down in Mississippi, at USC, and the Dale Carnegie Institute of Public Speaking and Effective Human Relations.
Why do they call it the Institute of Public Speaking and Human Relations?
Because they teach public speaking and human relations.
Thanks. I thought they taught how to win friends. Why do you emphasize public speaking?
Few things are more important to anyone than to be able to speak effectively in public.
That's true. And one of the things that are more important is being able to keep your trap shut in public. Oh, I didn't mean you. I just... Me, I meant. Well, since you're an expert on public speaking, could you give us some tips on the subject, Doc? Could you boil it down to a few words?
Boiled down, I think you could sum it up by saying, just be yourself. Have a good opening. For example, you should startle an
good
audience.
Opening? You mean the back door, right near where you're...
You should startle an audience.
You say you should startle your audience?
Yeah.
What do you mean? When you open your mouth, you should let a flock of pigeons fly out? How do you startle them?
For example, you might say to this audience, why did you come here tonight?
A lot of them have said that to each other.
Or you could startle an audience by standing in front of them with your hand closed and say, I'm going to open my hand and show you something the world has never seen before. And after I open my hand, they will never see this again. Open your hand, take out a peanut, crack it, and eat it.
It isn't enough that the audience eats popcorn. Now he wants the actors to eat peanuts. Doc, what sort of work are you doing now?
I'm a psychotherapist.
That means nothing to me. What are you doing, Doc?
I help people who have become emotionally upset to get back on an even keel emotionally.
Oh, you're a shrunken head man. You're a couch boy, is that it? What is it like being married to a psychotherapist? Does he ever try to analyze you, Mary?
Oh, yes, there are a few little problems connected with it. For instance, I sort of have a creative imagination, I think, and dream. I have just lovely little dreams, but I just can't dare mention them because, you know, to a psychotherapist, all dreams
have some significance.
Oh, yes, they're very dark. So if I tell my dream, why, he's liable to end up saying, well, now, who do you hate? And who do you want to murder now? And me, well, I love everybody. I long ago took Booker T. Washington's motto as mine. I resolved to let no man belittle my soul by making me hate him.
That's wonderful. Old Booker T had plenty on the ball, didn't he?
He did.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've learned a lot talking to you two, but I imagine even a successful psychotherapist would like to win some money, wouldn't you? Huh? So let's play You Bet Your Life. Huh? You understand the game, huh? You try to run your original bankroll of $100 into more than our other couples. And remember, if you miss a question, you lose half your bankroll.
In the race for the $2,000, the earthworm grower and the housewife are leading with $225.
Now, let's see how much money you can make. You select a dictionary quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
How about $70?
You could discuss it with Mary there.
How
Don't talk to me.
That's all right.
All right, what do you call the jars used for keeping tobacco fresh?
Humidors.
Humidor is right. Your bankroll is now $170. Now, what do you want to try?
How about 80?
It's ask Mary. All right, how many years in a millennium?
1,000.
1,000 years is correct. You now have $250. You can quit or you can go ahead. It's up to you.
Let's go ahead.
All right, fine.
How about it?
Oh, yeah, that's cool.
What do you want? 80,
about
90,
90?
10, anyone you want. 90. Most of the gold at Fort Knox is in the form of bars. What is the proper word for a bar of gold?
A bar.
Talk it over.
Come on, a bar of gold. Pig.
Pig?
No, you're flirting with it. It's ingot.
Ingot. Oh.
Well, you lost half of your bankroll, so you now have $125.
Now, here's your last chance to beat the other couple.
Make it the 100.
100?
How about it?
All right. If a misanthrope hates mankind, what is a misogynist?
Oh, he hates women.
He sure does. Give him the money. Thanks and good luck to the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
You wind up with $225. And that means, Groucho, that there's a tie for the big question chance. Mr. Sanders and Mrs. Mells with $225, and the doctor and his wife with $225 in just one moment. They'll get the chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. All right, Groucho, here are our winning couples. Mr. Sanders and Mrs. Mells and Dr. Bordeaux and his wife. All set for a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. Now, each of the couples will write an answer on the card, and, of course, if they all get it right, we'll divide the money between them.
Think carefully and please no help in the audience. Here it is. For $2,000, what is the name given to the promontories on either side of the Straits of Gibraltar? One is in Spain and the other in Africa. It's a name that's been used for centuries.
That's something I know.
All right. Let me see your card. Sanders and Mrs. Mells. Malta? No, that's wrong. Dr. Bordeaux and his wife. Pillars of Hercules. Right. So you two win $2,000. Plus, how much in the quiz, George?
Well, you won $225 in the quiz.
That's $2,225. What are you going to do with all that money?
You won't believe us, but we're going to buy a DeSoto.
Are you? Why shouldn't I believe you? It's the best car on the market. Well, congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth, two great new cars. Both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Look out for the driver who doesn't look out for you. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
Squadrons 76, 24, 97, head for objective 14B8. Commander Blake answering. Bomber squadrons on way to objective.
And their objective is to crowd the screen with all the thrills of their greatest triumphs. The U.S. Navy's dive bombers, the super pilots who fly America's super planes, heroically dedicating themselves to a fighting creed, to fly higher and dive faster. Now, for the first time in the Warner Brothers production Dive Bomber, this mighty air armada roars across the screen in thundering waves of unforgettable adventures. Errol Flynn as the sky-climbing, hell-diving pilot of the U.S. Navy. Fred McMurray as the squadron commander of the Navy's dive bombers.
Well, well. What have I done to deserve this honor?
Thank you, Commander. You took the words right out of my mouth.
Did you get tired of Honolulu? Did you run out of women?
No. Things just got a little dull after you left. Remember that pal of mine, Linda Fisher? She's getting into town tonight with a friend. How about helping me out?
No, Soap. I got a lot of work to do. What's a friend look like?
Alexis Smith as a blonde bomber, and she's ready for action.
Lee, it's sure tough there aren't any women on the selection board. You'd be an admiral inside of a year. I understand I'm to do a little flying for you gentlemen.
You gonna be the pilot?
You can't feel any worse about it than I do, Lieutenant.
If that's your attitude, why don't you give the job to somebody else?
My squadron was ordered to furnish a pilot for a tough test job. In a good outfit, the skipper does the dirty work. What are the orders? She's sluggish on the controls. Too much ice. Give me oxygen.
Hey, man, I think I found a way to get one of my pictures funded. One of them? Yeah, you know what's best? Is, it'll be with the Walt Disney Company, and, well, you know how they approve unlimited budgets. We'll be living on Easley Street. How exactly are you going to get Disney to fund one of your seal-based movies? Exactly that. Exactly what? A seal-based movie. They have to fund it now because I started a hashtag on Twitter and you know how much they care about those. What? Well, you know how they pride themselves on representing everyone. I just started asking, where are the seals? So I used hashtag, where are the seals? And I'm adding it at Disney. Where are the seal representations? They represented everyone in the last Star Wars show. Why wasn't there a Jedi who was a seal? Why have we been left out? Why have we been reduced to basically minstrel shows who just clap for fish? That is extremely discriminatory and problematic in the year 2024, and everyone knows it. And it's about time the Walt Disney Company took a stand against this by giving me a budget of $250 million for From Seal to Eternity. You know you can't win this, right? Oh, we'll see. We'll see. Just wait until CNN writes a story about this hashtag. The phone won't stop ringing. I'll see you next time, folks.
Thank you.